and welcome to all of you. My name is Dr. Joanne Paul. I am a senior lecturer at the University of Sussex and one of the two co-organizers, along with Dr. Adrian Blau of King's College London, of the British Academy Conference, Quentin Skinner's Meaning and Understanding After 50 Years, Interdisciplinary Perspectives. It's my pleasure to welcome you to day 2 of the conference. I'm going to open today's session with a few words about the purpose of the conference and the inspiration behind it, before attempting a very quick summary of some of the key takeaways from yesterday's session and giving you all an outline of what will be happening today. The idea for this conference was born about 3 years ago when I was preparing some teaching on Quentin Skinner's foundational meaning and understanding in the history of ideas, and suddenly realized that 2019 would mark 50 years since its original publication. This seemed a wonderful opportunity to not only mark the astounding continuing relevance of this piece, but also to offer rethinkings, reflections, and next steps in considering the methodological approach that has come out of this, I dare to say, intervention in the field. It was Dr. Blau who added the phenomenally diverse interdisciplinary range on offer in this program, and we're all very indebted to his work bringing these fantastic speakers together. We've been delayed by a couple of years and we're all on screens, but I'm very glad we have this opportunity for celebration and for reflection. There is a danger, I think, that the historical contextualist method that emerges from meaning and understanding could, without these moments of rethinking, become outdated, stale, calcified, more of an institution than a dynamic, adapting, engaged method of historical research. Professor Skinner mentioned yesterday several reasons why he tends to resist the term the Cambridge School. And I wonder if there is an element of this fixed institutionalness that also makes it an unappealing term. The fact that Skinner has so long been open to engaging with his critics, at least those who are willing to fully and properly engage with the work in question, even so far as to revise and republish Meaning and Understanding in 2002, is a significant part of why it remains so freshly relevant today. There's something else too about the term the Cambridge School that bears resisting, and that is the elite, white, largely male Anglo-European association that it raises. Now, while we can't disacknowledge the realities of its origin in such a context, though not, as Skinner points out, solely in Cambridge, to continue to use that term could be disingenuous to the way in which it has developed and has the potential to at least discourage interventions, there's that word again, from more diverse sources. I myself was honored and very fortunate to have Professor Skinner as my own PhD supervisor, and he has championed redressing the gender imbalance that we so often find in our field. He has been a dedicated, hardworking mentor to so many, which is part of why his supportive and reflective mode of scholarship has spread alongside his method, and why this conference, for instance, has some 400 plus registrations. In addition to the students and practitioners in the field coming from more diverse backgrounds, as some of the papers yesterday alluded to, the subjects of our study are also moving beyond traditional white, elite, male, Anglo-European categories. And I would, and others can of course disagree, suggest that this is a logical extension of the method itself. In moving beyond the great thinkers and perennial problems, we have the opportunity to escape some of the historically contingent, prejudiced assumptions about relevance and greatness that cast some intellectual conversations and concepts as more or less relevant than others. And we have an opportunity to excavate others that represent, as Skinner put it yesterday, roads not taken. This process already can at least involve a sort of reversal or rectification of processes that might have marginalized voices for reasons of class, gender, race, and so on. And the dedicated prioritization of context means that we have a sort of scholarly duty to follow the threads, and those threads very often will lead us to sources outside of the geographical or language divides with which we might have otherwise bounded our studies. And I think this leads me nicely on to one of the benefits of moving this conference online. which is that it has allowed for more diverse and wide-ranging perspectives and has allowed participation from all around the globe without the cost and environmental damage of flights. We might hope that in future names like the Cambridge School simply won't make sense because the discussions that prompt new innovations in method won't be limited to a single geographic location and indeed, or especially, an elite university. Some of you might have joined us yesterday, some not, so I will just say a very few words about yesterday's proceedings. And apologies to the speakers if you feel I misrepresent some of your key messages. These were my takeaways. We were welcomed by my co-organizer, Adrian Blau, who gave a short summary of some of the key points made in the text that we are here to consider, meaning and understanding in the history of ideas, inviting us in particular to question divides between thinking historically and philosophically, and between methodological writings and practice, as well as drawing attention to the benefits of an interdisciplinary approach to a contextualist method. Our first panel was a consideration of the notion of perennial problems with papers from Professor Melissa Lane, Dr. Carol Atack, and Professor Gordon Finlayson. I won't, of course, try to summarize each paper, but I think they came together on the difficulty of distinguishing between the suggestion that there are reified concepts or problems that transcend historical contingencies, and that the acknowledgement that there are thinkers who are reaching back and responding to the work and ideas of previous writers and thinkers, especially the ancients, in formulating their ideas. So the acknowledgement that there can be sort of discussions and responses over time, but that doesn't necessarily lead us to the conclusion that there are perennial problems. There was, I think, as well, also a really interesting theme of questioning the distinctions between historical, political, and philosophical writings and how we approach each of those, especially in periods where these distinctions did not exist in the way that we think about them now, and that there's a form of anachronism in trying to categorize these genres. The second panel suggested ways of rethinking some of the lessons in meaning and understanding, and starting to suggest some ways forward, which I think we'll be taking up today. This involved questioning the limits of the mythology of coherence, as well as notions of reading, communicating, and reconstruction. In particular, the discussion that came out of this panel focused on questions of practice, the idea of reading historic text or piece of music as a form of reenactment, and the pedagogical implications of a contextualist method, how we present that method to our students and introduce them to that practice. And we ended the day with a lively and fascinating interview with Professor Skinner himself, conducted by Dr. Teresa Bejan, and Skinner's response to the day's papers. I won't try to summarize either the interview or his response here, but both spoke strongly to the themes I was drawing out earlier about the way in which the method has developed and Skinner's own openness to thinking critically and reflectively with those who engage with his work. And we'll be continuing all of this today. We're very pleased to host 3 really exciting panels on comparative political theory, rhetoric and ideological analysis, and digital humanities and quantitative text analysis. These panels will be followed by another response from Professor Skinner, who I should say is working incredibly hard over these 2 days, listening to and responding to the papers, and we cannot thank him enough. There will also be an opportunity to ask questions of Professor Skinner in the closing session. And so please do send questions via the Q&A tab at the bottoms of your screens with your name and a note addressing them to Professor Skinner. And these will be collected throughout the day for the final session. Finally, on that note, just a word about format. This is a Zoom webinar, not a sort of usual standard meeting Zoom, so we can't see or hear any of you, but you can submit questions for the panel, as well as I said, for Professor Skinner at the end of the day via the Q&A tab at the bottom of your screen. They will be read out by the chair, time allowing. You can also participate in conversation about the conference on social media. We have a Twitter hashtag, BA Conference Skinner, which I'm sure can be shared in the chat. And we've had lots of people tweeting, again, from all over the world, which has been really exciting as well. And in order to facilitate at least some live discussion, we've arranged some Zoom break rooms hosted and run by Peter Halton from Sussex. These will run at today's lunch break and the break right before the final session. When you join these regular Zooms, you can move between breakout rooms and join discussions in progress with speakers and other participants. It's the closest we could come up with to replicating lunch tables at an in-person conference. The link is in the program and will also be posted to the chat before the break. So we do hope that you come and join the Zoom break rooms as well, so that we can have some conversation. We hope, of course, that you can join us for the whole day, but we understand that there are other commitments in other time zones. So if you can't, the event is being recorded and that recording will be shared. That's everything from me. And I'd now like to introduce the chair of our first panel for the day, Dr. Leandro Losada, Wallace Fellow ISATI, the Harvard University Center for Italian Renaissance Studies, and Associate Professor, State University of San Martin, Argentina. And Leandro will introduce our speakers for the first panel. Thank you all so much.
Thanks, Joanne, for the introduction and invitation. It's a pleasure, a real pleasure to participate in this wonderful event. So, good afternoon, and welcome to session 4 on comparative political theory. In this session, we will discuss the possibilities, implications, and problems of Skinner's methodological precepts in non-Western intellectual and such as India, China, and Islamic thought. And doing so, we will have the opportunity to think about topics such as the links between political theory and history, or between comparative and global perspectives in intellectual history. During this session, I will introduce 4 speakers in turn to our virtual stage. They will each have 15 minutes to deliver a presentation before we open to 25 minutes of audience questions. The Q&A will take after all the speakers have given their presentations. If you would like to ask a question, please use the Q&A tab at the bottom of your screen and include the name of the speaker your question is for. So it now gives me great pleasure to welcome Dr. Rochana Bajpai, Associate Professor of Political Theory at SOAS University of London, for her presentation, Comparative Political Thought as Interpretive Social Science. Rochana, if you're ready, we listen to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And thank you, Adrian, Joanne, and the British Academy for organizing this excellent conference. It's an honor to speak at the celebration of Professor Skinner's path-breaking essay, which has inspired many generations of students, including myself. My question today is, how should we approach the study of political thought in constitutional debates? Discussions of method in the history of political thought have, like their subject matter, tended to focus on the writings of individual thinkers. On the approaches to be adopted for the reconstruction of the meaning of concepts in collective practices, such as constitutional debates, there is little, and the assumption seems to have been that we should proceed with similar methods as those that we deploy in the case of individual thinkers. Comparative political theory, in addition to its important and necessary contribution of extending the scopes of histories of political thought beyond the West, also has the potential to advance methods in political theory, as my distinguished co-panelists have also shown, in ways that, in my case, have been both deeply influenced by Professor Skinner's writings, but also sought to extend them in some directions. So in the vein of internal critique that we have been developing in this conference, I want to suggest that, in fact, being inspired by the methodological precepts in meaning and understanding, departing from these in some respects may be sometimes productive to pursue the very goals that Professor Skinner eloquently sets out for us in this essay. And I'll try to do this with a brief account of my own intellectual journey, which I hope will be useful for graduate students engaging with Professor Skinner's work. The immediate context for my graduate work in the political thought of the Indian Constituent Assembly debates was Oxford Analytical Political Theory, mainly Rawlsian. And meaning and understanding was a crucial bridge between these worlds, between, to use the term, the many provinces of history that separated these two worlds. In my doctoral thesis, which I called The Legitimating Vocabulary of Group Rights in India, inspired by Professor Skinner's work on legitimating vocabularies, I, in a spirit also of friendly conversation and contestation with the essay, I argued for a textualist approach to the interpretation of political debates or political rhetoric. And I argued that in a textualist analysis of political rhetoric, the focus of the reconstruction of meaning can be on the propositional content, logic, and coherence of political ideas rather than the linguistic context. And in particular, the author's intentions, the speaker's intentions and motivations would not be fatal or decisive for determining meanings in some of the ways suggested in the essay. And that anachronism could be a productive tool for meaning retrieval in the ways in which Adrian and some of the panels yesterday pointed out. And perhaps also departing from meaning and understanding was my attempt to move away from the writings of great thinkers and key figures to framing the Indian Constituent Assembly debates as a text, as a multivocal and a non-unified text, of course, but one in which arguments were amenable to philosophical reconstruction as much as the writings of individual thinkers were, as much as the writings of Jawaharlal Nehru or Dr. B.R. Ambedkar were. So political constitutional debates, not as, if you like, the context for the elaboration of thought, as is often the case in histories of political thought, but as the text, and this textual reading of the Constituent Assembly debates was what I sought to defend. Now, this strategy does have certain risks, which meaning and understanding eloquently discusses, notably the mythology of coherence, which was discussed yesterday, giving a false and artificial coherence and imposing this onto a rich, diverse body of thought. But like in the case of intended meaning and with anachronism, my claim here was that this was a risk worth taking, even at the cost of some costs to contextual readings. So why? What were the purposes and what are the purposes that can be served by textual readings of constitutional debates? Here again, Professor Skinner's writings are instructive. The first, and this would be familiar to historians of political thought and ideology, is that a textual approach enables the retrieval of the creativity of innovating ideologists that more contextualist readings can obscure. So in a sense, contextual minimalism can be necessary precisely in order to restore dignity to political rhetoric as argument and to avoid the easy slide into instrumentalist and other forms of reductionist readings of political rhetoric that Professor Skinner rightly cautions us against. In other words, weak contextualism in the case of the writings, speeches, and debates of political leaders can allow us to attend with greater care to meaning, as Professor Skinner's work reminds us to do. So I argued that a contextual account could be limited and deliberately thin so that we can write into the historical record the conceptions of secularism, of social justice, of democracy, of nationalism that participants in the Constituent Assembly debates articulated. And this mattered also for our assessment of the historical accuracy and value of these debates to counter inaccurate, historically inaccurate views, for example. So a textual reading of these debates would allow for a better historical reckoning of the ideas and arguments in these, in my case, for showing, for example, that conceptions of a secular state were more varied and more widely shared among Indian constitution makers than a focus solely on the thought of Nehru or Ambedkar would suggest. So the Indian constitution can't be easily dismissed as an imposition of a small westernized English-speaking elite if we look at these debates as a text with multiple participants. A second area of difference, but still of consonance with the overall aims of Professor Skinner's essay, was to bracket out and consciously ignore the purposes of the author. And in doing so, I thought, and I still think, we gain a way to look at political rhetoric, which is also inspired by Professor Skinner's writings on rhetoric, which have shown that professing commitment to a principle gives political actors a strong reason not to behave in ways which appear to contravene that principle, whether or not they genuinely believe in it. So to paraphrase from him, a principle that helps to legitimate a course of action is among the enabling conditions of its occurrence. This, to me, was a transformative insight, somewhat at odds with the intended meanings, the focus on intended meanings, for it suggested that the principles professed by political actors merit attention independent of and perhaps even in contravention of what their intended meanings might have been. But it supported my case for this textual reading of political rhetoric, while also suggesting a further reason for its value. So the delineation of the structure of arguments in political debates not only allows us to retrieve neglected, innovative bodies of political thought, but it can also be an important part of the explanation of political action. This, in turn, suggests a role for political theory in political science in ways that remain to be developed in the discipline and in ways which were suggested by Professor Skinner's writing a long time ago. So as he notes, the availability and applicability of such legitimating principles is a matter of prevailing social usage. This has implications for how we understand political thought as going, in a sense, beyond individual thinkers to looking at social practices whose authorship and whose participants are collective. And it still contrasts with the disciplinary practice of the history of political thought, where the focus and locus of authorship has rested in exceptional individuals. Now, as I've argued in my 2007 chapter for Adrian's edited volume on methods in analytical political theory, comparative political thought is well placed to develop the implications of these insights of Skinner on how attention to professed principles can enhance our explanations of political outcomes. And this is one way in which it might do so. Interpretive social science, which involves constructing thick accounts of meanings of thought practices, can advance explanations of political outcomes in ways which go beyond dominant political science explanations. Now, this is not a new insight. Interpretive social science has been advocated for a while by Charles Taylor, Clifford Geertz, and others. But what's interesting for me is that it resembles historical approaches to political thought in offering a detailed reconstruction of meanings in contrast with the stipulation of meanings we find in analytical political theory and the thin accounts of meaning which we find in social science approaches. But it differs from histories of political thought in shifting focus both from exemplary individuals and texts to what political ethnographers call collective meaning-making practices, to use Lisa Wedeen's term, practices which can be discursive, rhetorical, and performative. Individuals in this account are really interchangeable sources of particular types of rhetorical or performative usage, and thought itself comes to be reconfigured as the product of the agency, not so much of extraordinary individuals, but of collective actions, which could be exceptional or everyday. Lisa Wedeen's cut chooses an example here. A second way in which it departs from Skinnerian history of ideas is that although the delineation of the lineaments of a practice requires extensive contextual knowledge, linguistic skills, hermeneutic skills, nevertheless, there is a measure of decontextualization in the ways in which I outlined earlier, from in relation to authors and intended meanings. And the third way in which it departs from some methodological precepts, but in doing so, I think, seeks to pursue Skinnerian goals, is that the focus of historical explanation is not on what the individual actor was trying to do, but on collective outcomes, constitutional outcomes, or broader policy or political outcomes in the polity as a whole. So how does it do this? How does textual reconstruction of meanings advance explanations of outcomes? Very briefly, first, our explanations of political outcomes are necessarily incomplete without a grasp of the normative resources available to actors, just as they would be without knowledge of other resources, economic resources, institutional resources available to them.
You have 1 minute, Rochana, sorry.
Sure. This is not to claim that political actors are motivated by normative considerations, as Professor Skinner reminded us, nor that arguments prevail over bargaining. It is to say, however, that prevailing legitimating vocabularies are an enabling or inhibiting condition for political action, and thereby provide an important bit of the story of how political outcomes are brought about. And I do this in my 2011 book on the Indian Constituent Assembly debates, Debating Difference. I'm happy to discuss that in more detail. A second respect in which a textual analysis of political debate can advance explanations of political outcomes is by bringing to light processes of ideational hegemony, construction and breakdown. How do legitimating vocabularies come to be created and institutionalized and break up in a polity?
Rochana, sorry, I'm afraid your 15 minutes is over, okay. And we need to move on, but if you can close your
Sure, thank you. So in conclusion, comparative political thought as interpretive social science has the potential to advance the role of political theory in political science in ways that demonstrate the generative force that Professor Skinner's landmark essay continues to have for renewing political theory in our times. Thank you.
Thank you, Rochana. So now I'd like to introduce Dr. Hameira Iqtidar, reader in politics at King's College London, for her presentation, Meaning, Context, Interpretations in Islamic Tradition.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Adrian and Joanne, for organizing this really exciting conversation. And thank you also to all of the presenters yesterday for a very rich conversation. So in this paper, I approached Skinner's contribution to the study of political ideas in the seminal article that forms the focus of this conference and also his other writings through the lens of debates within the Islamic tradition. Context in interpreting meaning plays a very important role in Islamic political and juridical thought, and the two are very closely twined together. So I think it's important to keep that always in mind. From the 8th century, in a long-running chain of interpretation, context plays a double role in Islamic thought. It includes an awareness of the author's milieu, but also an explicit acknowledgement of the interpreter's own setting. There remains much disagreement about specificities, but there's a sophisticated and ongoing discussion about what counts as context, what needs to be included to assess specific claims, and what weight to attach to the different elements of the context. So from the vantage point of these discussions within the Islamic tradition, what appears curious is that an explicit case for and methodology for contextualization had to be articulated. Historical contextualization and perennial questions, in the sense perennial as in recurring questions, are not seen in tension within the Islamic tradition. Now, as a scholar who straddles both these traditions, I wanted to explore for our discussion today the relationship between the methodological approaches and substantive claims. Through a very brief discussion of some debates among modern Islamic scholars in the modern period, I suggest that these Islamic exegetical practices reflect a relationship with the past that is less antagonistic than in the contextualist tradition. Placing an idea in its historical context does not detract from its value as an inspiration for action today or for the future. And I will end with some reflections about the relationship between methodology and disciplinary norms. So classical Islamic thought, as I said, is immensely self-conscious about being a tradition, that is, about being a conversation over a long period of time with a specific range of vocabulary. So the concepts are constantly being reinterpreted, but in a sense, the repertoire of the vocabulary has been kind of largely set up. And so there are long-running debates on the method and sensibility that sustain this vocabulary or this tradition. For instance, there's a great emphasis on both the method and the sensibility for recording and judging the hadith, sayings of the Prophet, and Sunnah, life of the Prophet and his companions, as they are seen to provide exemplary guidance to the question of what constitutes the good life and what constitutes sound governance for a just polity. There is, for instance, an emphasis on establishing how a specific hadith was recorded, who recounted it, to whom, what do we know about each one of these characters, what are the different records of this hadith, what is the variation within and among these records, and how has this particular hadith been interpreted over the last 1400 years, and which one of those interpretations might be closest to our specific conditions today. Ulama or religious scholars are sensitized to establish the philosophical as well as historical basis for using a hadith, working through this particular and specific subjectivities and social realities that might be produced as a result of a specific interpretation. And these scholars would be trained in and are even today trained in philology, logic, poetry, and literature of that particular periods, some amount of social and cultural history, and especially biographies of the key scholars of the time. Now, the general principle for contextualization has been established quite firmly, as I've just mentioned, but the question of calibration, how much context, what context, etc., has been asked in different ways. An immensely influential intervention was made by Shah Waliullah, and the 18th century Islamic scholar, who argued that the emphasis on scholastic practice led many ulama to accept injustice in society through the uneven application of law in deference to social hierarchy. Waliullah's critique of related exegetical practices that he wrote a book in Persian, and then he wrote it a version of it in Arabic as well, has remained an influential source of internal criticism amongst ulama. However, Waliullah was careful to limit the ability of any interpreter to articulate or extend, and I'm quoting, the scope of particular legal norms by merely adducing the common good rather than on specific textual grounds. So for Waliullah, authorial intention is less important than the intention of the interpreter. Critical for him, as for many ulama today, is the dual role that they play. As scholars whose major works are written primarily for other scholars, but also as jurists who respond to individual or communal requests for advice and learned opinion. By the early 20th century, the epistemological rupture that colonialism engendered in the Islamic tradition led again to much rethinking of the balance of contextual detail. One important question that animated much of the discussion was the place of justice in the new political arrangements that colonialism had imposed. Prominent among these was a version of the state that managed the individuals much more closely than ever before. I have argued elsewhere that the modern state was not a Western invention to the extent that large bureaucratic tax extracting states were features of the Chinese and Indian empires. But what was unique to the European state was the interest in and technologies for the management of individuals. So in this context, Maududi, perhaps the most influential Islamic thinker of the 20th century, articulated a recognition of this expanded role for the state, while also highlighting the specifically European experiences that underpinned related political ideas and practices. He repeatedly pointed out that Europeans were mistaken when they translated deen, which Muslims saw as a way of life, or translated as a way of life, when Europeans translated deen as religion, by which they mean some rituals and beliefs unconnected with other ways and other aspects of life. But he also thought that his Indian and Muslim audiences were mistaken when they did not realize that the one idea that offered direct competition to the concept of deen, or to the idea of deen, in terms of its comprehensiveness and its demands for sovereignty was, and I'm quoting, the idea of the state, even though it needs more depth to fully take over the meaning of deen. Now, how was justice to be conceived of and delivered in this new context? For Maududi, the first step was to recalibrate the emphasis on authorial context that many ulama continued to aim towards. Without taking away the value of learning from the past, he argued that ulama had laid a misplaced emphasis on original context, not just for working through ideas, but also in embodying social and political practices. For Maududi, deep historical knowledge of the earliest Islamic state and juridical debates was important in extracting principles rather than specific practices that could animate a new kind of state in the 20th century, one that could move beyond the limitations imposed on the state through European historical experiences of a centralizing church as well as colonial governance. So to come back to the puzzle that appears more stark from the vantage point of Islamic debates, why did a case for contextualization need to be made in Euro-American academic debates, and why did it carry the force and the traction that it did? The first question I've asked is harder to answer and requires more detail than I can offer at the moment. But let me briefly address, although not conclusively answer, the second question here. In the significant amount of literature that has accumulated over the years assessing and responding to Skinner's powerful intervention, and it is an intervention, one area that has not received the attention it deserves, I think, is a consideration of the founding anxieties of the academic discipline of political theory, within which history of political thought and intellectual history might be placed. The founding moment was not that far back in the 1960s when Skinner made his intervention. The discipline of political theory started taking shape from the late 19th century, but was primarily institutionalized through the 20th century. The discipline might be seen as a particularly American invention, as Gunnell has argued, but the dynamics were closely paralleled in Europe. Within political theory more widely, the role of history of political ideas was important but amorphous. What use can these histories be put to in solving immediate political problems? The answer to that question was not very clear. Historians of political thought could be and continue to be placed within departments of history, political science, political economy, philosophy, or law. But that fluidity represented both an opportunity and a challenge for demonstrating the value of their contributions. And some, famously Leo Strauss, resisted being labeled a historian of political thought, insisting, even though they presented a version of a history of Western ideas, by insisting that political philosophy is not a historical discipline and criticizing the distance from politics that historicism enforced. As a number of scholars have recently argued, the wider discipline of political theory increasingly came to demand a distance between its object of study, that is politics, and its practitioners, but it did so in a very particular way. Saint-Essait has recently argued that political theory is, and I'm quoting, par excellence an instantiation and enactment of the bourgeois public sphere, one in which the political theorist enacts the role of a scholar addressing the public, but without in fact having a public audience. Political theory became the idealized space of liberal political interaction, where reasoned conversation could replace political conflict, while at the same time insulating the theorist from actual political decisions. It was in fact, I think, the very definition of politics that was at stake, and Skinner's intervention addressed the substantive issue by proposing a methodologically structured approach that provided useful limits to an otherwise unwieldy concept. Skinner's contribution coincided with a wider trend in Euro-American universities. As social science academic specializations solidified, methodologies came to define the boundaries of disciplines from the 1960s onwards. The behavioral turn in political science, the quantitative turn in economics. And in substantive terms, Skinner's intervention supported a vision of politics that reflected the focus on the state. From the late 19th century influence of Johann Caspar Brunelleschi in UK and Francis Lieber in the United States, a history for the idea of the state had been solidified that placed the state at the center of any future imagination of politics. Given the very specific ways in which the state emerged in contrast and conflict with religion, the relationship with the past is then much more fractured. That fracture seems amplified in the contextualist school. And as critics have noted, and I'm quoting, the contextualist school has been held to be not merely secular in its own assumptions, but programmatically secularizing in a way that has also been held to detract from historical understanding. So an implication of defining politics in a particular way has been a profound discomfort with tradition. I've argued in a paper published sometime back in the European Journal of Political Theory that tradition signifies two distinct ideas, a stage in history and a lineage. Dominant 18th and 19th century historicist readings of tradition associated it with religion, irrationality, and lack of change. The contextualist school's emphasis on the triumph of the state idea has had difficulty with separating the idea of tradition from a stage in history. So to conclude, more important than what went into the study of political thought then was what did not. For instance, until very recently, historians of political thought did not engage in a sustained manner with the role that slavery or colonial expansion or racial differences play in the thought of early modern and modern thinkers, when these formed important elements of the political context then and now. Social and political historians had engaged with these issues in a much more sustained way for several decades before historians of political thought and political theorists turned their attention to it. My purpose here has been to note the differently inflected role of context in assessing historical ideas, but also to think about the institutional arrangements within which we carry out this activity. Let me end by clarifying that my suggestion here is not for more politically engaged political theory, although I'm not averse to that, but to think about how our ideas about the political are shaped by our relationship to tradition and the exegetical norms that we work with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Humaira. So now I now like to introduce Professor Lejenko. Professor of Political Theory at the London School of Economics, for her presentation, the emergence of historicism in early modern China, an alternative vision of history of political.
Thank you, Leandro, and thank you to Joanne and Adrian for organizing this conference and for inviting me. I've been learning a lot over the last, well, day and a half. I think that what I'm going to be saying in my own talk is going to jive quite well with some of the points raised by Chumeta and Rochana. And I also, having read Tan Swahun's paper, she follows mine, I think that what I'm going to be offering is a bit of a deep dive into a particular and specific problem in exegetical commentarial traditions that hopefully will speak more broadly beyond the Chinese context in which I raise it. So I've changed my title a little bit. I'm calling this now An Alternative History of Political Thought, the Emergence of Historicism in the Ming Dynasty, but the idea is the same. There we go. Let me first start by what I call setting the stage. So I want to motivate what will ultimately be my turn to the examination of a Ming Dynasty polymath named Chen Di and his work on an ancient text, one of the 5 Confucian classics called the Book of Odes or the Shijing. Before I turn to this, I want to kind of explain a bit where I stand on Quentin Skinner's Meaning and Understanding and the Cambridge School more broadly. A wonderful paper by Chris Godot-Jones, published in Positions, Asia Critique. I don't know if many of you have seen it, but it's a brilliant paper. Argues that the Cambridge School actually offers an so far unrealized potential for what Godot-Jones says is, quote, creating new histories for political philosophy by searching back through time and space and selecting different texts to form a canon more suitable to the present, unquote. So basically, if I'm going to simplify his argument a bit, he's saying that if we just apply Cambridge School methodology more broadly, more globally, we'll end up with a much more globalized, deparochialized version of the history of political thought. But in my own work, I've questioned this. And the reason I question this is because I would like to know more about where it is we come to understand the present and the terms and categories and forms of knowledge we use to understand the present. These terms and categories are irreducibly linked to certain epistemological dominations that are linked to colonialism and European political thought. So I think that it's more important than that rather than we assume that the questions of the present or the dilemmas of the present are self-evident and obvious, that we actually consider how people in differently situated times and places have confronted questions and what their standards of knowledge and relevance actually are. And if this is the case, we then have to ask, how do we treat the past thought of quote unquote other societies as sources of relevant continuity with our present? How is it that we come to have a historical affiliation with bodies of thought that we may not recognize as our own, right? So apparently European political thought is somehow capable of producing generalizable theory. How is it then that we can produce historical associations with the past thought of other societies to do much the same thing? My own work, I work on late imperial China, but it's not necessarily, this claim is not necessarily limited to that context. I've argued that the solution to this problem is what I've called quite awkwardly a methods-based approach to cross-cultural engagement, meaning that we actually look at the exegetical methodologies and historiographies generated by and debated in other times and places. So to that end, I'm going to look here very quickly and briefly at an alternative method for the history of political thought that emerged starting in the late Ming Dynasty. I'm going to look in particular at what is widely considered to be a watershed text for the emergence of a certain kind of historicism. And by historicism, I simply mean the idea that the argument was put forward starting in the late Ming Dynasty that we need to understand classic texts on their own terms, not using the categories of the present, but rather contextualizing them. What that meant, of course, was open to debate, as a means of truly understanding what the ancient sages, who presumably wrote or edited or had some motive for forming these texts, had to tell us. So Chandi, in 1606, he published a book called Mao Shi Gu Yin Kao, with the riveting title, Investigation of the Ancient Pronunciations in the Mao Odes, which might not sound like it has anything to do with political theory. But it turns out that what he was trying to do was discover the rhyme schemes in their ancient pronunciations of the classic of poetry, or the Book of Odes, which is the Shijing. It's called lots of different things in English. I've included some of the translations there. It is one of the 5 Confucian classics, and I believe Sorhun, in her paper, at least she mentions it briefly, so she might be saying more about it. But one of the things that's interesting about this text, it's an ancient text. It compiles material dating from the 11th to 7th centuries BCE, the Western Zhou period, for those of you that know this. There is no single author for this text. It circulated orally for centuries and then was eventually collected. It ended up in the hands of elites at the Western Zhou court, but this is not where it began. There were multiple redactions of this text over time. It's called an accretion text. That is to say, there are layers of sedimentary components, bits and pieces, fragments that were eventually redacted. Chun works with the Mao edition of the Odes, which is the earliest edition that was available to him. It dates to the Han Dynasty, which is the 2nd century BCE. So he's looking at this text, which is a book of about 300 poems. Here I've given you just a sense of what he's looking at. I have the Chinese characters on the left. I have the transcription in modern Mandarin Chinese on the right, without the tones, and then I have an English translation for you. So if you look on the right, you'll quickly see that even if you don't read Hanyu Pinyin, which is the romanization system for modern Chinese, you'll quickly see that the rhymes don't match up. Now, for centuries and centuries, it was believed that this was a deliberate imposition on the part of the ancients, that the ancient people who had composed these texts had actually intended the rhymes to not quite match. And so when you would recite the Shijing, because you were often meant to recite it, it was poetry, it could also be sung, you would have to sort of change some of the pronunciations of the words, and this was just called Hesie, harmonizing rhymes. It was the sort of Zhu Xi, who is one of the founders of a school of Neo-Confucian thought, was one of the most famous advocates of this. He said, you just have to change your pronunciation so that it sounds nice when you sing or recite it. I also wanted to give you a little bit of a sense of the content of this text. It ranges, the topics of the songs range everything from, there's a lot of romantic expressions of romantic love, all the way to battle cries, to narrative poems, to descriptions of the harvest. It very much it reflects the historical circumstances of its time, and it's multivocal and diverse as it happens. It's now recognized that there are numerous different kinds of voices speaking here, many common people, uneducated people, women, workers, peasants. These are not simply the voices of an elite. This is one of the things that makes this text so interesting. And in fact, many people, including Chandi, found it fascinating precisely because it reflected a certain kind of historical period. But they were puzzled by the fact that these rhymes just never really matched up. So Chandi's big contribution was actually to allocate pronunciations to these characters by cross-referencing places in the book of poetry that looked like they were supposed to rhyme with other texts that also had rhyme schemes, or places where it looked like they were supposed to rhyme. And here we have one page of his very long list, his indices of these ancient rhymes. So each large character is then underneath. It says that this character, like ch, should be pronounced gu, right? So actually, many of the pronunciations didn't match up at all to how they were pronounced in the contemporary Chinese of his time, right? His big contribution here is to say, and this was a watershed moment in the development of a historicist perspective in Chinese political thought, was to say that the ancients were different from those of us in the present. Despite the fact that we get a lot out of these texts, it's nevertheless the case that ancient pronunciations are different from contemporary pronunciations. And he, in his author's preface to his investigation of the ancient pronunciations of the Mao Odes, he makes this claim, which is a little bit like, I think, Quentin Skinner's reminiscent of Chandi, rather than the other way around. Past and present have the same ideas. He says that it's sometimes said, so he's putting this forward as a hypothesis. Past and present have the same ideas. Past and present have the same sounds. We can use our ideas to trace back the ideas of the ancients. Their logic is not that far apart from ours. We can use our sounds to formulate the sounds of the ancients. Their rhyme is not that far apart. The danger here lies in privileging the present and negating the past, grasping the characters and muddling the pronunciations. He's basically saying it's absolutely incorrect to assume that the present and the past have anything to do with one another. And what we have to do in order to really correctly interpret the Mao Odes is to see them as the ancients would have seen them and to recite them as the ancients would have recited them. So that means we engage in phonological reconstruction. Now, Chandi's contribution here has long been interpreted as a forerunner of what was called in the 18th century Kaozheng, evidential scholarship, which is a very historicist, contextualized approach to classic texts that was concerned with sort of demonstrating the validity of certain transmitted classics and also sorting out where in the received textual tradition forgeries existed. And there were many, there have been many forgeries, and there were some debates about how to date these classic texts and to what point in time they should be dated. But Chandi is seen as a paragon of this kind of systematic text criticism, this evidence-based historicist textuality that emerged and flourished in the 18th century. And in fact, Hu Shi, writing in the 20th century, actually cites Chandi as a demonstration of homegrown scientific spirit. That is to say, he's committed to empirical, systematic, rigorous, logical research. But it actually turns out that Chandi, oddly enough, is not motivated by anything like what motivated 18th century historicist scholars in the Qing dynasty. He's actually an adherent of Wang Yangming learning. Wang Yangming was an advocate of a very, sometimes called liberal, very free-flowing form of interpretive, speculative, Neo-Confucian philosophy that basically said we don't need the text, we don't need to necessarily seek patterns in the external world to guide our normative thinking, that we have normative potential, we have a moral knowledge within us already, and that what we have to do is cultivate that moral knowledge in order to know what and how to do. And so part of Chen's purpose in reconstructing the phonology of these ancient texts was to draw attention to how a proper reading or recitation of these texts could invoke emotions evoked by the poems of the Odes. And these emotions help to regulate our morality, right? The Odes matters, this book of poetry matters because it offers a record of what might be considered a form of embodied virtue. It offers a particular instance of how virtue is supposed to look. And in reading it, we are overcome with emotions that then help us regulate our morality. Rhyme matters then because it enhances our aesthetic communion with and the capacity for moral training of this exemplary text. So oddly enough, although he's often called a historicist, a contextualist, this is only in the service of a bigger argument that has to do with a direct engagement with the text, enabling a transformation of the reader in the present. He says time has past and present, space has north and south, written characters have transformations and reversals, sounds have changes and shifts. This is inevitably how things go. He is not denying the differences, the absolute differences between past and present, but he offers a historicist reading of a past text that it reveals its inherently oral and aesthetic embodiments as a means of enhancing its moral exemplarity. This is actually, by the way, this is a pretty big argument because it would change some of the periodization of late imperial Chinese intellectual history. So if I can succeed in making this, I'd be pretty proud of myself. But what is revealed here for the meaning and understanding of the history of ideas? It does offer us an overlooked historical approach, and one that I think we should pay attention to for helping us connect.
So really, 1 minute
left
for
you.
Okay,
yep.
Thank you.
This is my last slide. We need methods for working with multiple editions of ancient accretion texts that the Chinese exegetical tradition probably can offer other traditions more broadly. Ideas of authorial intention and illocutionary force, as has already been mentioned by Humeda's and Rochana's presentations, are in some ways meaningless because there is no single author. Histories of thought and techniques of historicism are deployed in different ways for different purposes across time and space. And indeed, Chen's historicist reading, as I've tried to show, turns on the view that the Odes offer lessons that speak across time. So simply applying Cambridge School methods across the planet will not end the ethnocentrism of political theory. We actually have to develop and investigate different forms of engaging the past that have existed in past times and places, methods, debates, alternative historiographies, and purposes. Why do we engage the past? Why did Chandi engage the past? And what are the techniques and methodologies that he used to engage it? What is the epistemology behind this? This is the investigation that we must undertake. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. And now I'd like to introduce Professor Sol-Hun Tan, Professor of Philosophy at the Singapore Management University, for her presentation, Text and Traditions.
Thank you. Greetings from Singapore. I'm very grateful to the conference organizers, Adrian and Joanne, and the British Academy for making this event possible despite the disruptions. And I would also like to thank Sonia and Simon for their invaluable assistance. Yes. So my presentation will introduce some of the different ways in which scholars who work with ancient Chinese texts have dealt with the tension between context and autonomy of text associated with the mythologies Professor Skinner criticized in his article, Meaning and Understanding in the History of Ideas. My main thesis is that authorial intention is problematic for the canonical texts of the Confucian tradition because of their complicated composition. And more important, the role they play in the tradition raises questions about the importance of authorial intention in determining meanings. I hope to conclude with some remarks about what is at stake in the methodological debates. Now, in cross-cultural comparative philosophy, texts from different cultures, often from different historical periods as well, are compared for better understanding of the works, philosophical schools, or cultures being compared, or in order to solve philosophical problems. While comparative philosophers working with ancient Chinese texts are usually cognizant of some context in understanding texts, there is no consensus on which contexts are relevant or most important in determining meaning. Roger Ames, who is very influential in Chinese and comparative philosophy, maintains that cultural assumptions are inevitable, and the only way to avoid parochialism is to replace the potentially hegemonic Western cultural context of Anglophone philosophical discourses with the uncommon Chinese cultural assumptions when philosophizing in English with ancient Chinese texts. Together with David Hall, he proposed an interpretive context which generalizes Chinese culture, contrasting its distinctive ways of thinking with the dominant assumptions of Western philosophical thinking. Historian Michael Puett criticizes Hall and Ames's approach for, quote, taking particular texts out of context and reading them as assumptions of the entire cultures being compared, unquote. Puett argues that readers should let the text speak for itself by making, quote, no a priori assumptions regarding single statements made in single text and the significance of individual claims, unquote. However, he avoids any extreme assumption regarding the autonomy of the text by contextualizing the meaning of any statement in a text within the situation in which it was made for particular reasons, the cultural significance it would have had at the time, and the historical consequences of the ensuing debates. It is questionable whether any interpretation could be totally without presuppositions, which admittedly are too simplistic to encompass an entire culture. The best one could do is to be fully aware what one's presuppositions are and hold them tentatively, to be alert to the possibility that there could be presuppositions underlying one's interpretation of which one is unaware, and always to be willing to unearth and reconsider one's presuppositions in the light of new evidence. This is, however, easier said than done. It often takes an outsider to point out what a discipline takes for granted and its resulting blind spots. Speaking as a historian, Michael Nyland points out that philosophers routinely fail to understand ancient Chinese texts because they ignore the conditions under which these texts are created and transmitted. She argues that philosophers routinely misunderstand early Chinese texts because they are oblivious to the particularities of manuscript culture in contrast to print culture, the historical background of linguistic expressions, the role of debate in China, and the class and status identities of participants. Now, while comparative philosophers may acknowledge the importance of context for understanding texts of different cultures and time periods, most of them assume that philosophical meanings and values of texts are generalizable and applicable beyond their specific historical context. For example, Li Minghui maintains that the philosophical approach to text is distinguished by the emphasis on decontextualization, in contrast to the emphasis on contextualization in intellectual historians' approach to Confucian texts. He acknowledges that both contextualization and decontextualization are necessary for an adequate understanding of text in philosophical discourses, but criticizes total rejection of decontextualization in understanding Confucian texts for failing to grasp its relevance to universal questions. And I think by universal questions, he is talking about perennial philosophical problems. One way of tackling the tension between contextualization and decontextualization in comparative philosophy is to see them as belonging to different stages of working on a text. Kwong Shun's reflections on how the study of Chinese thought can contribute to contemporary Anglo-American philosophical inquiry identify three stages of the process: textual analysis, articulation, and philosophical construction. Contextualization governs the first stage, which aims to approximate the ideas and perspectives of the authors. Intentions of authors, where discernible, would carry considerable weight at this stage. In the second stage of articulation, the ideas of past thinkers as recorded in the Chinese text have to be articulated so that contemporary readers could make sense of the ideas by relating to their own experiences to those of the early thinkers, noting both similarities and differences between the thinker's context and their own. In philosophical construction, the ideas are elaborated in a more systematic way that is intelligible and relevant to contemporary philosophical discourses. Now, the errors of the mythology of coherence appear magnified for ancient Chinese texts, which are not the works of single authors, and furthermore might have been put together by various individuals over a period that can span centuries. The linguistic context may not be much help for determining authorial intention. Not only are authors unidentifiable, there are a multitude of different and possibly contradictory voices, and textual formations spanning different time periods of which there is little knowledge render the challenge of discerning authorial intentions practically insurmountable. Such difficulties notwithstanding, composite texts of unknown authorship have been taken to convey coherent sets of meanings and doctrines which define Chinese traditions. The coherence of a tradition's canonical text is not theoretical or to be found in the text alone, but because Chinese traditional texts are not depositories of abstract ideas or theories. Such texts have been the vehicles of traditions which comprise of practices based on the teachings of its canonical text. The purpose of such texts is to teach and perpetuate the practices that constitute a way of life. Understanding is not merely cognitive, but practical as well. Coherence of textual content is to be measured by whether they could be embodied in practices which cohere into a meaningful way of life. The mythology of coherence then becomes not so much the misattribution of a closed system of thought to an author who did not intend to present any such system, as the overlooking of the contested nature of aspects of the tradition, its practices and norms, and consequently overlooking contests in meanings of canonical texts, which carry the potential for change, even as they ensure continuity. Now, in the Confucian tradition, the meaning of its canonical texts, such as the odes, which Li Zhanko was talking about just now, also known as the Book of Poetry or the Book of Songs, is not the meanings intended by the unknown authors of the individual odes. Confucius was supposed to have selected and edited the 300 odes that were transmitted as a collection. Its meaning is the message he intended his students and subsequent generations of followers to receive when using the text as teaching material. Now, I've put up on the slide a discussion of the odes between Confucius and his students Zixia from the Analects, where we see Confucius praising Zixia for the interpretation of an ode, which seems to us to commit the error of conflating meaning with the significance of a text, has for the reader under the mythology of prolepsis. However, I would like to argue that insisting on the distinction between meaning and significance misunderstands what Confucius and his followers were doing when teaching and learning from the classics. For them, understanding the classics is not about grasping the meaning intended by the authors. If these texts were the means for those authors to communicate their intentions, they could not be understood with any degree of accuracy, given the lack of knowledge about those authors and their context. There is no evidence that the ethical messages Confucius derived from the classics are the meanings that unknown authors intended him to grasp. If Confucius did indeed assume the meaning to reflect authorial intent, the assumption will probably turn out to be false. However, the assumption is unnecessary to his teaching his students to live a certain way of life, which remains desirable, whether or not it was intentionally defended or lived by the unknown authors. Now, rather than what the unknown authors intended, the meanings of classics in the Confucian tradition are what participants in the tradition had transmitted. And these participants include those who created the canon with earlier material they did not author, and multiple generations who have read and taught the text. Each generation receives what it believes to be the teachings of previous generations, but this had to be adapted in practice. What is subsequently transmitted to future generations would not be the exact replica of what was received, but a transformed set of meanings modified by transmitters' own experience. Not all transmitters would agree, as experiences would vary, resulting in varied transmissions, some of which might be outright contradictory. Canonical texts in the Confucian tradition are not vehicles for the intended messages of their original authors. They are the means by which the tradition perpetuates its beliefs and practices, and their meanings are continuously transformed and multiplied by the varied experiences of their transmitters. Now, I will illustrate what is at stake in the methodological debates with the example of philosophical reconstructions of Confucian political philosophy, which involve using external concepts and theories in addressing contemporary problems with ideas from Confucian texts. A particularly lively debate in this area is the debate over whether or not Confucian democracy is possible, or whether what we should have is some kind of Confucian perfectionism or Confucian meritocracy, for example. So these are all contemporary examples of scholars who are using Confucian ideas to intervene in contemporary debates in political theory. Now, if philosophical reconstructions, such as Confucian perfectionism or Confucian democracy, are similar to what Kongloi Shun calls philosophical reconstruction, which are separate from textual analysis, as significance is separate from the meaning of text, then philosophical reconstructions cannot claim to be the meanings of the Confucian text, which is accessible only by understanding the author, quote, in his own terms and within his own context, unquote. This raises questions about Confucian status of philosophical reconstructions, especially when they involve using external concepts and theories. There is a different way of understanding philosophical reconstructions. If the role of Confucian canonical texts in the tradition is such that their meanings are continuously transformed, then philosophical reconstructions can constitute the meaning of the text for present and future generations, even though they go beyond what authors and previous transmitters intended to communicate. Whether or not a philosophical reconstruction will constitute the meanings of the text depends on its reception and subsequent transmission in the tradition. In that case, philosophical reconstructions of Confucian democracy or Confucian meritocracy, for example, which was not part of what Confucius taught his students, could nevertheless be part of modern Confucianism if they are transmitted and become a Confucian way of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we now have time for Q&A questions. I would like to start with a comment or a question to the panel as a whole, and it's the following. I mean, it's possible to distinguish methodological challenges from epistemological ones when we are dealing with try to apply a methodology or a way to study political thought, originally designed for Western political thought to other historical realities. How can you see this point, if possible, to make, to draw a clear line between epistemological and methodological challenges? I don't know who wants to start. And after that, after this, we
can start in the order that we read up.
That's fine.
It's fine.
Thank you. Thanks very much, and thanks to also my co-panelists. I learned a lot from listening to them. I think that answer, it's a really good question. I think the answer, though, depends on the context of inquiry, right? So within some traditions and some contexts of inquiry, I would argue that it's possible and even fruitful to distinguish methodological and epistemological issues, but in others, as we've heard from our other panelists, that it's not, and that it offers, in fact, not separating the two, offers new resources for reading and for understanding meaning that we wouldn't have had. So I would stand away from a sort of general stipulation, but I would say that it is possible. It's the distinction one makes between knowing a language and a culture almost. So yes, linguistic knowledge and cultural knowledge in a sense. And I think it's helpful to see that it's possible to do it, but it's not always productive to do it. And I think it really depends on your context of what one is reading. Okay, over to Lee and Humaira.
Yeah, thank you very much. That is a very interesting question to think about, because I think that so I guess the overall answer will be somewhat similar to Rochana, in the sense that yes, I think that the two are quite closely linked to my mind. And in some instances, it is not possible to separate the two. And in fact, there is a real danger that when we do separate the two, that we will come up with a very truncated version of one or the other. But at the same time, almost all traditions of knowledge, of thinking, actually constantly incorporate, if they are to stay live traditions, if they are to stay living traditions, they incorporate ideas, methodologies from other contexts and other traditions as well. So for instance, I mean, I think that one of the arguments that I have made, I think Lee is making, is that we can learn in terms of exegetical practices and methods, we can learn in the European tradition from those other traditions. But at the same time, that does mean that some of our epistemological certainties will also need to be shaken up a bit. So there can be this movement across, but it does mean that we can't assume that only one part will move and the other will not. That I think that link is much more, is quite significant. So,
yeah, I agree with all that's been said. I actually think it's quite interesting. Yesterday, a lot of the discussion sort of surrounded Quentin Skinner's production of this text, Meaning and Understanding. And we talked a bit about the historical context for that text, for Meaning and Understanding. And it turned out that, well, if you're looking at a very specific kind of tradition, then it makes sense and it seems more self-evident to pursue investigation of that tradition in certain ways rather than others. But the problem is that not all knowledge is transmitted the same way, and not all knowledge is formulated the same way, and it's not all for the same purpose. And that requires different kinds of methodologies. And these methodologies might have evolved in different ways across time and space, right? So in her presentation yesterday, Carol Atack quoted Josiah Ober as saying, well, pragmatic speech act theory kind of characterizes Athenian politics. So it makes sense that you can use a pragmatic speech act theory to analyze Athenian politics. It makes sense to talk about individual utterances and their illocutionary force in certain kinds of contexts. But as I think all of the papers on on this panel have shown, it doesn't make sense in a lot more contexts, particularly when you don't have a single author of a single text, or you're talking about debates, or you're talking about controversies that have emerged and interpretations that have been debated over long periods of time. So yes, it's theoretically possible to separate methodology from epistemology, but the fact of the matter is, I don't know that we can divorce Cambridge School methodology, Skinnerian methodology, from a specific kind of, I'm going to say, Eurocentric epistemology. I don't think those can be divorced. That's why I don't think we can just do Cambridge School stuff better and more globally and then have a more deparochialized global discipline. I think that won't work.
Thanks.
I guess the question here is really the connection between the two rather than whether or not they can be distinguished, because I think between the methods here, we're talking about methods of interpretation, and epistemology, the knowledge, the connection is meaning, right? So we're talking about what's the best methods to grasp the meaning of a text. And we believe that the meaning of a text will lead us to some kind of knowledge. Okay, quite often it's about knowledge of the world, for example. And this is where, working in the Chinese tradition, I have a bit of a problem, because many texts in Western tradition, if they connect the meaning to the truth is quite often what we might call propositional truth, right? It's some kind of proposition about the external world out there, or about ourselves, right? Treated as an object, right? So this subject-object kind of inquiry is not really what's going on in the Chinese tradition. So because the Chinese understanding of what it is to, for want of a better word, to know, right? For them is always about to know how to live, to know how to act, right? It always comes back to how to act much more than just what to believe. It's not what to believe, but it's what should you do in any kind of situation. So if the object of inquiry that in the West is quite often taken to be knowledge of a certain kind, if the object of inquiry is different, then wouldn't the connection with meaning and the connection with the method to grasp the meaning also be very different in those traditions?
Because I want to add one point before we go to other questions that we are getting from the audience. That is because I listen in all your presentations like two levels of challenges. The first one is these links between epistemological and methodological problems or aspects we have to decide before our research, and the other one is related with disciplinary borders. How the political theory can be, can be enriched by political history or history of political thought and so on, because in that level there is another kind of methodological problems or challenges. That is, first of all, the relationship between time and theory, history and philosophy, etc. So if you want to add some specific point on this question, it will be a pleasure.
It's not clear to me that everyone separates history from philosophy. Chendi didn't. That was the whole point. I think this goes along with what Sorhun was saying. Yeah, some people might find that important and meaningful. At other times and contexts, it won't be important or meaningful.
Okay.
Because these disciplinary boundaries definitely did not exist in the periods that Lee and I work in the Chinese tradition, right? I mean, philosophy, history, literature, they all are seen as coming together. They are not separated. It's in retrospect, we talk about them in different terms. But in those texts, there's no such disciplinary boundaries in the first place. But I do, perhaps, I'm not sure if I quite get what the question is really about. But one thing that I thought perhaps need a bit of clarification is the concern about whether or not we can know the authorial intention, for example, because it's so far back in time, and also whether or not the method of fixing the meaning as the illocutionary force of the text is the correct method. Now, these are two separate kind of challenge, right? So one might say that, well, the fact that you cannot know what the authorial intention are simply means that you don't have a regular text. So you can't even talk about getting the meaning of the text. These are basically meaningless texts, right? So that's one response. But I would say that actually the more important is that the text, the fact that they belong to a certain tradition and has been read and reread and used in different ways means that they are already meaningful. There's no possibility of challenging their meaningfulness. So then it becomes a matter of deciding what is the meaning. That meaning might mean different things to different people and in different tradition. So in certain tradition, the meaning of the text that is not authorial intention. It's not only because we cannot know what the authorial intention are. It's also because that is not what the method is about. Right? Even though sometimes when we look at what Confucius is doing or the later Confucian thinkers, sometimes they even talk as if they are trying to get an authorial intention. But then if you really look at what they're actually doing, and you ask yourself, could they really be grasping the authorial intention? It couldn't be, right? That's not what they were actually doing. So again, the epistemological problem and the methodological challenge are separate, but they are connected. You cannot have a method that is that requires you to have knowledge that you can't possibly have.
Yeah, thank you. And I like Rochana, I wasn't entirely clear about the question you're asking, but the two elements of it that I think are interesting to think about. First of all, of course, as others have already said, the disciplinary boundaries that we work with today are deeply problematic, but also the categories within those boundaries. So for instance, one of the things that I try to articulate is the way that we define the political then can have, very clear implications for what we study and how we study it. And that's a kind of a relationship that goes back and forth in terms of our definition influencing what we study influencing our definition, and the normative and the ethical dimension that are central within the Islamic tradition when we think about the political. Is actually really hard to capture when, again, what kind of texts would we look at, what kind of authors, what kind of debates would we look at if we want to keep that ethical dimension in place. Those texts then become not entirely texts that would easily fall within a kind of contextualist or great text kind of canon like writing. So I think that this disciplinary boundary and the definition of different categories that we work with is central, but also the other thing is that relationship with time. So what exactly is history for, or what exactly is the past for? What is that relationship with that past? And to my mind, one of the important distinctions is that the past is very much a very reliable source for inspiration within the Islamic tradition. So that relationship with the past, excuse me, is very different. And this is a longer conversation about why it's different and how that past can be imagined. Excuse me. But I think you were asking partly if there is a different imagination of history, and I would say yes, very much so.
Thank you. Yes, Rochana.
Thank you. Yeah, it's, I think, quite helpful, and I may have not understood it correctly, but it's quite helpful to distinguish the two levels as you have done. And I think we have interesting and sometimes different answers to this question, which are in sort of productive conversation, including in our panel. So, for example, what is it to say, for instance, the difference between, say, history and philosophy? I think all of us have challenged that in some way, and I think we are saying that that's done productively in Skinner's work as well, to some extent. So if I'm saying interpretive social science approaches, they are historical in some way, but then they involve philosophical reconstruction of concepts. So to some extent, what we do and what comparative political thought offers us is a site for doing integrative work, for doing interstitial work across across disciplines. The second question which you asked, I think, is also really important, which is about how do we see ourselves as enriching Western political theory or deparochializing theory? What does that involve? And that again, as our conversations show, as Lee's work, Humaira's work, Surun's work shows, that there can be different answers to this, right? In terms of how we end up. So one approach is to show, say, the different strategies to reading and to interpretation that are there as part of Islamic tradition, as Humaira shows, as part of Chinese traditions, as we've heard from Lee's work, for example. But another way in which we show the contribution, for instance, that can be made by ideas in non-Western contexts is to say, well, are they showing aspects of similarity, if you like, to what we encounter in Western contexts? And if so, that itself requires a lot of creativity. To arrive at similarity in a very different context is not an exercise without innovation and creativity. And it's to illuminate that some of us try to contribute. So for example, what are the ideas of secularism or liberalism in contexts that are non-Western? We've had lots of scholars who've contributed to this. I have, many others have as well, conceptions of democracy elsewhere. And that is to say that we cannot understand the meanings and the accounts of secularism or democracy we have solely relying on Western experience, that we need to look at how the needs of contexts far apart from those that have formed the context of political theory have generated reflections on secularism or democracy. I mean, why was it thought to be a useful way to address problems of diversity or problems of participation in other places? And those different histories and different itineraries need to be written in as well into our understanding of so-called Western concepts, whether liberal or otherwise.
Thank you. I know that we have in this direction an interesting question from the Professor Melissa Lane to the entire panel. And the question is, to what extent can historians of political ideas focus not just on texts, including the collectively generated text with each of the speakers in different ways addressed, but also on ideas that are implicit in social practices that may be evidenced by, but not exhaustively set out in written records? So.
I'm sorry, you cut out for me a bit there, Leandro. I don't know for the others.
Could you repeat that,
Would you
please?
mind repeating
Yes, of
the
course.
question?
The question is, to what extent can historians of political ideas focus on, not just on text, including the collectively generated text which each of you in different ways address, but also on ideas that are implicit in social practices that may be evidenced by, but not exhaustively set out in written records?
Yeah, I mean, I think Lee, do you want to go? I mean, your work's also done a lot to, enable us to think about how oral traditions and non-written sources, inscriptions, etc., can be used as sources. But very quickly, so in my research, the way I try to address that is through ethnographic approaches. And I think Humaira's work has done that and shown us that as well. And through whether it's in the form of interviews or other forms of ethnographic immersion in contexts, we also glean, if you like, conceptual knowledge about, as Liza Medin's case is, of course, about Kachus in Yemen, etc., as one example. So yes, I mean, these would not be written text, at least given in advance, although through interview transcripts and other scholars sort of reconstruct them as written sources, which is a whole other issue. But over to Lee and Humaira, yeah, on that.
Thank you, Rochana. So yes, I mean, this is a very interesting question, and it depends, of course, what period of history we are trying to, what period of history we're trying to kind of engage with. But certainly in the case of more contemporary modern history, there are, I think, more options, more methodological options than for probably much earlier on, because we do have ethnography, we do have, and Rochana mentioned this, Rochana and I both carried out ethnographic work as well. We've both also engaged with oral histories, as is Lee. Surhan, one of the, the three of us have known each other for a long time, and we co-convened the London Comparative Political Theory workshop. So we know a lot more about each other's work. So I'm sorry that, it might seem like we were referring more to each other's work, but that's the reason why. So I think that in the more kind of modern context, we do have much more available to us. In the Islamic tradition, pre-modern ideas are often then also accessed through literature. So as I mentioned, the ulama are also trained in, and the best of them, not all, but the best amongst them have tended to be also trained in the literature of, say, pre-Islamic Arabia, or other times, poetry, and to try and think about what words meant in poems, to try and think about how they might have been recorded or used by jurists in their interpretations, or philosophers in their musings, etc. So going across the record of written material, as well as in recent works, actually somebody's done some really recent interesting work on the idea of sovereignty by looking at coins, by looking at any kind of artifacts that are produced, to try and think about what were the norms around around kingship, what were the norms around the normative ideas around how to behave in a just polity, through looking at those artifacts. So I think this is a very exciting time in terms of the methodological options that people seem to be engaging with and be looking to explore.
I have a brief response to that, which has to do with how Chandi, the topic of my talk today, was looking at the ancient past, because you can't do, it's very difficult to do ethnography or interviews with people who lived, like 12,000 years ago. But one of the interesting things that Chandi was doing with this text, which didn't really come out in my talk, but it is key to his watershed intervention, is to say, in response to Neo-Confucian interpreters of this text, who typically saw the very specific kinds of situations that are narrated in this text as emblematic moments or paradigmatic moments that are meant to teach you something. So there's a bunch of stuff in the odes about erotic love and romantic love. And many commentators before Chandi would sort of say, well, the odes that were actually these romantic circumstances are not actually about romance. It's actually about a ruler and a minister getting along, and the minister being deferential to the ruler. So they would have these very convoluted interpretations meant to prove some kind of universal moralistic point. And one of the things that Chandi does is to say, actually, these odes have to be understood as circulating in an oral, non-elite context from lots of different places across the Central Plain. So some of them were not explicitly Han. They were not Chinese in the sense that his contemporaries understood themselves to be. So he's saying it's an inherently diverse collection of experiences that end up in the textual record. Now, it's a text because there is nothing available to him archaeologically that would be that would give him any other indication of how things are meant to be. But the reason he's interested in this is because in the late Ming Dynasty, when he was writing, there was partly because of the influence of Wang Yongming, this interest in how virtue was actually supposed to be responsive to context. It was inexhaustibly particular rather than something that was universalizing or moralizing in a simple kind of monistic way. And by recovering these everyday experiences and situations that are narrated in the text, Chandi does some very interesting text critical work, but he's also trying to showcase a different understanding of virtue and how it appears, the particularity of it appears in the textual record. So I think that this is a different way of approaching the question for ancient material, but I think it's still relevant.
Thank you. Thank you all. We have 4 minutes left. We have now a question for Rochana about the links between the socio-political context and the linguistic context. The question is how socio-political context as well as positionality shape the language rather than the language, Professor Skinner critically noted yesterday, shaping the debate and direction of political realities.
Sorry, connection. Repeat this part. So, how could, it's about language and social context, but then I missed some bits. Could you say that again? Sorry, it's giving me some unstable internet connection.
Sorry, yes. The question is about the links between socio-political context and linguistic context, and it's about how socio-political context as well as positionality shape the language rather than the language, as Professor Skinner previously noted yesterday, shaping the debate and direction of political reality.
Yeah, no, I think it's mutual, right? It's something which is, well, both occur simultaneously, of course, all the time. And for me, or the way in which sort of I've tried to explore it in my work is to say, what can this kind of close textual reading of language itself tell us about the context? But that is not to say that the language or the text that I'm studying is autonomous of the context in any way. It's obviously being shaped by it, but it's if you like, an epistemological approach, which says, which Marxist literary theory and others use, which is to say, let us look at the architecture of concepts in this literary text, and let us see what, and to treat it as it were, political debates, political rhetoric, or whatever, as these texts, and then to say, what does that then tell us about the context that we wouldn't otherwise know, what's sort of not written into the concept and into the context. And part of what is not written in is the conceptual lives, if you like, even, you know, at the risk of ideas doing battle at their own behalf, so to sort of against some of the sort of methodological precepts that we've read about. I think it's worth restoring those as parts of the context as well, because that's also, so it's about how I think obviously both language and context are mutually constitutive, and but it's how one reads and where, yeah, one finds.
Well, thank you. I would like to thank Rochana, Humeira, Lig, and Sorhun, especially considering the time difference, for their excellent contribution to this opening session of day 2. We now have an hour lunch break. You are now welcome to leave the Zoom webinar and join the virtual networking Zoom Teams, the details of which I received earlier and are also available to you via the chat function. And you can also leave the Zoom webinar and rejoin after the lunch break, or you remain on the call. We'll see you back here at 14:45. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
afternoon, and welcome to session 5 on rhetoric and ideological analysis. In this session, we're going to talk about how Quentin Skinner's historical analysis of rhetoric and ideology might connect with an array of current issues, including the analysis of political speech and action, ecological politics and how we understand nature, and methodologies in the social sciences. Now, during the session, I'll introduce the 3 speakers in turn to our virtual stage, and they'll each have 15 minutes to deliver a presentation before we open to 20 minutes of audience questions. Now, the Q&A will take place after all the speakers have given their presentations. At the bottom of your screen, and include the name of the speaker your question is for. It now gives me great pleasure to welcome Professor Alan Finlayson, Professor of Political and Social Theory at the University of East Anglia. But before his presentation, Alan will deliver a tribute to Dr. Judy Atkins, Senior Lecturer in Politics at Aston University, who very sadly passed away in April. Alan.
Thank you, Erica. Yes, had this panel taken place last year, as originally planned and hoped for, we would have been joined on this panel by Judy Atkins from Aston University. But as Erica said, unexpectedly, shockingly and very sadly, Judy died at the end of April this year at the age of just 47. Judy was a friend and a colleague of myself and Sophia, who is also on this panel, and a very important part of our small but active community of rhetoricians in British political studies. Judy and I compiled and maintained a web-based resource of British political speeches, and we co-authored a number of papers on the history and theory of British political rhetoric, and it was always a pleasure to work with her. She was also a founding member and a long-serving secretary of the Rhetoric, Discourse and Politics Specialist Group of the Political Studies Association, a regular participant in our panels and our meetings and our conferences. Judy was, in the words of our Goldsmiths colleague James Martin, from his obituary for the PSA, consistently kind and supportive. She was never one to dominate a conference panel or parade her professional discomforts. She was always someone you wanted around and you enjoyed being with, and being with on panels such as this. Judy's research helped us to understand better the place of speech, argument and rhetoric in contemporary UK politics. She wrote about the forms and uses of moral argument employed in the justification of New Labour policy, the rhetorical legitimation strategies of the coalition government of 2010 to 15, and about the rhetorics of Brexit. Most recently, she was developing an important and very interesting line of work on the place of epideictic, ceremonial and ritual rhetorics in British politics and political culture, refreshing our understanding of that genre. At the time of her death, she was working on a project funded by the Leave Hume Trust on rhetorics of Britishness in the Queen's Christmas message, showing how historical and theoretical analysis of this overlooked and seemingly marginal, but actually deeply embedded and popular rhetorical ritual could shed light on the root metaphors and rhetorical organisation of political and state identities. And she was just beginning comparative work with colleagues in Scandinavia, Belgium and elsewhere into the forms and functions of monarchical rhetoric and speech. That is, I think, what she would have talked about today if she were here. So sadly, the community of rhetoric scholars has lost that research. Sophia and I have lost a colleague, collaborator and friend, and her family have lost a daughter, a sister and a mother at far too early an age. Speaking for myself, but also on behalf of colleagues in rhetorical studies in this country, we're very proud to have known Judy and grateful to the conference organisers for giving us this opportunity to mark that fact publicly, and I hope through a form of epideictic rhetoric of which Judy might have approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan, that lovely tribute. We'll now move on to your presentation, Political Theory in the
So thank you to Joanne and Adrian for organising this conference and for including a rhetoric panel as part of it. Quentin's been a friend and supporter of political rhetoric research in the UK and Europe, and we're really grateful for that and grateful for the opportunity to speak about our work in relation to him. But I want to start my remarks now with a sort of a confession, something I want to get off my chest. When I was an undergraduate studying social and political sciences at Cambridge a long time ago, my director of studies advised me very strongly to sit the papers on the history of political thought. He said that they would be good for me, and I refused. I thought that I had no time for antiquarian pursuits focused on individual great men. There was a class war on, and I wanted to study ideology, hegemony, deconstruction, and so forth. So this was obviously a huge mistake, one I regretted many times since. But it had an advantage in that when I did, not that much later, read works such as Meaning and Understanding, I did so in a context which presented them to me not so much as contributions to the methodology of historical research, but as contributions to the theory and analysis of language, ideology, and political contestation. For me, it was a contribution that belonged alongside, say, on the one hand, critical linguistics, the work of someone like Norman Fairclough, but also on the other hand, those working at the confluence of Marxism and post-structuralism, such as Ernesto Laclau. And in that context, Skinner's most important contribution is not only showing the direct influence of the rhetorical tradition on the practices of politics and political theorists, but also showing how that tradition can help us understand and analyse political theoretical activity. That's in particular because he goes beyond the simplistic opposition of rhetorical with rational discourse, which sometimes hinders critical linguistics research, in my view, but also avoids the reduction of rhetoric to the figures and tropes, which is a mistake I think that Ernesto Laclau makes. Skinner appreciates that rhetoric is a practice centered on the invention, discovery, and arrangement of varied forms of argument, drawn out of complex contexts in which multiple perspectives clash and contradict, and he sees that this is a fundamental and necessary part of political action. So for me, his historical philosophical investigations are a way of thinking about words, ideas, and arguments in politics in general, one which can and does inform and be complemented by contemporary rhetorical theory and analysis. There's a link here to some of what Rochana was saying this morning. So in my very brief time, I just want to say something about meaning understanding, which I think contains in emergent form some fundamental elements of a rhetorical conception of politics. I want to talk very briefly about how a contextualist rhetorical approach might be applied not only to works of high theory of the past, but also to what I call political theory in the wild, and then say something about the value of this very briefly for thinking about politics as such. Just as a note, I want to acknowledge my debt in what I say to the work of Kari Palonen, who's done more, I think, than anyone to situate Skinner within the continental tradition of which he's an important part, although my take is not necessarily one that Kari would endorse. So to turn to the text, first of all, towards the end of Meaning and Understanding, Skinner considers the value of attending to jokes, allusions, and oblique references in texts. And with that in mind, we might note that on page 13 of the essay, he calls Leo Strauss's approach to the history of political thought demonological, and he makes fun of how Hobbes, or sometimes Machiavelli, is made to stand condemned for man's first disobedience. Now, I want to take the humorous allusion to Milton completely seriously. I think it's pivotal for the text. The essay's central achievement is to begin to demythologize political ideas, bringing them down from an imagined heaven to a real earth, putting into our hands the fruit of the tree of political knowledge so that we might be liberated, do our own thinking for ourselves. Now, one of the things we're freed from is mythologies in which past writers are, to quote, praised or blamed according to how far they may seem to have aspired to the condition of being ourselves. Now, I quote that line in particular because the reference to praise or blame catches the ear of any rhetoric scholar, because it's the definition of epideictic, rhetoric which, situated in the present moment, perhaps a ceremonial or ritual occasion, seeks to affirm what it wants or hopes to be the established moral values of a community. Now, epideictic is not, according to the classical definition, political rhetoric, which is concerned with assessing the future effects of present decisions. But of course, epideictic has many political uses, not least strengthening bulwarks against innovation in our moral and political understanding. Part of what Meaning and Understanding makes clear, politely, sometimes obliquely, but always clearly, is that, for instance, purveyors of the myth of prolepsis, Popper in his reading of Plato, Cassirer in his reading of Machiavelli, or Talman's reading of Rousseau, are engaging in a political form of epideictic, using their rhetoric to affirm present-day moral commonplaces in ways which may have their own present and future historical and political effects. Thus, the history of political thought is brought down to earth. Critical readings of canonical texts are also rhetorical redistributions employed in current political disputes. Now, this secularizing reduction is potentially also ennobling, the identification of a potential form of political virtue. As Kari Palonen argues, Skinner's finding is not only that political life sets the problems for political theory, but also that political theorizing is a dimension of political life. So it seems to me that it follows that political analysis must attend to the vernacular forms of political thought and argument at work in everyday politics, to political theory in the wild, to the ways in which political actors of all kinds, politicians, writers, demonstrators, make use of concepts, including concepts from the canon of political theory, to how they rhetorically, creatively redeploy and recreate those concepts, and the place that has in the history of political thought of which it is a part. Now, that may include findings of a certain fall from grace for refined ideas, but that's not necessarily so. It's quite possible to appreciate, sometimes admire, political actors and political theorists of all kinds, working on the fly, applying, improvising and devising political ideas as they go. To make sense of what they're doing, we have to give back to ideas, texts and speeches and other kinds of creative expression their rightful place at the centre of politics, where they take the form of rhetorical argumentative action, something done, to quote Meaning and Understanding, by a particular agent on a particular occasion with a particular intention to make a particular statement, and not intelligible other than in terms of the force of the action in the context, or what rhetoricians would call the rhetorical situation of which it is a part. Now, all that is, of course, to recognise and insist on the causal force of ideas in politics, which some of our colleagues even still want to deny. But it's also really to say nothing more than that political actors, if they are any good, and sadly often they are not, are always trying to identify and use the available means of persuasion in particular situations. And that's not a bad thing. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Political science, political theory might therefore take as an object of study just such practices of invention, the discovery of arguments, the use of commonplaces, rhetorical appeals, and their performance in public political contexts. But analysis of those is not confined to their rhetorical strategies. If we are to have insight into actors' intentions and their expectations as to the effects of their speech actions, then we need to know about and understand the ideas and concepts they're using, their history and sources in the writings of political theorists, and in the versions of them disseminated by think tanks, journalists, party intellectuals, and so forth. This is also a kind of historical inquiry, in that rhetorical action has effects not only on the situation in which it's a part, but on subsequent rhetorical and conceptual history. One rhetorical act might inform subsequent acts, which it makes possible or easier to carry off felicitously. For instance, a politician thinker such as Enoch Powell was a political failure, but a rhetorical success, helping to establish a vocabulary and argumentational inventory that others could subsequently use with tremendous success. And that has in turn influenced how some philosophers and historians theorize nationhood, race, colonialism in ways that are very alive today. It's also influenced those developing counter-arguments. And the more aware they are of that context, perhaps the better their counter-arguments can be. The point is that if political theory is to understand politics and itself, the kind of activity it is, its history and development, its place in politics, then it needs to understand what happens to it when it's free from the seminar room and the hardbacks of OUP monographs and finds itself loose in the world. And rather than seek to purify or protect those political ideas, we should demythologize them, theorize how they are adapted and altered through use, and how that feeds back into the problems political life sets for political theory and into the way it thinks about them. Time prevents me giving a detailed demonstration or discussion of an example. So very briefly, a finding from my present research. I have for the last 3 years been studying various forms of reactionary politics, particularly as expressed as very particular kinds of speech action online on the internet. I'm interested in how the medium of digital platforms like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and so forth, how that medium is used by innovating ideologists, drawing on a long and international canon of political theory and analysis, how it inflects and alters the ways in which this kind of politics and political thinking is done. Now, in that world of online reactionary politics, two terms stand out: social justice warrior and cultural Marxist. Each is a term of abuse. It originates in what is sometimes called the bottom of the internet, but each has risen to be near the mainstream of political discourse in the UK. The label social justice warrior caricatures advocates of social equality as irrational, overeducated, usually women, aggressively asserting claims they do not understand and cannot justify. The label cultural Marxist caricatures a self-interested, usually male academic, manipulating the social justice warriors while pursuing a repressive, self-interested political project. These terms are incredibly rhetorically successful online. They have become key parts of a vocabulary which shapes some people's political self-description and understanding of the political worlds they inhabit. In the UK, government ministers have spoken out against cultural Marxism. They've called footballers cultural Marxists, and they've criticised what they think are related phenomena such as critical race theory and anything by Foucault. Now, these terms have come out of a context, a particular history of conservative thought in the UK and the US, a critique of the state found in Hayek, in which the pursuit of social justice is found to be always illegitimate and a sure route to tyranny, and also a history of tactical misreadings of post-war Western Marxist philosophy. Those ideas have been fused with the everyday rhetorical resonances of terms like warrior, that as in the colloquial phrase keyboard warrior is mocking and dismissive, and with the place of the term Marxist in part of the doxa informed by Cold War anti-communism. And these terms have become key parts of a wider rhetorical assemblage which seeks to create suspicion about the motives and capacity of anyone who argues that the state has a role in creating or preserving equality. They are then terms of appraisal, redescribing certain ways of thinking often associated with equality, reason and liberty, reversing their location in our mental and moral landscape so that they seem elitist, irrational and authoritarian. They are then instances of what I've learned from Quentin Skinner to call paradiastole, redescriptions deployed in ideological battle, ones which can be understood historically, but also synchronically, as part of a movement of interacting and complementary speech actions in a war of position taking place on the battleground of vocabulary. Political theory is not above that fight, and it shouldn't try to be. We may not want to agree that, as someone once said, philosophy is the class struggle at the level of theory. It's more than that, but political theory does provide the terms and tools for real political conflicts and real political struggles. And if it doesn't know that, then political theory doesn't know what it is. So just to conclude rather quickly, Skinner's thinking helps, certainly me, and it helps us generally, I think, to see politics in action, to see the moves of participants in a game far more elaborate than one of rational choices alone. And his work lays the basis for developing what I think of as political rhetorical criticism, the assessment of invention and also the arrangement of argument, of the styles of enunciation and performances of their delivery characteristic of political movements, everything that innovating ideologists do, but also, importantly, of the conditions that make it possible or impossible for them to do it, the extent to which a polity or a technology enables or disables the practice of that art, one which ought sometimes to be celebrated as well as criticised. Such a critical practice, I believe, can contribute to our understanding of the constitutive role of concepts in politics. People sometimes forget that Weber's often quoted line about ideas, interests and switchmen appears in an essay about religion, and that Weber writes of world images created by ideas, which determine the tracks along which action has been pushed by the dynamic of interest. One of the things historically informed rhetorical criticism of political arguments and ideas might do is help us to see the world images at work, and maybe that is sometimes a way the fly escapes the bottle. Another thing it can do is inform political action. An implication of Skinner's arguments is that political theorists just are political actors, directly, but also indirectly, through their creation of terms, concepts, metaphors, and forms of argument that become part of the context for rhetorical political invention. If theorists want to act consciously and effectively, then we have to embrace our first disobedience. We ought not only to describe the apple and its conditions of possibility, but eat it and share the power it brings to give things their names. And that naming and that critical effort to escape the bottle might sometimes be the same thing. And that brings me back, in closing, to my starting confession. The history of political thought paper I didn't sit as an undergraduate was, it turns out, far, far closer to my interest than I understood at the time. And reading Skinner since has played its part in the development of my efforts to demythologize politics and political theorists for myself. If I were to meet younger me, I might say something like this. Historians of political thought have shown that the world may be interpreted through various vocabularies. The point, however, is to create and maintain the conditions for artful disputation on both sides of a question. Or to be even more succinct, we have to do our own rhetoric for ourselves, and that means being open and willing to embrace, as Quentin is, things unattempted yet in prose or rhyme. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan, for a very timely end as well. An interesting paper. I'd now like to introduce Dr. Sophia Hatzisavidou, who is Senior Lecturer in Comparative politics at the University of Bath for her presentation.
Thank you, Erica. What a treat and what a privilege to be part of this amazing celebration of Professor Skinner's work. Many thanks to Adrian and Joanne for putting this amazing event together. And of course, to the British Academy for the excellent organization. Now, I will not try to summarize here Professor Skinner's arguments and their merits. We have been lucky enough already to learn a lot on this front from the previous panels. And Alan has already introduced how Skinner's work is relevant for those of us who study rhetoric. So I would like to just jump directly to showing how Skinner's approach helps me to understand and study better political ideas. Now, a disclaimer here, I'm not a philosopher. I study politics and rhetoric, and my interest is in the study of the evolution of ideas, and especially what happens when concepts shift context, as for example, from science into politics, but also how concepts evolve in the context of political ideologies. So the context of my work is the ideological debate taking place today on what is the most appropriate action in view of ecological breakdown. There are many contributors to this debate, and I will not try here to neatly allocate them to ideological camps, which, by the way, I'm very much inclined to do. But for the sake of this presentation, I want to look closer at a mere fragment of this debate and delve into the argument that informs and sustains much of the confrontation on the topic. Now, this is the argument that at the root of the ecological crisis is a mechanistic worldview, a view launched with the scientific revolutions of the 17th century, and which is seen as providing justification for the overexploitation of natural resources as well as certain human populations. So in response to this problem, this argument goes, political judgment needs to be informed by a far more appreciative, we can say, understanding of nature. And once this more charitable understanding is adopted, climate action can then be more pertinent to the magnitude of the problem and hence more effective. In ideological terms, this argument has been associated with deep ecology, a position that has informed the arguments and practices of several environmental movements, including more recently certain segments of Extinction Rebellion. And in political thought, this position has been more recently articulated by proponents of new materialism who envision political representation of nature in a parliament of things, as Bruno Latour puts it. Now, more broadly, I'm interested in the changes that the concept nature has undergone in public discourse and how this process of change is linked to the politics of nature. And I'm here referring to nature as a political concept, and therefore as a concept that represents a particular set of values and principles, and of course as a commonplace in ideological discourses that advocate climate action. Now, to understand nature as a political concept is not to say that nature is simply used in political vocabularies in order to describe a set of processes that make up biophysical reality. Otherwise, there will be nothing political about nature. But rather, in referring to nature as a political concept, specifically, I want to draw attention to two things. First, the disagreement that characterizes the disparate ways that political actors understand and assess this reality. And this disagreement, of course, on the meaning of nature is also exemplified in envisioning different ways of acting politically and the consequences of these actions. And the second relevant point here is that attentiveness to the exigence or context, or what Alan referred to, the rhetorical situation, and how this rhetorical situation informs the reformulation of concepts. So how conceptual invention takes place as a response to extra political changes with ideological and political ramifications. Now, in investigating an episode in the course of the concept of nature in political thought, I am drawn to Margaret Cavendish. And this is because Cavendish develops a line of thinking about nature that takes her to defend a particular political position that resonates very well with questions that emerge on climate action today. Now, Cavendish writes in the era of what Caroline Merchant calls the death of nature. This is an era when European thought is shaped by the mechanistic imagery of a positivist and empirical science. And in this imagery, nature is reconstructed as dead and dominated by humans. So this way of thinking was related also to the expansion of market economy, which required the use of nature as a set of resources to fuel growth, trade, and industry. Now, in other words, the concept of nature played a particular ideological role during this era. Now, Cavendish lived in the same era as Hobbes. This is when natural philosophers abandoned the Aristotelian worldview for a mechanical worldview where everything is subject to laws of function and is therefore predictable. She was a prolific natural philosopher of the 17th century, and this despite the fact that she didn't have any form of formal education, although her brother was one of the founding members of the Royal Society. But Cavendish was educated as a lady, and so in singing, dancing, reading, and so on. But it was her marriage to William Cavendish, who had received philosophical tuition by Hobbes himself, that gave her access to the so-called Newcastle Circle. This is a philosophical circle, intellectual circle, in which people like Hobbes, Descartes, and other philosophers belonged. And it was through this encounter that she was exposed to the powerful new philosophical ideas of her times. She was one of the first women, we can say, who produced original natural philosophy. And she wrote over 23 works, many of them plays, poems, but also philosophical works. Now, I turned to Cavendish because I find that her ideas can be seen as a part of what Nancy Fraser calls the grammar of nature. So by attending to the grammar of nature, I think we can understand how this concept has evolved, how it has been connected with different political ideologies, and how it has informed, but also been informed by political action. But to understand this particular fragment in the grammar of nature, I also turn my attention to the context, to the rhetorical situation within which Cavendish thinks and writes. So I read her writings as a rhetorical intervention in a particular exigence, as an argument put forward to advance a certain understanding of nature, and of course as an attempt to make an impact on an audience's understanding of nature. So in advancing her natural and political thinking, Cavendish responds to a challenge posed by Hobbes and other philosophers of her time, who sought to contest the established understandings of nature. And in responding to this challenge, she doesn't simply repeat established scientific views of her time, and she doesn't just embrace the new scientific truth advanced by Hobbes. Rather, she combines the idea of mechanism advanced by Hobbes and others, and at the same time, she rejects their position that matter is inert and the Cartesian distinction between body and mind. We can say then that Cavendish advocated monism, the idea that everything in the universe, from humans to rocks, share the same material. And therefore, she argued, matter is intelligent in the sense that it takes up different forms, varieties, and intensities. And this places her, I think, in the philosophical tradition that William Connolly calls minor, and in which we find many well-respected philosophers who wrote centuries after her, like Spinoza, Leibniz, William James, and Deleuze. We can say that to take a rhetorical approach to philosophical thinking, as I try to do here, entails asking, what is the purpose of these arguments? What was Cavendish trying to achieve? And therefore, who was the audience of her musings? Now, we know from archival research that Cavendish was not particularly welcome among educated circles. And we know that she was frequently scorned for her lack of formal education. But we also know that in the 17th century, women of the noble and bourgeois classes increasingly gained more leisure time. They thus became audiences for the new scientific discoveries. It is very likely then that this was one of the targeted audiences of Cavendish. So she sought to mediate between the manly universe studied by new scientists and the female nature known and trusted by bearers of traditional knowledges in her era. So in what ways, if any, are her ideas relevant today? Now, despite being a materialist, Cavendish didn't contribute to what Merchant calls the death of nature. That is the process by which master mechanists of the scientific revolution came to think of nature as a system of dead, inert particles moved by external forces. She rejected the Cartesian imperative that man through science should become master and possessor of nature. She held that this is impossible. She said, we have no power at all over natural causes and effects. We are just one part of nature. And this is exactly the fundamental principle of what we today call ecological political thought. Cavendish, I argue, can be viewed as a forerunner of this particular worldview. Also, she is seen as setting the principles against animal cruelty and the use of animals in scientific experiments, for which she was ridiculed in the times of her writing. So Cavendish does not actually answer the question how to understand nature in the era of ecological breakdown. Following Skinner, we can say that this would be a methodological fallacy, but also something like a moral error. Nonetheless, the study of her work and context can help us understand what it could take intellectually and politically to contest the mechanistic worldview and to defend a more vibrant view of nature, as Jane Bennett would put it. Although I'm not saying that her view of nature is necessarily scientifically correct, her account can help us ask some important questions about the governance of nature in the era of climate emergency. Her natural philosophy led Cavendish to defend a politics of order, peace, and stability. So Cavendish helps us to engage with the politics of the idea of nature. She helps us see how the way nature is defended or contested can lead to more or less violent political choices. But engagement with her thought also brings to bear questions around the invention of political concepts, and therefore how a novel situation, such as, for example, a climate emergency, creates possibilities for conceptual and ideological innovation. How can we escape the conservative, reactionary, if not authoritarian line of political thinking that Cavendish is drawn to due to her conceptualization of nature? And since we cannot rely on science to form moral and political judgment, we need to generate the grounds for such answers ourselves. In other words, we need to appeal to political rhetoric. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sophia, for that really relevant presentation. Erica is unfortunately encountering connectivity issues. We knew it would happen at some point, so I'm going to step in to chair for the remainder of the session. I'd now like to introduce Dr. Jonathan Leader-Maynard, lecturer in international politics at King's College London, for his presentation, Ideology as Infrastructure.
Thanks, Joanne, and thanks everyone involved in organising, and Erica, and sorry about the internet connection issues, but it's a real pleasure to be here. I feel a bit of an imposter, as I often do at events like this, because on the one hand, I'm only really partly a political theorist and not in any real meaningful sense an intellectual historian. A lot of my work is focused on political science and the study of violence and ideology's role in violence, and that's going to provide some examples in my discussion today. But also, the really motivating question I'm interested in today is one that was central to Quentin Skinner's work. Indeed, he described this problem as the intractably large but crucial question concerning the connections between the world of ideology and the world of political action. But this is really, from his paper, some problems on politics and action, not on meaning and understanding itself, so I'm being quite cheeky. But the central interest that Quentin has in his work on the relationship between ideological context and ideology and action is obviously very central to meaning and understanding, as well, in terms of how it affects our interpretation of what actors are doing in particular historical contexts and what particular ideational or indeed rhetorical moves should really be seen as doing. So my fundamental interest today is in this link from ideology to action, but I'll if I have a bit of time, I'll come back to questions of interpretation at the end. It seems to me, having studied ideology and its role in violence for over a decade now, that we still don't have particularly clear answers on how ideology exactly influences action. I think we have many fragments of answers, but not a very systematic overall answer. And a lot of the time, the tendency, I think, is to appeal to the very general constitutive power of culture or ideas in general as a reason why we might think that ideological context or ideology is relevant to what political actors do. I want to suggest that that's in general not a sufficient strategy. It's not sufficient just to appeal to the modern constructivist idea that people are constructed in terms of ideas in culture and social interaction. And to illustrate why, I want to give a historical example. On the slide, I put a lengthy quote from one of the cases that I do some work on, the Great Terror under Stalin in the Soviet Union in the 1930s. I won't read out the passage, you can read it on the slide. But what I want to suggest is this passage is saturated in ideological language, right? Notions that indeed are kind of unintelligible, let alone inexplicable outside of a Stalinist concept. The notion of counter-revolutionary bourgeois nationalist centers, the idea of insurrectionary cadres, of anti-Soviet petlurist insurrectionary movements. You wouldn't be able to understand any of these concepts outside the ideological context of Stalinist Russia. Yet we know that many aspects of Soviet ideology and Stalinist ideology were not deeply influential or particularly believed in by those at the time. Many of those who participated in Stalin's Great Terror did not believe in many of the accusations, the ideological crimes that they accused individuals of having engaged in. And indeed, other aspects of Stalinist ideology, whilst it is now generally accepted that Stalinist ideology had a big role to play in the Great Terror, certain aspects of that ideology were very uninfluential. For example, during the Great Terror, the state security apparatus made frequent use of what at the time was called the biological approach, namely arresting people according to whether they were sort of family members or associates of other victims who had already been arrested of the terror. Now, this ran completely against historical materialism. It ran against Stalinist rejection of biology as an important determinant of behavior. And it was repeatedly repudiated by the party leadership, and yet it continued to be used. In fact, it was a very important part of the structured bureaucratic practices of the terror, despite its lack of basis really in the ideological context. You would have thought that such a form of behavior would have been hard to legitimate, going on to thinking in a moment, as I will, about Quentin Skinner's account of how ideology might make a difference. And yet it seemed that it was a practice that persisted nonetheless. So we're left with this question, I think, still, about exactly how does ideology matter and how can we theorize when in particular it matters. And what I want to suggest is that there are at the moment in most scholarship three main answers that people give, or three main kinds of answers that people give to that sort of question. The first and the most familiar to all of us is to theorize ideology is essentially a form of conviction, right? Ideologies matter because they're belief systems and people really believe in them and they're motivated by components of the ideologies to engage in various sorts of action. This is still the dominant model in the vast bulk of research on terrorism, for example, where when we hear in society about terrorist and extremist ideologies, the assumption is that these are relevant because terrorists really believe in them and they're motivated by these ideologies to go and engage in extreme forms of violence. Needless to say, there are many problems with this account of ideology's influence over political action. The most obvious of which is that we see all sorts of circumstances in which the influence of ideology or certain ideas or discourses seem to extend well beyond the levels of deep conviction that people have in them. And a long-standing argument from literatures on discourse, norms, rhetoric is that the power of these forms of political intervention or political ideas aren't entirely reducible to the level of deep belief that people have in them. So this has led to a common way of analyzing much ideology as a form of instrumental tool. It's not so much that ideology necessarily motivates people with deep convictions, but it's used for various political purposes. And this is the main way of thinking about ideology that Quentin Skinner himself offers in the Some Problems paper, where he suggests that even if it's the case that historical actors, as say Marxists or Nammerites might argue, don't really believe in the kind of cynical ideological views that they espouse, ideology may still be critical as a form of legitimation. That in order for political actions to be possible, individuals need to legitimate what they're doing to the ideological principles and dominant norms of the time. And other social scientists would suggest a range of other instrumental tools along similar lines that ideology might be used for. Ideology might be a mechanism for mobilizing supporters or for coordinating action within a political coalition or community. Now, I think that this is a very plausible way of analyzing at least some of the influence. And Skinner's analysis in particular is very nuanced, because Skinner, unlike a lot of people who appeal to the instrumental role of ideology and ideas, does not suggest that this is its only role. Indeed, Skinner says, look, realistically, it's very plausible that it is also, ideology is also an object of belief. But nevertheless, this account only takes us so far, because if ideas and ideology are going to be legitimatory, if they're an instrumental tool, the question we instantly have to ask is, well, why does that tool work? Why, if everyone isn't really driven by deep ideological conviction, does it make any difference to legitimate your actions in terms of the prevailing ideas of the time? Why, if these things are just instrumental tool, would anyone care whether you invoke the ideology or not? Now, an available answer, one I suspect that Skinner and certainly many other scholars would move for, is to kind of move back to a more modest set of claims about belief and internalization, right? It's possible to use certain principles or claims to legitimate your behavior because those claims have some resonance, have some genuine internalization and meaning and support from the audiences that you're trying to internalize, that you're trying to legitimate your behavior in front of. Now, in many circumstances, I think that's very likely and probably does explain a significant bulk of ideology's influence in society. But the problem is that it suggests, again, that the impact of ideology is ultimately proportional, not exactly equal to, but proportional to the level of real belief or support that that ideology enjoys in a particular context, historical context, social context. And I think it's fairly clear, we have lots of examples that show that that is not always the case, that often ideologies have huge amounts of influence disproportionate to the level of underlying belief in them. A clear example of this might be the Soviet Union, not under Stalin, but in the early 1980s, where by most observers' account and most subsequent accounts by those internal to Soviet society, by the early 1980s, the official ideology of the state is disbelieved by almost everyone, both the masses and the political elites of the time. And yet, for many years, that official state ideology continues to exert enormous influence over the behavior and practices of politics within the Soviet Union. And indeed, even when Gorbachev comes along and attempts to topple that existing official ideology, it takes an extremely difficult, prolonged struggle against various institutions and factions within the Soviet state to successfully reform and eventually, not that this was Gorbachev's intention, topple the entire ideological structure of the Soviet Union. So we seem to have cases where ideologies are disproportionate in their influence to the levels of underlying belief. That might lead us to a third account. Oh, I don't want to go on that far. Which sort of suggests, in some sense, that ideology has a more diffuse intersubjective role, which can't be reduced to beliefs or this kind of instrumental usage. There's no kind of accepted terminology for this kind of approach, but the language that many scholars would use is the language of kind of ideology as scripts or as collective frames or as lexicons for political action. The idea here being that it's not necessarily that people deeply believe in these scripts, but that they in some sense provide a structuring framework within which political action takes place. Many theories of discourse, perhaps some theories of rhetoric, would even appeal to these kind of arguments. But I would suggest again that there's a question to be asked about why exactly certain scripts or frames or lexicons are important. Again, to go back to my early Stalinist example, scripts or ideological doctrines don't have an automatic influence, right? Some are influential, some are not, and we need a way of articulating why that is. Now, what I want to suggest is that there isn't a really clear account available in existing social theory to answer this question. What there are many different fragments of accounts, many different individual arguments which need to be tied together to properly explain why ideology is important. And so what I suggest in the paper is that within Skinner's work and within this broader body of social theory I'm referring to, we can find and connect those fragments of an account, and that collectively, they should encourage us to think about ideologies as a certain kind of infrastructure, something that sustains and guides social action and political action through a number of different forms of political influence, which tie together provide a kind of coherent pattern to what goes on in politics. My suggestion is that there are 4 distinct kinds of forms of influence that we can identify there. I won't go into this in detail because of time, but very, very roughly, Ideologies might provide forms of committed belief, but they also might simply provide kind of styles or frames or assumptions or frameworks of thought which are tentatively adopted by political actors, sincerely adopted, but not necessarily which provide their deep underlying commitments. For example, it's well established that members of political parties or political factions will often sincerely accept the justice or rightness of certain policies because those policies are espoused by their political party, right, or a party or group they identify with. Republicans will support a policy if the Republican Party advocates it, but if the exact same policy is attributed to Democrats, they won't support it, right? So a huge amount of ideology, I would suggest, works through this kind of mechanism. People sincerely adopt an idea because of some link to other identities or ideas that they're more concerned with. It's not necessarily part of their deep commitment. At the same time, ideologies are also adhered to because of well-established conformity dynamics researched in social psychology, the tendency of individuals to fairly unreflectively go along with established discourses or norms or practices within an organization, even if they don't deeply underlying have much belief or faith in those practices. They'll conform to them under social pressure. And finally, the kind of dynamics that Skinner was alluding to in his Some Problems article, that ideas and ideology might be made use of instrumentally, is also an important reason why they might be picked up. So what I want to suggest is that we can't reduce ideology to any of these forms of influence in particular. What matters is that in particular contexts, these four forms of influence overlap and interact to produce effects which are greater than the sum of their parts. We have, in a sense, an ideological infrastructure in the Soviet Union in the early 1980s, which through very, very limited degrees of genuine underlying belief, considerable degrees of adoption, people kind of out, in lieu of any other alternatives, working with dominant forms of discourse and dominant ideas and ways of framing social problems, conforming to certain kinds of established communist practice or norm or routine, and making use of those practices and routines for various kinds of instrumental purposes, we're left with essentially a Stalinist infrastructure or a Soviet ideological infrastructure which supervenes on social relations at that time and shapes and influences and sustains political action in certain kinds of ways. I won't go into an example of Yugoslavia in the interest of time. Now, this account, I stress again, is only really tying together a lot of very familiar claims that we have about the impacts of discourse and norms and ideas and belief systems in politics. But I think it has a couple of important implications for the way in which we analyze ideas and we analyze political action. For a start, we might get very different dynamics or a very different role for the ideological context in which political actors are acting, depending on the relative balance between those different forms of influence. If we have a highly motivated, highly committed group, say, I would say the Soviet Union in its earlier years, we might expect forms of political performance and action to be available, which are very different to those forms of action and behavior encouraged in a situation more like the latter Soviet Union, where it's much more institutional conformity and instrumentalization which is dominating. Finally, I also want to suggest that much ideological action, somewhat alluding back to a comment made by Alan in his earlier presentation, should really be understood as a form of infrastructural maintenance. It's not so much about espousing belief or persuading people, but about maintaining existing dominant practices and institutions and ideological forms of performance as social norms and as dominant practices, even if people don't believe in them. And I think in a field where we've often analyzed ideas as agents of change, understanding ideas as forms of that kind of ideological infrastructural maintenance may also be important to understand and analyze political developments. So thanks very much. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. It's now time for our Q&A. If you have questions for the panelists, please do make sure to put that in the Q&A panel at the bottom of your screen. I'm going to jump in though and start with a question. It's inspired in some ways by Sophia's paper, but it's something I'd be interested to hear all three panelists reflect on, because it's something that I struggle with sometimes, which is, what do we mean when we describe something as political? And so Sophia, you talked about nature as a political concept. I mean, what is informing that? And I suppose what is sort of justifying that? Is that because Cavendish himself would have thought of the concept as political, or is that something that we're doing? And I think that the same question might apply to the idea of political ideologies. You know, I've been working on something on ideology in the 16th century, which of course is anachronistic, but it's you know, ideology as a belief, as a conviction. Okay, well, does certain Christian ideas fit with that? But then what makes them political or not? And I think the same applies to rhetoric. Is it the audience? Is it the forum in which it takes place? So I suppose it's just a question about what is at stake when we describe something as political, and how do we justify that? And we can go in I guess the order in which everyone spoke. So starting with Alan.
Do I have to go first? Okay.
No, you don't.
No, well, that's just, I'm trying to think of something better to say than, well, it depends on the context, as the answer to your question, because it does depend on the context. So in the sort of context we're talking about now, at least I was in terms of rhetoric, say, we'd want to know what someone is doing when they call something political. And we sort of know that there are, to start with, there are two very distinct things that one could be doing. One is kind of political as in terms of politicking, something instrumental to your advantage, and we don't like that. But I suspect maybe Sophia will answer herself, but I'm pretty sure that what she probably meant was something more like politicizing, putting something into question and making it available for contestation and dispute. So what those probably have in common is that there's something to do with certain practices of disputation and contestation that take place when the grounds for how we would resolve that dispute are not clear. So it's different from the disputation that might take place in court or might take place in a scientific dispute or something like that. So we have some kind of sense that that's politics is where there's some kind of more fundamental clash or a clash of the frameworks that might be used to decide what a good answer is like. But then and in that context, depoliticizing can of course be incredibly important, because what you're doing is saying this is not available for contestation because we've already sorted out or we know how it works. But I think those two main, at least in this context, there's two main ones I want to think about. Politicking, politics is something bad, maneuvering, seeking kind of position and office, and politicization is one of rendering available for contestation.
Yes, most certainly. I definitely agree here that to mark something as being political, it means that we mark something as being at least available for disagreement, for challenge. So, for example, to go back to Cavendish, when she writes her political works, she doesn't necessarily talk about nature there. She doesn't try to politicize nature in her works. But I think if we use her natural philosophy to understand a little bit more the ontological positions that she takes up in her political works, we can see how nature is implied there in a certain way. So she appeals, for example, to nature as being something that exists in harmony, right? And she says that human societies should also exist in a similar manner, in harmony. And this, of course, leads her to accept royalism and conservatism as the most pertinent political situation for human societies. Now, the issue there is, how do we politicize something that has been depoliticized? And I think this is where rhetoric and the kind of thing we are trying to do in politics, people who study rhetoric, is we try exactly to challenge categories and concepts and ideas that have been established as being beyond critique, beyond challenge.
To me, I'll be very quick in the interest of time, but I mean, I agree with pretty much everything that's been said, in particular on the emphasis on politicization rather than some inherent political. I guess the only thing I would say is that I work in contexts where politics doesn't necessarily mean contestation. And indeed, Michael Frieden, the great ideology theorist who I'm influenced by, emphasizes that ideologies are often forms of decontestation, right? They attempt to naturalize and impose certain meanings. But I do think, I think of political ideologies as systems of politicized ideas rather than political ideas, right? I.e. ideas that are brought into politics for certain political purposes. And often those ideas may not be overtly political in the way we would commonly think, but they are politicized and made to do political things. So yeah, I would also place emphasis on that. But I think the degree of contestation is open to the context as well, right? In the Soviet context, to be political meant to be incontestable. And there are many contexts in which that might be the case.
Thanks. We do have a list of questions starting to develop. I'm really pleased to see. The first question is going to come from Erica, who's still very much a part of this panel, just unfortunately not able to be visually with us. It's a question for everyone, really. How would you sum up the difference between political theory and ideology, if any? I feel like that's a short question, but a big one. We'll take we can take it. We'll try Alan first. If not, maybe we'll try Jonathan and then Sophia.
Well, you said that's a big one, and that is a big one. I'd like to put it in the context of a remark Quentin made yesterday when she said that rhetoric and ideology were sort of the same thing. So we've got these three difficult terms: political theory, ideology, and rhetoric. It would seem to me that it's helpful to make a distinction between political theory and ideology in general, because we do want to recognize a specific sort of practice that we're all familiar with, which is in part conditioned by certain kinds of histories of academic practice and the ways in which we use and put together certain kinds of terms and tools, in which we're consciously thinking about some meta-level question of how polities are run. And that's a distinct sort of activity, a distinct sort of intellectual activity. But I don't think that's necessarily, I'm not clear on how I would separate that from ideological practices. It's not the same thing, but part of what I was arguing is absolutely connected with and imbricated with what we're going to call ideological practices, practices of trying to organize and interrelate ideas in ways that help us think them in more organized fashions that structure and shape our actions and our engagements in the polity itself. So political theory is absolutely embedded in and part of that, and I think inseparable from it, although a distinct kind of activity within it. Rhetoric, again, I think that we have to put that in the same mix of these kinds of things. I wouldn't call it the same as ideology, but I think that ideologies appear to us primarily in the form of rhetorical actions, often political theoretical forms of actions. So I'd want to think of them as an interacting set of elements, with ideology being the larger one. And ideology is not a bad word from my point of view. It just describes the ways in which sets of ideas are organized and arranged so that practices can take place in and through them. Political theory has a particular special role in thinking about some of those concepts in an artificially abstracted way. Rhetoric is a primary form of action in which those concepts are put to work in specific contestatory situations. Does that work?
I think so. Sophia, Jonathan, do you want to come in on this?
Go first, Sophia, or do you want to go first?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's fascinating. I love this question just because it's so complex and I don't see any easy way out of it. I think I would be inclined to say that I would never collapse ideologies and to political theories. I also like to think of political theory in the plural, political theories rather than political theory. And I would be inclined to say that we need this distinction there because it helps us understand better a little bit how we engage as theorists with texts, with political practice and so on. But also it helps keep some vital distinctions there. So yeah, I think we need this distinction for many of the reasons that Alan mentioned. And again, I wouldn't collapse rhetoric into any of these categories as well. For me, rhetoric is a way to understand things. It's a way to infuse my political understanding with different sets of categories and arguments and ideas. But yeah, I think, again, it's something completely distinct.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I mean, so I adhere, like a lot of contemporary analysts of ideology, to a vision of ideologies as essentially inescapable and ubiquitous. As Alan says, they're not bad, right? There is no position outside ideology. Back in the day, there used to be very important to scholars to distinguish between science on the one hand and ideology on the other, and I don't think there's any need particularly to do that these days. So in that sense, all political theories are ideological, but that doesn't mean that the concept of ideology and the concept of political theory are doing exactly the same work for us. In particular, ideologies are usually of interest to us, I would say, in large part because they are shared and cluster. The reason we find use of terms like conservatism and socialism, even though conservatives are very different from one another, right, and lots of socialists are very different from one another, is that nevertheless society does have these sort of clumps. People tend to cluster into certain groups that at various sort of levels of analysis can be sort of defined. So at some levels we talk socialists, and then at other levels we pare them down into lots of other subsidiary groups, right? For political theory, I'm not sure we're interested in doing that per se. We're much more interested in this not as it were as a unit of social analysis, but as a form of normative and explanatory theory that we as scholars and students are directly engaging with. So yes, I see the concepts as essentially overlapping in very important ways, but there's not fulfilling quite the same function in what we do. And I think political theory is, to some extent, a term of scholarship, right, in the broadest possible sense of everyone who's thinking about and studying politics from a sort of more scholarly perspective. Ideologies are in some sense sort of public and part of sort of public politics and public political action. But as I say, I don't see any need for a strict separation because political theories are ideological and that's fine.
I think it's just, I kind of want to know what the weight of Erica's question is really, because you know, if the implication is that ideology is just instrumental, and therefore the question is, do we think political theory is just a way of covertly doing politics? Then, well, no, that's not the claim that's being made, because we don't, or I say we don't necessarily think of ideology as being instrumental. That's, you know, in a sense, you know, ideology is a part of doing politics. So the claim really is that political theory is a part of politics, and that trying to hide that or pretend that that's not the case or refuse to see that is a mistake and makes for bad political theory as well as bad politics.
To add the quickest of additional footnotes, I mean, one way of thinking about it might be that although the two things are fundamentally overlapping, they are, as it were, two different modes. Right, ideologies, and the end of ideology is to shape and influence political action. Right, the end of political theory is not necessarily to do that. Right, I would ideally say it is to understand and expand our understanding of politics in various important ways. Now, but you can move the political theory into its ideological mode or the ideology into its more analytical political theory mode. But I would sort of see them as different modes.
But to come back to Quentin Skinner, I mean, it's not clear to me how one would describe what Thomas Hobbes or John Rawls were doing if we don't see what they were doing. That's to do with, in Rawls's case, what we now call liberalism. In Hobbes's case, contests in relation to the Civil War and the nature of the Crown's power. I mean, that's what they were doing, and that's part of what Quentin, I take it, is showing. And that isn't to reduce those, from my point of view, that doesn't reduce the importance or quality or sophistication of those works. Precisely the opposite. Makes them more important.
Speaking of Hobbes, and to prove the point that you simply can't have a panel in this subfield without talking about Hobbes, I have a question that's directed for Sophia from Professor Sumit Mukherjee, and apologies if I mispronounce that. How was Cavendish indebted to Hobbes? So it was the relationship between Cavendish and Hobbes, and did Cavendish reject the scientific materialism of Hobbes? And we can probably put that in a larger context too, of what you were saying about the death of nature and the development of this concept of nature in the 17th century.
Yes, brilliant. Thank you so much for these questions. So Cavendish actually tried to engage with Hobbes. She tried to write to him. So imagine that she's a woman, right? She comes to her house, he comes to her household, and he is a guest there, and she is not allowed to approach to him and talk to him. So she decides to write to him, and then Hobbes explicitly refuses to engage with her in any way. He never replies back to her. So in a sense, I feel that whenever I read her natural philosophy, especially and especially in comparison to Hobbes, she's trying to respond to him in a way that he would actually refuse to respond to her in any way for her ideas, but she tried to engage with him through her works. And she is also a materialist in the same way as Hobbes, but then I think she tries to also bring in a lot of these ideas about nature in the more traditional epistemology that we know that especially women were associated with in the 14th and 15th century. So, and this is where I think her innovation lies as well. In a way, she resists Hobbes and his mechanistic worldview, but at the same time says, I'm here, I'm a woman, I embrace science. She tried to visit the Royal Society, and she actually did, but she was not particularly welcome again there. They found her, I think, too cheerful and too too playful for the environment of the Royal Society. And this, I think, is reflected also in the kind of natural philosophy she tried to articulate. So yes, she definitely tried to confront Hobbes, but she never found the response there.
Thanks. I want to pick up on the point about materiality, because I have another question here on that theme from Max Delmar, and it is for Alan, but it might be that other panelists can come in on it as well. Materiality was a fascinating theme across these papers, how materiality affects political argument, conceptual innovation, ideological formation. But a specific question for Alan, could you say a little bit more about how you see the relationship between materiality and rhetoric? As you've said in your recent work, you're examining political rhetoric in new media, Twitter, etc. Can you say how rhetoric is transformed by this particular technology? Are there particular figures, say, or are there devices that are more likely to travel well on this media? More generally, perhaps you'd like to comment on the importance of prospects for braiding materiality, as we see in material histories, and rhetoric in the context of the history of political thought.
Wow, that's a great question, and I wish I could rise to it, and I also wish that I could say everything I might think about it in 2 minutes, which I can't. What I would say is that so in my studies of online political rhetorical practice, I think that the way to approach it is to think about how digital platforms how they organize rhetorical situations. So any rhetorical occasion has to involve, at its simplest, some bringing together of a speaker, auditors, and a text of some kind. And we have all kinds of ways of organizing and arranging that, most obviously a parliament, say. And there's a series of rules and procedures and practices there that create that situation in certain kinds of ways in terms of who can speak, how long they can speak for, the sorts of things that they're going to say that could be heard, that could be recognized and responded to. And that's different from a rostrum in Hyde Park or a television program. So those reconfigure the relationships between the speaker, abstractly speaking, the text, and the audience. Online, those are radically reconfigured very differently from television or radio, because they displace time. It could be taking place at any point. TV does that, but you break up audiences, and their encounters with rhetorical occasions are kind of very different, and it's usually very individualized. It's you alone in front of your computer, and the person speaking, if it's on certain platforms, has all sorts of information about your responses and reactions to what they're saying that are not present if you're speaking live on TV or in Parliament or some other kind of form. So all those things begin to change and shift the balance of the relationships between the parties. So one of the things that I have found is that there tends, crudely speaking, I think that online rhetoric, in online rhetoric, the character, persona, and performance of the speaker is far more important and much more overweighted than in other kinds of rhetoric. And that what that tends to lead to is a certain kind of charismatic sort of performance in which the weight of argumentation tends to fall on the reproduction of the character, who wants to keep you interested, keep you looking, keep you subscribed, clicking, following, and so forth. So you get a certain kind of charismatic sort of rhetoric in which there's always a promise of more to come. Come back tomorrow and you'll get more. Come back tomorrow and I'll explain to you the truth about what the cultural Marxists, social justice warriors, mainstream media are doing. And that creates a certain kind of rhetorical logic. So that's the one main thing. There's a certain tendency to emphasize ethos that leads to certain kinds of charismatic forms of rhetorical appeal. The second thing that I could go on about for ages, but I won't, is the ways in which it's very easy to immediately recontextualize and decontextualize anything that is said. But of course, that's always been possible, to take things out as quotations and reuse them, but the speed with which that can be done and the ease with which it can be done and the difficulty of tracing any original make that a fundamental feature of online political discourse, the so-called context collapse. So there's always, or what that means is there's a foregrounding of, ironically in the context of this discussion, there's a foregrounding of debates over what things meant all the time. What did you really mean? That was a racist, sexist, or that was an appallingly prejudicial statement, etc., etc. These become subjects of debate precisely because the context of the enunciation is always being continually displaced and replaced and used by somebody else to make some kind of a point. It's disastrous, but that's another set of issues. For politics, disastrous. I hope that helps. Got so many things to say on that.
No, I think that's really useful. I don't know if anybody else wanted to come in on this question of materiality and how it relates to what it is that you're looking at as well.
I have one very short comment.
Yeah.
But, I suppose I just emphasize, I mean, again, one of the reasons I think it's so important to get away from thinking about ideology as a belief system, right, belief with a big B, is precisely because the environment, including the material environment and the medium, expresses and may reinforce ideological effects that are independent of that belief, right? So I think in particular, I mean, I'm sort of riffing here on the concept of materiality. This is quite a different sense to what Alan was just talking about. But the expression of ideology in statues and architecture and the design of public spaces, right? That even if individuals don't go around believing in what that propaganda or that, you know, public space design or whatever expresses, it signals certain norms and structures certain forms of interaction that may reproduce ideologies in certain fundamental ways, much as it might structure rhetorical performances or encourage certain kinds of rhetorical gestures and moves in certain kinds of ways. So again, I mean, I see the advantage of getting away from thinking about ideas purely in this sort of internalized sense, although that is important, as partly being that it allows us to have these more sophisticated links between the kind of material and social environment and what kind of effects ideology and ideological context can have.
That's really interesting, because this will probably be the last issue we're able to address, but that makes me think of a question that I've had particularly about rhetoric, though it might apply to ideology as well, and I think it speaks to some of the themes of what I'm seeing in the questions as well, is you know, when I'm looking at the 16th century, most of the thinkers I'm looking at know rhetoric backwards and forward. And when they're using certain figures of rhetoric, they know they're using those figures of rhetoric because they've studied them. But of course, when we're looking at speeches or blogs or tweets or what have you online today, people are often not aware of what rhetorical figures they're using because we simply lack the education for that. And I wonder if there's a similar dynamic at play in ideology and what you were just saying too about sort of signaling. So just, I know we've only got 3 minutes, but it'd be interesting to hear from the panelists how that changes how we analyze these practices, these rhetorical practices, the ideological practices, when we're aware that the figure in question is consciously drawing on a rhetorical practice, and when it's something that they've just absorbed through the culture, for instance.
So that's, I'll just quickly say, I think that's a super interesting question. It does touch back on what Erica asked at the beginning, because, you know, there's an ambiguity perhaps in what we're saying between rhetoric as a particular field of study and way of thinking, and the fact that all texts and communications will have a rhetorical dimension to them, whether people know them or not. I think what you raise is really interesting, because it is absolutely the case that a profound change in parliamentary and the kinds of political rhetoric takes place when it ceases to be done by people who are self-consciously employing all sorts of rhetorical kind of techniques and tropes. But you do find, of course, rhetorical techniques persist. They are, as you implied, they are passed on in the tradition, and there are some histories written, but interesting histories to write about how that happens, how those are passed on and maintained, and how, I would suggest, just my one point would be, how they become distinctive parts of particular political traditions. So there's no longer a kind of unifying classical rhetorical tradition, but there's a tradition of rhetorical strategy, styles, and expectations in the Labour Party, the left, the Liberal Party, or particular kinds of locations and movements or places where politics happens. And that still happens because there are still all sorts of people whose job it was in all kinds of campaigns to think up and talk about and theorize means of communication. They don't do that through classical rhetoric, which I think is unfortunate, but that it has an effect on what they are. So part of what I would say is that, to come back again to all those set of questions, part of what an ideology is the way in which it practices its rhetoric. That's part of what defines it, and that's part of what rhetorical theory is both trying to describe and also contribute to.
Thank you, Jonathan or Sophia. I don't know if you wanted to come in on that.
Just very, very quickly, because I know we have seconds. What I find very interesting, and I think it's the great contribution of studying politics from a rhetorical perspective, is that exactly the kind of innovations we see, the kind of changes we see markers of ideology, of common sense. Things like Socrates would describe nature as a wise lady. We don't talk about nature today as a wise lady, right? So this means a certain conceptual innovation and a certain change in the way we understand nature. And I think this is fascinating. And this is where the study of rhetoric, for those of us who are interested in it, is so valuable.
Thank you, Jonathan. You've 10 seconds.
It just gives me the opportunity to mention something that was a big influence on my thinking about ideology as infrastructure, which is Stephen Kotkin's work on Stalinism, where he talks about speaking Bolshevik as being something that you had to do as a citizen to be effective in the Soviet Union. My point here being that rhetoric may be more or less formalized, right, and self-aware. In the Soviet Union, it was pretty formalized, right? But in some sense, we all have to speak the ideological discourses. There's an incredibly beautiful quote by Barth about the terror of being judged by a power that only wants to hear the language it lends us, which I always really, really like. But so I think rhetoric can be more or less formalized, but that kind of need to speak ideology, even if one doesn't fully believe ideology, is very much part of the way rhetorical and ideological contexts function.
Thank you. And I think that's tied together the papers really helpfully. I'd like to thank Alan, Sophia, and Jonathan for their fantastic contributions in this session. We now have a 30-minute break. There will not be a virtual networking during this time. That will be in the break before the last session. You can leave the Zoom webinar and rejoin after the break, or you can remain on the call. It's entirely up to you. And we'll see you back here at 4:30. Thank you.
it's usually young females when every other word is like, and it drives me insane. I hate it. It's usually young females, when every other word is like, and it drives me insane. I hate it. It's usually young female. It's usually young females, when every other word is like, and it drives me insane. I hate it.
Welcome back. Good afternoon. It's now time for the penultimate session, number 6, on digital humanities and quantitative text analysis. My name is Benjamin Martin, the Department of History of Science and Ideas at Uppsala University. To trace the relations between a given utterance and its wider linguistic context. This seems, to me anyway, to be a crux of the methodological injunction that Meaning and Understanding delivered some 50 years ago. It was and remains challenging, not least because it raises the troubling question, how wide is this wider linguistic context exactly? How much can one scholar be expected to read? The article acknowledges this challenge, noting that a history of an idea properly conceived, that is, a history of the various statements made with a given expression, would, of course, I'm quoting, be an almost absurdly ambitious enterprise, unquote. Now, that was surely true in 1969. Is it still true today? Among the world historical events that have transpired since that date, surely not the least significant is the group of developments sometimes called the digital revolution. Now, in addition to allowing us all to meet like this today, digital technologies have, of course, radically altered what we do with text, how we produce and distribute new ones, how we record and store old ones, and how we analyze them. These digital tools, not by themselves, but through an interdisciplinary engagement with new developments in linguistics, statistics, relational sociology, and the historical study of literature, have suggested to some of us intellectual historians an exciting frontier. The prospect that what have come to be called the digital humanities might offer ways of taking on any number of absurdly ambitious enterprises, permitting systematic experimental approaches to the analysis of absurdly large bodies of text, for example, and thereby of perhaps identifying new promising means to chart meaning and gain understanding in the history of ideas. Or is that too much to be expected from approaches that are essentially quantitative in nature? 3 papers will open up some of these questions, and many others, no doubt. Each is very rich, and each will nonetheless have only 15 minutes, about which I have to be strict, of course. And that way we'll have time for what will surely be a highly stimulating discussion. So the session, as with the others, will have the 3 presentations in a row, 15 minutes each, followed by hopefully 30 minutes of audience questions, more or less. If you'd like to ask a question, please use the Q&A tab at the bottom of your screen, and please include the name of the speaker your question is for, unless, of course, feel welcome to aim it to the whole panel. So then, with no further ado, it is my pleasure to present Professor Alison McQueen, Associate Professor of Political Science at Stanford University, and Dr. Jacqueline Basu, Postdoctoral Research Fellow in Political Science at Stanford University, for their presentation, Christian Burlesque, Thomas Hobbes' Scriptural Strategies. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Benjamin, and thank you as well to Adrian and to Joanne, to our hosts at the British Academy, and most of all, to Quentin Skinner, whose methodological agenda in meaning and understanding in the history of ideas, and whose work on Hobbes have, in the deepest sense, made this paper possible. So we hope our paper serves not only as a tribute to Quentin's work, but also shows how we might carry some of its methodological ambitions in new directions. And you'll hear from my co-author, Jackie Basu, shortly. Thomas Hobbes devotes more space to religion in Leviathan than he does in any of his previous political works. And many of the theological arguments and scriptural interpretations are entirely new to Leviathan, but they were also very controversial. Hobbes's one-time friend, Edward Hyde, accused the book of traducing the whole scheme of Christianity into burlesque. And similar criticisms of Hobbes's religious arguments abounded. These arguments gave new fodder to his enemies and elicited new fears from his friends. Hobbes would eventually be accused of heresy, and he would be accused largely on the basis of some of these new arguments in Leviathan. And this brings us to a puzzle. These controversial new arguments are not philosophically necessary. Hobbes didn't need them to support his materialism or to bolster his case for political absolutism. So why does he add this new and risky material? Hobbes tells us that he began writing Leviathan in Paris after getting news from the young Prince Charles and his entourage that the king's enemies were interpreting recent royalist defeats as evidence of God's support for the parliamentarian cause. Hobbes says that he was determined to write something at once to absolve the divine laws of the charge that they justify rebellion. And while we have good reason to question this retrospective account of when he started writing Leviathan, we think we're on much firmer ground in accepting his statement about why he wrote it. He wrote it in response to big patterns of public discourse, some of them about religion, that were reported to him by English visitors. Now, the influence of such broad patterns of discourse is hard to track. We wouldn't, for instance, expect to see a thinker cite particular sources for these discourses or even use overlapping wording. After all, he may not have had enough granular information to associate particular authors or phrases with specific arguments. He just had a broad thematic sense of what was being said in England. And so our strategy in this paper is twofold. First, we use the familiar traditional methods to identify the full range of changes that Hobbes makes to his religious and scriptural arguments from De Quive to Leviathan. And then, using the Thomason Tracts, a corpus of thousands of texts from 1641 to 1661, we identify broad themes in public discourse in mid-17th century England, and we examine the prevalence of those themes over time. And for that, we use computer-assisted text analysis. And we look for connections between the two, between the changes Hobbes makes and the changing discourse on the ground in England. And what do we find? We find that three of Hobbes's most puzzling, most controversial additions to Leviathan, his arguments about hell and the end of days, his account of the Trinity, and his critical analysis of the authorship and dating of the books of the Bible, track patterns of religious discourse on the ground in England. And so the paper focuses on the first two of those changes, and the third probably deserves a paper of its own. In the time that remains, Jackie will discuss our empirical analysis and some of our overall results, and I'll then zoom in on our interpretation of one particular set of results concerning Hobbes's treatment of hell and the end of days, and offer a few concluding thoughts. Over to Jackie.
Great, thanks, Allison. So we used computational methods to analyze the digitized Thomason Tracts corpus in order to identify major themes being discussed during Hobbes's time. So I'll just give a brief overview of the methods we used and present some of our results. First, the methods. So there are a variety of quantitative methods that are increasingly being incorporated into historical work. One common method that we see is the word cloud, like the one we see here, which visually displays the relative frequency of terms in a corpus. So this is a word cloud of Hobbes's Leviathan, showing the prominence of words like God, man, law, and sovereign in the text. Another common method is the keyword search, which tells us the frequency of particular terms of interest, as well as the words which commonly co-occur with them. So a keyword search for the term people within Leviathan shows us that it's used 324 times and that its most frequent neighbors include the terms God, sovereign, and power. The computational method that we used is called topic modeling, and it builds on these familiar measures of term frequency and term co-occurrence. But while word clouds and keyword searches describe these statistical features of text data, the topic model uses these features to build a statistical model of the text. So what does that mean? Broadly, the topic model proposes a set of topics which capture key strands of thematic content within the corpus. The model is unsupervised, meaning that we don't specify in advance which themes we're looking for. Instead, the model discovers topics just by finding clusters of words which often appear together. So each topic is defined as a discrete cluster of frequently co-occurring words. And then once the model has proposed a set of topics, It represents each document in the corpus, not as a collection of words, but instead as a collection of these broader topics or themes. So I thought a concrete analogy might be helpful at this point. We see a similar kind of thematic representation in the familiar setting of the Netflix browsing page, where the title card for each show contains a few thematic terms which give us a sense of its content. So for instance, the show Friends is represented by the themes sitcom, Emmy winner, and buddies, a small handful of thematic terms which succinctly capture some of its key features. But back to the topic model. So to reiterate, the model defines each topic by two pieces of quantitative information. First, a cluster of terms most characteristic of that topic, and then second, the proportion of each document which is devoted to the topic. We can think of this as a measure of the attention that each document pays to that theme. Once we have this quantitative output, the model's work is done. At that point, it's our job as human readers to make sense of that output by evaluating and labeling the thematic content of each topic. So to get a better sense of how we do this, I'll walk through some of our results. This figure shows all of the topics estimated by the model in declining order of prominence within the corpus. I'll just focus in on one of them. The model's label for the highlighted topic was topic number 30, which didn't reveal all that much about its thematic content. But the model also gave us a cluster of terms most characteristic of topic 30, and these are more helpful. So they include death, soul, life, heaven, and body. And then the model also tells us which documents in the corpus devote the most attention to this topic, and this gives us even more to work with. So these texts include funeral sermons with titles like Death Transformed into Sleep, as well as a sermon called The Saints Rest, Their Happy Sleep in Death. So to label topic 30, we reviewed these characteristic terms in exemplar texts and used this information to summarize its thematic content as death and the fate of the soul, as you can see here. And then finally, we didn't just want to label the thematic content of the Thomason tracts, we also wanted to observe how the prevalence of these themes changed over time. So to do that, we just averaged the model's measure of individual document attention to each topic across the hundreds of texts published each year. And then by comparing these year-level averages, we could track how thematic prevalence varied over time. So for the same example, we see that attention to the death and the fate of the soul theme began to increase during the late 1640s, right in the middle of the graph, around the time when Hobbes was writing Leviathan. So with that, I will hand things back to Allison.
Thanks so much, Jackie. So there are several sets of findings that are especially interesting to us when we consider them alongside the new material that Hobbes adds to Leviathan. So let's zoom in on one of them that you've already been hearing about, a cluster of themes related to hell, the end of days, and the ultimate fate of the soul. Now, Hobbes had, of course, long recognized that terrifying accounts of hell and the day of judgment play quite a role in encouraging subjects to disobey their civil sovereigns. But it's only in Leviathan that he includes this revisionist and shocking account of hell and the end of days. He argues that hell isn't a condition of everlasting torment, merely a second death that sinners will be subjected to at the end of time, and that all of the Bible's references to unquenchable fire, weeping, gnashing of teeth are just metaphors for the grief and discontent of mind that sinners will experience upon not being saved. And of course, the argument gets even stranger from there. For various reasons, Hobbes ends up painting himself into a theological corner and claiming that the damned will continue to propagate after the resurrection and that their children will likewise be damned. Now, of course, it's a very strange argument, and it's also a scripturally questionable one, as Hobbes's critics pointed out. Alexander Ross called it a doctrine well beseeming the school of Muhammad, not of Christ, and others were similarly appalled. So why does Hobbes add this material? It's not clear it's philosophically necessary. It's not clear that his moralist account of hell is logically entailed by his materialism. So why is it there? Our analysis suggests that he might have had good reason to think that the question of hell and the ultimate fate of the soul was especially pressing. And that's because his revisionist account tracks a growing focus on hell, the fate of the soul, and the last judgment in popular English discourse. And so 3 of our themes address these issues. So here's a graph for a theme labeled Dissenter Theology and Eschatology, in which millenarian texts announcing the imminent end of the known world are heavily represented. And we can see this theme sort of trending, as it were, in the late 1640s as Hobbes is thinking about and writing Leviathan, and exploding afterward. The second theme you're already familiar with from Jackie, death and the ultimate fate of the soul, where we see a similar pattern. And finally, a theme that we've labeled Apocalypse and Revelation, which includes apocalyptic sermons and treatises. And we observe once again the same pattern here. The theme is, again, to use an anachronistic term, trending in the late 1640s. So taken together, these results suggest that a concern about hell, the end of days, and the ultimate fate of the soul were all trending as Hobbes wrote Leviathan. And so that one of the most controversial additions he makes to the religious arguments in the book, his discussion of hell and the end of days, tracks the increasing prominence of this theme in English public discourse. And we observe similar patterns concerning his discussions of the Trinity and the Word of God. So to conclude, we hope what the paper shows is that some of Leviathan's most puzzling, most politically risky arguments track broad patterns of public discourse in the late 1640s in England. And we think this is suggestive, though certainly not conclusive, evidence that Hobbes tailored his arguments to religious discourse on the ground. We see it as further support for Quentin's powerful emphasis on Hobbes's polemical project. That Hobbes was, as Quentin would put it, never above the battle, he was always part of the battle. The second thing we hope this paper does is make a methodological contribution by showing how computer-assisted text analysis can help us to give a fuller account of the shape of public discourse in Hobbes's time. Now, these methods cannot replace the close textual reading, philosophical analysis, and historical research that historians of political thought have always done. But we think they can complement these efforts by drawing our attention to patterns we might otherwise miss. Thank you very much.
Thank you both very much indeed. The paper, very stimulating, taking us to hell and back, as it were. It is now my pleasure to introduce Professor Mikko Tolonen, Associate Professor in Digital Humanities at the University of Helsinki, and Dr. Mark J. Hill, Postdoctoral Researcher in Digital Humanities, also at Helsinki, for their presentation, Metadata, Quantitative Text Analysis, and Social Networks, New Contextual Insights into Historical Ideas. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Ben. So straight to the point, Digital Humanities in Helsinki is a descendant of Quentin Skinner's, because what we do is we couple the contextual approach and the computation. And I'll briefly contextualize our approach a little bit, and then Mark will talk to you about a case. So next slide, please. So Helsinki Computational History Group, we are what we would call an integrated interdisciplinary group. So we are consciously working not so that one person does all the work themselves. We've got people from the computational background, data scientists, historians, a lot of intellectual historians, also linguists working together. So we are really looking for finding out the public discourse in early modern era and looking for conceptual change in particular, building tools, and then also research data releases. So that's our sort of overall approach. Next slide, please. So one thing that we've been doing with respect to British intellectual history is that we are working on different data sets. A lot of people, there's an approach thinking that you use 18th century collections online and think that's the stock of 18th century language. That's not true at all. You need to harmonize the data. You need to work with the data. You have to have corpus control. We've been working for several years with 18th century collections online together, especially with the English short title catalog, harmonizing that. And that's our main kind of a contribution data, that what we've been doing with these data sets and building then cases on that. Next slide, please. So the way that we approach it always is that when we are working with the data, we're always working with the particular research question as well. So it is always the research questions that are directing the way that what we are doing with the data, so that it doesn't become a data management project as such. So this way we get this iterative way of working and building APIs and building applications and building tools, and things move forward then step by step. Next slide, please. And so what comes out of this is really like an ecosystem of better data and better research. And once we are moving along, then we start sharing also the data with others, and others can join us and build on what we are doing. So this is the kind of like a philosophy behind our work. And what I want to underline is that digital humanities, just the methods themselves is not the solution. You really need to know your data and work with that in order to get anywhere. Now I hand over to Mark.
Okay, thanks, Miko. Let me get this slide ready. Okay, so yeah, as Miko said, I am now going to prepare or present a case study. So this part of the presentation outlines a set of methodologies for identifying discourse within and across historical communities. It does this by turning to social network analysis and quantitative text analysis to demonstrate, first, how specific communities with a shared historical context can be identified, and second, that the written works tied to communities hold distinct linguistic features which can be examined. As a case study for this, it makes use of the emergence and development of the early makers. The analytical framework here is built on the assumption that written works, which were tied to specific communities, engage with particular topics, and have distinct linguistic features, even when dealing with themes which are similar across communities. Importantly, these differences add a layer of obfuscation to both contemporary and historic readers. So social network analysis, therefore, can be used to recognize both who actors were interacting with, writing for, and responding to, and quantitative text analysis can be used to identify distinctions in the language being used. Data preparation. So the networks we use in this are extracted from the English short title catalog, as Miko just mentioned. It's a bibliographic catalog containing more than 480,000 items covering print before 1801. From these records, we extract the actors recorded on the imprint. So this is author, printer, bookseller, publisher, and the year and place of publication, amongst many other details. This information is turned into a relational data set in which each recorded actor is harmonized and linked to all documents which they worked on. For example, on the bottom right of this slide, we can see connections for Quaker publisher Giles Calvert, and Quaker authors George Fox and James Naylor. Each red dot, referred to as a node, represents a particular document which one or more of them are reported to have worked on. And in this case, we can see one work published twice, which includes all three. That's Saul's Errands to Damascus. In this case, every other red node seen here is also has its own connections to other actors, authors, booksellers, printers, etc. And then they will be connected to more documents, connected to more actors, etc. This results in a very large network, and it is therefore necessary to limit these investigations somehow. To that end, we turn to algorithmic community detection. This is a method to identify smaller parts of a network which are united by shared structural properties, groups of tightly interconnected people. Importantly, this method makes use of no a priori information in terms of the contextual circumstances uniting these people. Only once the communities are identified do we examine them within the larger context to try to historically situate them. This is a new method in historical analysis, but the potential is quite exciting. For example, in this case, we can see the growth, transformation, and collapse of royalist and parliamentary networks during the English Civil War, including the movement of individuals between groups. This means, of course, one can also focus on specific actors and their course through these networks. However, for this talk, we're interested in texts. So for that, we need to turn to the Quakers. To The plot on the bottom right shows the moment a Quaker community can be found in our data, the first Quaker community, when it's split off from a larger, just generally nonconformist group. The larger plot shows the development of these Quaker communities over time and measures their activity by the total number of Quaker authored documents published within the largest Quaker community in each period. Just as with the Civil War plot on the previous slide, a historical narrative can be seen through this plot, which links these communities to historical events, such as the Great Fire of London or the Toleration Act, and historic actors, including key Quaker publishers such as Giles Calvert, Thomas Simmons, and Andrew and Tay Sowell. The narrative starts with the emergence of Quakerism as it splits away from nonconformist groups and forms its own theological community. But when investigated, it's also spatial. It centers around Thomas Simmons' bookshop in Aldersgate, which doubled as a place of worship. This was followed by an era of turmoil, both for Londoners and Quakers, during which pandemics, fires, legislation, and prosecution all coincided to make maintaining an outward-facing community difficult. However, following the ascension of June II and the Glorious Revolution, the lapse of the Printing Act in 1679 and 1695, and the Declaration of Indulgence in 1687, Quakers were able to once again establish themselves in the public, and this time a bit more securely. Previous research has noted a theological and social shift in Quakerism, from radical millenarianism to a search for respectability. The period following this has come to be known as the era of quietism for Quakers, where there is no story of prosecution and imprisonment for printing unlicensed works or seditious pamphlets, no raids on the presses, and no occasion for fictitious prints. Quaker evangelization dropped, and they turned to printing monumental works of Quaker history for those already within the confession. The key point here is that we've been able to extract data which Quaker scholars would recognize. This is particularly important because it is by identifying the communities that we can then get to the text to see what the communities were working on. So quantitative text analysis. Quakers were chosen for this study for a number of reasons, but I'll mention one key one. They are a subgroup of a larger group. That is, they are a confession unto themselves, but also nonconformists and Christians, and therefore shared much in terms of context, beliefs, and language with others. This means that beyond identifying Quakers using SNA, there is an additional challenge in terms of identifying distinct linguistic characteristics in the written works produced by these communities. To do this, one needs to move beyond the actors who make up the text. And here we turn back to the bibliographic records, which are the source of our network. We look at the specific texts these communities worked on. Specifically, we make use of two textual sources, the full titles as recorded in the STC, and the full text of the documents from early English books online and 18th century collections online. With this data, it is possible to create a textual corpus per community, which can be investigated and compared between communities and over time. This slide offers 3 examples which demonstrate the potential and problems in this scenario. We may think of them as 3 starting steps to engaging with texts attached to specific communities. So we begin with the simplest form of analysis, the 25 most common words in the text written by these communities. This is actually quite similar to the word cloud, which we saw previously. So depending on the level of context one may want to glimpse here, the results may be seen as either a success or a failure. From one perspective, it is clear that the community identified here is related to religion. In fact, in every period examined, God is the most common feature, often followed by Christ, great and Lord. However, well, this is perhaps useful if we're trying to identify a community which we know nothing about. If we're interested in any details beyond this, denominational information, for example, the results are much less helpful. There's little here that denotes whether one is looking at Quakers or Catholics, with perhaps one exception, I should note, the word light. Beyond this, though, when we look at communities representing other Christians, we see similar words in the top features. This means that on their own, these lists do little to aid us in identifying Quakers or say anything about their use of language. We therefore move on to the second example, the relative frequency of words as representative of a community. This process, rather than simply counting the most common words, identifies the words used within a community which are statistically most representative of that particular group. For example, while God is a very frequent word amongst Quaker communities, it is also very common for many other communities. Therefore, one would not claim that, well, it's important to Quakers, it's particularly representative of them in comparison to any other community. This measurement, therefore, can be potentially more useful when it comes to identifying what is unique about communities. And in this case, the list of 25 words offers more insight into what's being discussed, and we find some words which immediately indicate we might be looking at a Quaker community. For the final example is a step further, though. In this case, we choose a specific word and we get a pair, or as many as we want, but in this case, we're looking at pairs which are statistically most similar to the word within a community's own corpus. So to give you an example of how this would work generally, if you chose the word east or west or north or south, you'd most likely get east, west, the other compass directions as results. Here we could begin to see examples of how historical communities may have used language in distinctly different ways. For example, in this case, differences reflect some of our theological expectations for Quakers and Puritans. For example, first, the emphasis on the supernatural as opposed to the human, with the distinction between devil and vain, the relationship man has with God for Quakers as opposed to the otherworldly plane in which God exists for Puritans, or differences between the condition of man, one being sinful and the other being natural. Importantly, these are indicative, but they are indications of where these methods may be able to go if they're developed more robustly. And when I say robustly developed, I mean, I make explicit reference to methods which are always tied back to the text themselves. Again, just as we previously heard, this is not a process of distant reading in which computers can give us meaning and understanding, but instead it's meant to be tools or tool sets or methodologies to allow us first to recognize the context actors were a part of via social network analysis, and second, to recognize unique linguistic features in their language that will better inform our own reading of these texts. Again, the idea is not to supersede the types of research we've seen over the past 2 days and many years, but to supplement it, to offer new ways of engaging that strengthen our understanding with regards to history. So I'll pass it back to Miko now, but that was one example of some of the work we've been doing in this. I'll move that slide on.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So, I mean, computation isn't going to go. It's not going anywhere. It's not going to go away, no matter how much we dislike digital humanities or any of these phrases and so forth. So we need to do is that we need to make it part of the toolbox that we have. And especially we need to think about what's the relationship of the research processes and the interpretation and so forth. And as long as our identity is within the community of intellectual history, and we are really building the questions on the humanities research questions that have been asked before and can provide something new, then new things start to come about. Here on the slide, you can see some of the cases that we are building. I mean, the social network analysis is one thing we are doing, but we're also doing stylometry and different kinds of text reuse detection and so forth. Looking at intertextuality, we can take new approaches and approach the material from different directions. And that is really the power of computation. But the computational can't start living a life of its own, and it really needs to be connected back to the community where we are. And that's where I believe that we can make a difference. We're trying to do that in Helsinki and elsewhere as well. And thank you for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you, Miko. Thank you, Mark. Another stimulating presentation. It is now my pleasure to introduce Professor Sally Tagliamonte, Canada Research Chair in Language Variation and Change, and Professor and Chair of the Department of Linguistics at the University of Toronto, for her presentation, Quentin Skinner from a Sociolinguistic Perspective.
Thank you, organizers. Greetings, Professor Skinner. Participants who cannot be seen, I'm happy you're here. I'm a linguist, and I want to say straight off that I read The History of Ideas fresh. I had not seen it before. I hadn't read it before. I didn't know much about its purpose or why it was written and in which context it was embedded. But Adrian Blau encouraged me when he said, your work looks fascinating and relevant because of the historical dimensions to your work and your studies of language change. Indeed, I am a specialist in the study of linguistic variation and change. Adrian suggested that I attempt to answer the following questions. How does a sociolinguist read Skinner's essay? does Skinner's essay have anything to contribute to scholars doing quantitative research in contemporary sociolinguistics? Does the quantitative study of language raise different methodological challenges and mythologies to the ones that Skinner's essay identifies? And finally, what different kinds of meaning and understanding may be relevant for quantitative language analysts? Well, linguistics is the scientific study of language, and my specialization is variationist sociolinguistics, that branch of linguistics which studies the foremost characteristics of language in balance with each other: linguistic structure and social structure, grammatical meaning and social meaning, those properties of language which require reference to both external and internal factors in their explanation. It is essentially an interpretive science. My research is founded on 3 facts about language. 1, language is a complex adaptive system that varies at all levels, and real language in use is considered fundamental. For example, in North America, we call a truck, but in England, it's a lorry. 2, language changes. We don't use language like Machiavelli or Shakespeare. We don't use language like our parents, and our children don't use language like us. 3, language conveys far more than simply the semantic meaning of its words. For example, this very common substance that you see here, somebody might call it butter, like me, or butter, like people in London, perhaps, or even in some cases, in some social circumstances or communities, they might say butter, and that pronunciation has a completely different social meaning. Skinner is on to this secret about language. In 2002, he wrote, "Whenever we use language for purposes of communication, we are always doing something as well as saying something." He makes very similar statements in early works. For example, in 1972, quote, "An understanding of the elocutionary act or force will be equivalent to an understanding of that agent's primary intentions in issuing that particular utterance." The thing is that every person, every generation, every period of time has its own linguistic conventions. Sociolinguistics studies the patterns in language and what they tell us: gender, education, job type, history, culture, clan, origin. The patterns in language tap the norms and practices of people, whether with respect to community, ethnicity, social group, ethnic orientation, intellectual orientation, or other things. Well, scholars of history, like Skinner, are not dealing with spoken language, but texts that are written with a purpose. Skinner's key point to approach and interpret texts as a complex situation in order to really understand what's going on is exactly what I do when I approach a conversation or a corpus of conversations. Let me give you an example. This is Bailey Adams, who I interviewed back in 2002.
It's usually young females when every other word is like, and it drives me insane. I hate it.
So what's Bailey Adams' underlying purpose? She's criticizing language change and attributing it to young women. But what's really going on? In the context of social criticism, in which she expresses a very common idea, she uses that innovative form she's criticizing herself, the infamous like. So what does that elocutionary act mean? Again, Skinner is asking very similar questions in his own research. Here is a wonderful quote from a Google lecture he gave not long ago. He says, quote, "The vocabulary most appropriate to textual interpretation is to focus on actions, not beliefs. It's, quote, less on what people affirm, more on trying to recapture the underlying purpose of those affirmations." Notice, however, that we know more about Bailey Adams than she thinks she is conveying. For a sociolinguist, it's very important to understand how each person, and of course each text, is embedded in space and time. Let us now move densely into the context of Quentin Skinner himself, to use one of his own expressions. He was born in 1940 in England. The History of Ideas was published in 1969 when he was 29 years old and working as a young lecturer in history at the University of Cambridge. It was a paper that solidified his academic career and became the foundation of the Cambridge School, also known as Constructionist History. Now it's over 50 years old, and the ideas in the paper continue to influence generations. Now, I want to show you how a language scientist might approach this essay and its content. But first, I want to give you a famous example of the value of linguistic analysis. Between 1978 and 1995, there was a nationwide bombing campaign in the United States that killed 3 people and injured 23 others. The perpetrator became known as the Unabomber. He wrote a 35,000-word manifesto and he sent it to the New York Times and the Washington Post. He explained the motivations for his bombings. FBI agents conducted a linguistic analysis of word choice, structure, and phrases of the text. Going back to Skinner, let's consider what he means by elocutionary force. He says, quote, "An understanding of the intended force of an utterance will depend on the conventions of a given society and situation between both public and private utterances." So, the political message of the manifesto that was sent to the American public was intended as an explanation for the bombings, but the elocutionary force imparted by the words and phrases, the linguistic means by which it did so, identified Ted Kaczynski's private self as the perpetrator and led to his eventual capture. Now, I'd like to give you a simple example from my own research. What you see in this graph are the results of a study I conducted on adjectives in North American English. Interestingly, in 2005, Skinner discusses the importance of specific adjectives and what the choice of one adjective over another can reveal about a text. Indeed, adjectives are like a fingerprint. The figure shows the use of the main adjectives of strangeness in North America from individuals across the lifespan, from those over 60 on the far left to pre-adolescents on the far right. What you see is a dramatic change in the choice of adjectives. Young people are using more and more of the word weird, whereas those who are 60 years of age and older, born around 1940 or before, use the word strange, and also a minor variant that is more typical of the UK, peculiar. Okay. There's another feature that's great at identifying generations, and those are intensifiers. Here you see some results of a study I conducted in North American English recently. It displays, again, the age of the speakers, but it's swapped around. The younger people are on the far left, and the oldest people are on the right. Again, the over 60-year-olds, those born before 1940 or about then, use more very than any other intensifier. Oops, there they are. And there are the younger people, older people, excuse me. So someone who is about 80, living in a Western country, growing up speaking English, can be expected to employ strange and maybe peculiar in more formal conservative language as an adjective of strangeness and vary as an adverb of intensification. And in fact, that's just what we find in the History of Ideas. Skinner uses the adverb peculiar precisely 3 times in the History of Ideas. For example, the peculiar implications of this view. In some of his other works, he uses an adverb of strangeness too, but it's strange. In the History of Ideas, he uses the intensifier vary 56 times, as in a very misleading fetishism of words. Now, this is not a scientific study as I would usually do. It simply serves to illustrate what I'm talking about. The text or the conversation or whatever is produced by an individual using language is going to tell its own story about the context, what the author or authors may be doing, and contextualizing word choices in time and space, and the particular context of its occurrence. All this can then be used to interpret and understand the message. The elocutionary force of a text, which I think adds a whole other layer to add to the historian's toolkit. and to Skinner's main ideas. As he himself eloquently said in his responses to day one yesterday, I'm a child of my times, and you certainly see that here. According to Skinner, what is critical to know is how what was said was meant, or, as he said recently, speech acts are what you're doing, meaning if you're lucky is what you have. But what I'm really keen to see is that he argues that the appropriate focus of the study is essentially linguistic. To this, I would add, very critically, the linguistic evidence that comes from analyzing the language of the individual or individuals who wrote the text. In these additional quotes, which I will skip over for time, he says a few other important things, but I want to get to this textual analysis where we see the use of the history of ideas from beginning to end, all 25,000 words or so. He uses very, as I said, a lot, and that is quite unusual for an academic writing. Second, notice that that word of intensity, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong slide, there's very, is used throughout the article. That 29-year-old Professor Skinner was really trying to make a strident point. Now, if we look at a different type of word, the verb learn, notice that this verb of knowledge acquisition occurs at the end of the essay, right there. When Quentin Skinner is punctuating the value of his ideas, he wants us to learn a great deal from this essay. Okay, let me return to offer my answers to the questions that were asked of me. I immediately noticed that both social and linguistic context is critical, where social includes time, space, gender, education, and where linguistic includes all the things that Skinner conceived, but more, by which I mean the detailed knowledge that can be gained from a scientific analysis of the language itself. Skinner's history of ideas affirms and elaborates the evidence that counts as important, key, germane, and interpretable for a text. But I think that sociolinguistics can add to the historical studies with objective analysis of underlying social and linguistic patterns of language across communities, not discernible from the one individual example. Language science can offer insights to historical studies by providing detailed linguistic evidence. A quantitative perspective lends support to the avoidance of the mythology of doctrines by offering an assessment of a text's linguistic characteristics to add to the historian's toolkit, a microanalysis exposing what the author is doing, even if the author doesn't know it. Skinner's perspective from the study of history contextualizes ideas and also enhances sociolinguistic interpretations. Finally, my personal curiosity is to engage in further discussion and explore the idea Skinner expresses later in the history of ideas when he says that, quote, the causes and meaning of actions can be of use to scholars outside of history. I hope he will include language scientists like me in those other scholars, because what intrigues this scholar the most is what he says here. The understanding of statements uttered in the past clearly raise special issues and might yield special insights, especially about the conditions under which languages change. Thank you very much.
Right. Well, thank you, Sally, very much indeed. Well, okay, everyone, that was very rich, just as I expected it to be. And I now get the pleasure of leading some discussion, which we have some time for. And I'd actually like to start with you, Sally, because I think it's very interesting that that linguistics stands at the center of this conversation in a way that's not very common for historians. I mean, I don't think there's lots of historians that don't spend much time reading linguistics. So what I wonder is, and I've actually posed this to you, Sally, and then to everyone, does the concern of this digital text analysis is developing now, has a number of historians engaging with work that linguists, computational linguistics, have been doing for some time. Mm-hmm. Is it taking us, as it were, back to a linguistic turn that Quentin Skinner and others were making, 50 years ago? Or is it a new linguistic turn, or did we never turn again and we've stayed linguistic? I mean, I wonder how we see the relationships within the discipline of history and between the relationship between the discipline of history and the discipline of linguistics and their, points of contact. I guess that was somewhat of a vague question, but
Well, I mean, I think we're living in very exciting times because with the advent of the technology we have now in digital humanities, we have the ability to eke out those trends and patterns and the stuff that we heard about earlier in the pattern. And as linguistics itself has become more computational and more able to eke out, multidimensional scaling and multi-level statistical analysis, we're getting much, much better. I mean, in what universe in 1969 could I have ran the history of ideas into a text processor and figured out that Quentin had used very, 47 times in 25,000 words, which is spectacular. And then in terms of history, I mean, it's very important to me as a language scientist to know how detailed historical insights and interpretations can enable me to make interpretations of what I see in text or in conversation. So I think we are living in interesting times, and I think it's really important. And I'm so grateful to the organizers for letting me be here and see how Quentin Skinner's essay, how I would respond to it as a language scientist, and to hear what everybody else has to say.
Excellent. Now I wonder if anyone else would like to jump in on that. Mikko, please?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to echo a little bit what Sally was saying, that what I find, I mean, I personally believe, I mean, what I was trying to say is that the digital and the computational, that should be a normal part of the way that we approach things. And there shouldn't be too much emphasis going on that. But the theoretical discussions that we need to engage more and more. I mean, what we realized, for example, in our group where we have linguists and historians working for years together, is that the enriching conversation that you can actually have, not just that we revisit some text that some linguist wrote, but we are all the time going back to the discussion that, well, what is it, how a concept and so forth, and taking things from there. But what I would really hope for is that there could be a new wave of theoretical ways of looking into that. What is it, the objects of study, and what are we really doing? I mean, taking the computation and adding that, it's easy. Then actually understanding that what is it that we're doing theoretically, that's very, very difficult. And that is something where we need to work harder and go forward.
Thank you. Anyone else want to get in on this? Well, all right. In that case, I will actually stick with you, Mark, and Mikko for just a moment with another question. Building on what you just brought up, I was struck by your emphasis on this interdisciplinary working group. And since, after all, the article whose 50th anniversary we're discussing here has a lot to say about methodology, approach, a better approach. It seems that you're arguing that working together, working in groups, is part of the new, better approach, that this isn't, to paraphrase the article a bit, not just an aesthetic preference, but really a better way of doing things. Is that an argument you guys are willing to make? And is that a feature of it seems not to be driven by the computers, and yet somehow it is? I just wonder if you want to expand on that.
I could say something. I think Mikko is absolutely right. We need to know what the questions are. How do we know what the questions are? We need to have theorists. We need to have analysts. Computation, once you've mastered the computational tools, is easy. But asking the questions of the tools, as Mikko, I think, was saying, is really much more important. Like, how do we know what questions to ask? We need to have the theory, and we need to have the interpretation, and we need to have the critical analysis.
So, Mikko, did you want to...
Yeah, I believe, that we need to have, that you can't have a division of labor that somebody else is developing your methods. And a lot of the methods that we are using are borrowed from other fields of science currently. And the idea that the method development is actually driven by us who are also interested about the questions. That's what I want. And also the question of data management. That you can't be that you put an infrastructure that is somewhere there in the distance, and things are done there, and then we borrow whatever scraps come out of that. We need to be in charge of the whole domain. And the idea that the computation is left to some others, it doesn't work like that. And that for that reason, because most of the historians, maybe even, I don't believe in any of this, that there's a generation that would be digital natives. There's nothing of the kind. Things need to be learned. Data science need to be integrated into what we are doing. And for that, to have people with different background domains and different expertise, but shared language and shared set of skills, that's what we at least aim to doing. So it's not something that one person can handle alone. Mark, I don't know if you want to say something about that.
No, I agree entirely. I think there's a distinction between collaboration and trying to pass on some work to someone else. And there's a real necessity for deep collaboration when you're working with, be it linguists and historians, or computer scientists and historians, or computer scientists and linguists. There needs to be an understanding of both sides of the process and the methods that are taking place. You can't just have an idea and say, now go, can you please do this for me? So the collaboration is key, really, but it's a deep form of collaboration, I believe.
Thank you. Yeah, please, Alison.
I'd just like to add, I think Jackie and I had a striking experience when we presented this paper to a computer science and data science audience. And one of the things they were surprised by is they said in a lot of work on topic modeling now, the computer science and data science people have suggested, well, you don't need, it introduces bias to have expert researchers label the topics. In order to get good topic labeling, you should just get a bunch of random people to read through the information and assign labels to the topics. So one of the things they said about our paper is they said, people who don't have expertise in the 17th century would not be able to accurately label these topics. And so I just bring that up as an example of the importance of the collaboration at the interpretive end as well. So not just in the design and deployment of these tools, but in the interpretation of results. And unless humanists and social scientists get in on this, then we're not going to be able to kind of control the interpretive end of this endeavor. And that's where so much of the promise lies in these methods.
Yeah, just following up on that, I think the division of labor in our project was such that I did most of the computational modeling, and then Alison has the historical expertise. And the day-to-day work on the project really involved constant back and forth, where I would say, well, these are the modeling assumptions, we're choosing this number of topics, and this is the output. If it's that number of topics, the output looks like this, and which of these makes more sense to your expert eye, and then we would talk about it. And then similarly with labeling the topics, we kind of had this back and forth of, okay, looking through these documents and trying to get a sense, and then looking at this output and weighing it all together. And there was a constant back and forth between looking at just the quantitative output and what that was saying, and then translating it into a richer historical thematic representation of that information.
Thank you. I mean, to press a little bit on this point, I was struck that it's interesting that the computer scientist folks said, oh, you're messing with what, you should let the computer do it and don't get your fingers in there. While I think from many historians' point of view, well, let me start it slightly differently. It seems that the problem of what Skinner in the 69 edition of the article calls the priority of paradigms, right? The biases, the set ways in which a reader comes to a text, that you might say that precisely something unsupervised topic modeling of the kind you guys were using is a way to get around that. You let the algorithm determine these topics somehow. And then, right, or have I misunderstood your intention entirely? Or is there a mix of the two and it's more than historians are used to seeing, but not enough to please the computer scientists you met with?
Jackie, do you want to start in on that?
Sure. I mean, I'll just start by saying every field has its biases. So algorithmic bias is, of course, a huge discourse going on in the computational field right now, and there are not settled answers to those questions, but there's an increasing self-awareness that you can't just plug and play an algorithm and hope for justice or hope for truth or any of that. You have to supervise the algorithms because, of course, an algorithm is importing your own assumptions, the parameters that you set, and it's running according to how you design it. And so various forms of bias can be baked in according to the data you use and the types of analysis you're running. So, bias appears everywhere, and the way to counteract that, I think, is by constantly checking in as a human expert and also engaging with other human experts with other domain expertise and trying to be able to self-reflect on the bias that you're imposing on your analysis just by defamiliarizing and talking to other people with different perspectives.
So the computer doesn't fix the problem, in other words, it seems you're saying. So
exactly.
Garbage in, garbage out.
Very good. Alison, did you want to follow up before I let you in, Sally?
I'll just add that I do think, I think what I agree with everything that Jackie has said. But to take your question, what I think is at the root of your question, Benjamin, I think these unsupervised models can be helpful in surfacing certain patterns we would otherwise miss. And we should be cautious for exactly the reasons Jackie has suggested. But just as the interpreter of a canonical text is going to fall victim to certain sorts of, I'd call them biases, Quentin talks about them as mythologies in meaning and understanding. The same is going to be true when we try and sketch the contextual landscape of a text. We run into this problem of sheer volume. Not all of us are as extraordinary as Quentin. Not all of us can sit in the British Library and wrap our heads around thousands of texts. And so this presents some problems when we're dealing with a contextual landscape with these vast numbers of texts. We risk falling into the trap of treating certain known works, like works we're familiar with, maybe because they've already been written about, or they touch on themes that happen to interest us, or they confirm our interpretive hypotheses. We risk treating those as somehow representative of the period, that they can sort of stand in or exhaust our account of the context. And I think that computer-assisted methods, for all of their limitations, can help just provide a check on that tendency, at least when deployed well. And so if you get a topic model that delivers results like ours, some of those topics or themes that you realize were really maybe very prominent at the time might not be the ones that are most emphasized in the secondary literature. And once you see that, that can be an important opportunity for a kind of course correction.
Excellent, very good. Now, Sally was waiting, and then Mark, please, Sally.
Yeah, just in light of all of these comments, and I think all of us here on this panel would agree, is that you can't just use one method. You can't just use one type of analysis. I mean, in particular, in your paper, Alison and Jackie, you used at least 3 different methodologies, and you can triangulate across different methodologies. That's certainly what I've been doing in my work. One method shows you this, another method confirms it, another method kind of brings out something else, and you can use them all together, and then bringing in like different people from different specializations helps as well. So I think as we work through very sophisticated computerized statistical modeling techniques, we also are very aware that of our assumptions, our how our algorithms may be predisposing us to one thing or another, and we're learning to triangulate. Thanks.
Thank you. Mark.
Okay. Yeah, so I just want to further problematize this problem and make perhaps make it even more difficult. So I agree entirely. So triangulating methods is absolutely right. There is absolutely room for these kind of unsupervised approaches, but then there's also the problem, and I think this comes up with the idea that, okay, just let the topic model just discover the topic itself, or let something else happen here. There's also the problem of the data that you're using and you're putting into it. All this data has been collected by particular people at particular times, and it's collected or constructed for particular reasons. So we use the ESTC quite a lot in the work we do in Helsinki, which is a bibliographic catalog. It aims to be comprehensive, a collection of pretty much everything published in English or in the English language, but it's not. Things have been lost, things have not been collected, things have been collected more in some cases than in other cases. And you need to be aware of the historical circumstances that go into these situations. And it's very easy to come up with a number of reasons why the ESTC is absolutely great in a particular scenario for, let's say, social network analysis. You could talk about geography, it's based in London mostly. You could talk about the reality of the handprint printing press means that these were humans interacting. But you need to know also about the problems there. And you have to just be honest about where your data is coming from and what its limitations are if you're going to be using any type of method with it.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Oh, Mikko, please.
Yeah, just continuing just a little tiny bit with an example. And the reason why we talked about so much about the questions of data. So if we want to do topic modeling, quite often the idea is that when the data is large enough, that will take care of that we can trust the data, so that the topic models would be meaningful. So if we take like something like 18th century collections online, and we've been recently studying that what does it actually contain? I mean, what is there inside that data? We know that that's a little bit more than 50% of everything that's for 18th century in the ESTC. But what you have is some authors' works, like Locke. Most of Locke's works are there, all of the editions. And when you use that as a data set, so that some data is there fully, and then you have Isaac Watts or somebody else whose works aren't there. And how is that then affecting the actual topic models? And the answer currently is that not many people actually know. And it doesn't mean that you shouldn't be doing this, but we're still at the kind of like an exploratory phase in many of this. And the theoretical question where all of us should be thinking about is the role of interpretation in general, and then the role of data analysis and exploration, where we can use statistics and computation, and then thinking about that, where that leaves us as historians. So that is something that I don't think that there has been enough work devoted on this. It's more about the question of doing certain cases and then going from there. But I think that a lot of the conclusions that need to be made are out there for grabs still to come within the next few years.
All right, so the PhD students out there. Right? Now, with time left, I want to pivot to a number of questions that came in from members of the audience, directed less on form and method and more on content and argument, and in particular for Alison and Jackie. Professor Sumit Mukherjee wonders if Hobbes's view of hell and the soul contradicted his materialism, and would it not then be correct to say that he inherited the legacy of Machiavelli? And actually, I'd like to place that question alongside another from Luke O'Sullivan, who asks, if the strangeness of Hobbes's position on Christianity, doesn't it perhaps diminish if we argue that Hobbes was drawing on Stoic and Epicurean materialism to produce an account of Christianity that could be made consistent with the new natural philosophy that was emerging via the Royal Society? And Mr. O'Sullivan refers to a book by Gorham called Mixing Bodily Fluids, Hobbes's Stoic God. That question goes on a bit further, but so I wonder if I put those two there for you folks.
Great. So Let me start by saying that just giving everyone a article reference, that I think the best analysis of the connection between Hobbes's moralist account of hell and the tensions and the connections to his materialist commitments is an article by David Johnston. So I just say that I think the case is well worked out there, and it's well worth reading. The suggestion about the influence of Stoicism is really interesting, and I don't, I'm not expert in that interpretation of Hobbes, so I'm going to be very tentative there. I will say it brings up a kind of broader issue raised by the paper, which is we're putting a lot of weight on the interpretation that Hobbes is responding to discourse on the ground in England. And the reason he offers this account of hell when he does in Leviathan and not before, has to do with some of those changing patterns in public discourse. Now, as for what might have influenced the content of what he has to say about hell, of course, many other things could be at play there, far beyond England, and the some of that classical inheritance could play a role. Of course, he's writing the work in France, and so some of the arguments he deploys in the second half of Leviathan make use of some of those continental resources. And so I guess I would say that the paper is separating two questions, and the question we're interested in is not so much where does he get the content of his theological arguments, what's inspiring him, what is he drawing on there, and more why does he make them when he does? Why are they new to Leviathan? And we think at least part of the explanation is a contextual one.
Well, great. And so then there are two further questions to you folks, to the two of you, both are anonymously posed, actually follow up on precisely that. One questioner wonders why you think Hobbes felt the need to tailor Leviathan to these particular topics in popular discourse, as opposed to topics in popular discourse that may have been going up and down that Hobbes omitted to address. And in a similar vein, a questioner wonders, if you're proposing that Hobbes answers pre-existing topics in the literature, why not computationally measure similarities between Hobbes's text and your reference corpus and chart how that evolves over time? Now, we don't have that much time left, but those are some questions from the audience.
I'll just say briefly about the first one, that this has come up before, and we'd love to write a separate paper on what is sort of trending, as it were, that Hobbes omits to discuss, because the things that he chooses to be silent on are just as interesting as the things he chooses to weigh in on. And so that's a question that has been lurking for us and we're really excited about. So I'll just thank the questioner. Maybe Jackie, if you want to chime in on the second question.
Yeah, I think that would be a really exciting follow-up work to do, would be to try to do a more quantitative analysis of Hobbes and put it side by side next to the Thomason Tracts corpus. But I think for the purposes of this paper, doing this big project of parsing through the Thomason Tracts corpus alongside the close reading of Hobbes allows for, I think, a good first step of weighing the text alongside context. So.
Well, great, thank you. So that concludes the questions we have from the audience, and I, of course, have many more. But and this is one of those moments where it's irritating that we're all in such far-flung places, us in this small context, and all the rest of you out there watching, and we can't all now continue to chat informally. But we can indeed continue to chat informally in a certain novel format, namely through the this virtual networking on Zoom Teams, details about which you all should have received earlier. which will also be available to you now via the chat function here in this presentation. So that will be our opportunity to continue the discussion. In the meantime, I would like now to take this moment to thank Jacqueline, Allison, Mark, Miko, and Sally for their contributions and for the, raising all these interesting questions, and wish you all best of luck in your important work. I think that will do. Thank you all very much. It's now a 30-minute break, as you understand, and you can leave the Zoom webinar and rejoin after the break, or just remain on the call. We'll see you back here at 18:15 for the final session. Thank you all very, very much indeed.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
I'm Adrian Blau from King's College London. This is the final session of the conference. I'd like to welcome back Professor Quentin Skinner, Fellow of the British Academy and the Barbara Beaumont Professor of the Humanities at Queen Mary, University of London. This final session will have two parts. In the first part, Professor Skinner will comment on today's papers. That will take about 40 minutes. In the second part, Professor Skinner will respond to questions from the audience. That will take about 30 to 35 minutes. If you have a question for Professor Skinner, please do type it into the question and answer box, and please include your name. I will now hand over to Professor Skinner to comment on today's papers.
Well, thank you very much, Adrian, and welcome back. Of course, I don't know if there is anyone out there, but I just want to say how much I've enjoyed my interlocution with everyone who has been talking again today. Another, seems to me, quite wonderful set of papers. It's been a bit taxing to try to get them all straight in my head without time really between sessions. But I've made some notes, and what I'll do, if I may, is again what I did yesterday, which is simply, in this case, there are 10 presentations to talk about, and I'll simply talk about them in order. I think it may be that I'll find that some of them, I have to admit, mesh less strongly with what I'm myself doing, working on, and interested in. Some fit quite extraordinarily strongly onto those interests, and it may be that that prejudice will disclose itself in the time I spend. I rather hope not. But let me begin with Rochana and her talk about the study that she's made of the Indian Constituent Assembly. She takes these debates as a form of discourse, and she wants to give a largely textual account of that discourse, or what she calls a rather weak contextualism. And for a very interesting reason, because the topics that she studied in these debates, I mean, very large topics like secularization in India and democracy and nationalism, she thinks that these are better disclosed in the idea of a general discourse about them. And something very interesting seems to me to emerge as she gives her account of it from that focus, which of course is somewhat at odds with their preferred Skinner approach to these matters, is that there's much less than you might have expected of a kind of colonial imposition in these debates, especially she feels in the discussion of secularization and secularism. And those are more innovative discussions than you would have been led to express. So I think that what does underlie Rochana's discussion is a fear that there might be an excessive individualism on my part in the injunctions that I offer methodologically, because they don't perhaps apply so well to collective speech. And I haven't ever myself attempted the task of studying collective speech. My great friend, Kari Palonen, of course, has written extensively and wonderfully on this subject in the case of German federal assemblies and local assemblies. And I was struck by the parallel between your approach and that of Kari Palonen on the rhetoric of assemblies, although he is a more faithful follower of my more individuated approach, and he's interested in the rhetoric of the speeches. So all of that, if I may just end here, made me the more pleased, if I may say so, that Rochana's way of approaching this material was to consider the relationship of these political rhetorics to the legitimation of political action, which of course is a large theme of mine. So still in the first session, I turned to Humera's talk, in which I found two elements in particular extremely revealing, and the second rather challenging. First, there was your stress on the fact that in Islamic political thinking, questions about the context of utterance have always been considered, you told us, as of great importance. And one point that particularly struck me here was your account of those scholars who interrogated the use of law in relation to social hierarchy and the need to take account of hierarchy in our interpretation of those discussions about the rule of law. But what I found especially striking was what you showed about the effects of the imposition of a colonial context on this basic story, and particularly the resulting discussions about justice in relation to the new colonial arrangements and the consequent misunderstanding by the colonizing powers of local moral and political vocabularies. That all seemed to me just extremely interesting. The other element in the talk that I found especially interesting, and as I say, challenging, was your discussion of the institutionalizing of the study of political theory in 20th century universities, especially in the Anglophone world. So here you brought to bear your interest in a quite different topic. I mean, there's an obvious connection, but this is a quite separate topic. And I was particularly struck by this because you rightly stress here that there's been an inevitable disposition in Western discussion, especially perhaps in the Anglophone world, well, no, I would think this would be true in the Francophone world as well, to place the concept of the state at the center of politics and hence at the center of the study of politics. I think that that's right. Certainly in the United Kingdom, of course, there's a kind of instinctive suspicion of the state in the United States. Strange that they nevertheless have that name. But of course, they talk about it all the time. We all talk about the state all the time, which is extremely unsurprising because we all live in states. I mean, there has been, or for a time, we were told that the state had declined and fallen and gone out of sight, but my goodness, states have roared back again and they're strengthening their jurisdictions with a new vigor and they're policing their boundaries in a way that we haven't seen in generations. And they've rendered statelessness one of the most appalling human conditions. So let's not deny the significance of the traditional state apparatus. But as you say, this leads to the foregrounding of the state as a central theme in political theory and in the history of political theory. And that has indeed been the case in the history of European political theory. And I myself have written a 2-volume work entirely devoted to the question of how the state became established as the unique locus of sovereign power in previously feudal societies, and how questions about the legitimacy of the state then became central to Western European state systems. Now here comes the challenge with which I cannot really, I'm afraid, but agree. To foreground the state is to say that what matters is the understanding of sovereignty and law on the one hand, and political obligation and rights on the other. And that was what my 2 volumes were entirely about. But as you say, that marginalizes, by foregrounding what states might be said to be, I mean, sovereign agents who claim unique source of authority to legitimate, to legislate, and therefore claim political obligation of their citizens. By talking about what states are, I didn't talk about what states did in that period. I mean, what did they do? They fought incessant wars, they colonized, they enslaved subject nations. So that's what states did, amongst other things, keeping order within their borders, obviously, and so on. So I'm afraid, of course, you're right, that story is a story about the state system, and it no less needs to be told. So I think a generation of scholarship can only plead guilty here and agree that what mattered is different narratives. Well, I'm going to turn now to Professor Lee Jenko's paper. She spoke on 2 closely related themes. On the one hand, she offered, she put it, a deep dive into a specific historical moment, which in Western numbering we would say was the year 1606, the late Ming, when Chen Di produced his historicist analysis of how to approach the texts of the ancient sages. And that was a fascinating exposition. And it would have been more fascinating if I had been able to follow the Mandarin, but that was fascinating. So that exposition in her paper, you will all recall, was prefaced and was succeeded by an account of how Chen Di's text should be approached. And here we were told that the Cambridge School method would hardly be relevant. By the way, I hope we'll stop talking about the Cambridge School. And again, Joanne this morning gave excellent reasons for thinking that it's a misleading term. So I won't speak about that again. But here, what was specifically said to be irrelevant was the concept of authorial intentionality. That just didn't seem to Professor Jenko to be applicable. But as I said yesterday, the crucial point here is one about texts as social actions. That's my fundamental point, that you should think of texts as actions, and you should explain them in the way that you should explain an action. That's to say, causally. So if you don't want to foreground intentionality, you don't have to. And what you could say if you were in that mood is that Chen Di's historicist intervention, and it clearly was an intervention, looks to me like a highly consequential social action. And that the text constituted a social action of a particular kind. So the fact that one might wish to speak the language of intentionality, and I do because I'm interested always in agency, doesn't, I think, render that way of thinking about the text, that's to say, as a particular kind of intervention, an irrelevance. On the contrary, the paper seemed to follow that path. Let me just end by saying that I strongly agree with Professor Jenko's underlying plea for the global investigation of sites of political thought. Professor Jenko also spoke about the ethnocentrism of the so-called Cambridge School. So maybe I could just finish by assuring her that one of my own principal academic projects at the moment is in collaboration, as always, with the Cambridge University Press to try to overcome exactly that limitation. And we've specifically done that by reviving the text series that I originally set up with the press in the early 1980s called Cambridge Texts in the History of Political Thought, where we were quite explicit that we were talking about the Western tradition, and we stopped commissioning around about the end of the 20th century on the Western tradition. And we have revived the series now exclusively to talk about other traditions. And Professor Hilda de Weert's wonderful edition of Wu Jing's 8th century text on essentials of government has already been published. And we have for some time been concentrating exclusively on providing texts which are in origin Chinese, Islamist, or in African political thought. And of course, I've had to set up an editorial board of which Hilda is one of the most active members, working on, she works, of course, on early Chinese history herself, and is our main expert on Chinese political texts. So don't worry, we've gone global quite some time ago, and it's only the fact that it takes quite a long time for these texts to be translated and edited and published, which means that we're only now starting to publish, but there will now be, I hope, another 120 volumes, which is the number that I edited when I considered the Western tradition. Well, finally, in the fourth session, Professor Tan, who also spoke about Chinese traditions of thought and the problems of interpreting them. And here, it seemed to me that she seemed to offer some quite salutary warnings. The general problem that Professor Tan rightly stressed is that anyone coming to such Chinese texts from a different culture faces the impossibility, you can't put it any less strongly, the impossibility of approaching them without unself-conscious perceptions about what they might be saying, which take the form of, in Heideggerian phrase, prejudgments rather than judgments. And the specific problem Professor Tan discussed arises, as was shown, from any approach that centers on individual authorship and the communication of intentions, because we face a tradition of unknown authors and of corporate authors, and a tradition, she wanted to add, in which the aim was to perpetuate existing beliefs and practices to sustain a way of life. I have to say that I didn't myself feel that that sounded so alien as to what I've been prescribing, because in saying that the texts you cite aim to perpetuate existing beliefs and practices, aren't you identifying what they're doing? And isn't that what I'm recommending? And furthermore, I would want to stress that you're speaking of a genre which was very familiar to Western scholars in medieval and Renaissance Europe. In the early Italian communes, drawing on classical sources, there was a large literature entirely devoted to prescriptions about how to perpetuate the practices of republican states. And then, of course, there was the even larger tradition advising monarchs on how to perpetuate the values and practices, specifically of monarchy, the so-called Fürstenspiegel literature, the mirror for princes. But I don't want to end on that note, because I certainly don't want to iron out the complexities. On the contrary, as we become more enthusiastic about the prospects of writing global histories of moral, social, and political ideas, there are certainly going to be the sorts of problems that Western scholars are going to face. These will be the problems. And these are daunting hermeneutic tasks, more so than my generation had to face. Well, that was the first session. And in the second session of today, we had 3 presentations which strongly reminded me that I'm really a student of political rhetoric. I was deeply appreciative of these appraisals, which I thought were, each of them, they were very generous and really seemed to me to get to the heart of what I was trying to talk about. But far more important, they carried such thoughts as I may have had far further than I have done myself. And I begin with Alan Finlayson's paper. Well, I don't really begin with Alan's paper, although it was brilliant, but with thanks to him on behalf of us all for the very moving tribute that he paid to Judy Atkins, who, if we had not been delayed in this conference by the pandemic, would have been contributing to it, but for her quite sudden and appallingly premature death. This was a fine tribute, and thank you, Alan. Alan, still on the subject of you, I was, of course, shocked to hear that at Cambridge you had refused to take any of my courses. But I have to say, having listened to your paper, that you really did not need to have taken them, because you gave a brilliantly exact exposition of one of my own central concerns, which is politics as rhetorical performance, what you nicely call politics in the wild. And if you had come to my lectures, that's all you would have heard about, but it sounds to me as if you already knew it all. So specifically, what you offered us was a very exact and disturbing account of innovating ideologists of our time. Now, when I wrote about innovating ideologists and used that phrase, I now see that I was rather unselfconsciously assuming that innovation would be radical. It would be concerned with social amelioration and the attempt to justify radical change. That really does show that I'm a child of the 60s, doesn't it? Whereas, of course, your innovating ideologists are as anti-radical as it's possible to be. They are sort of Stone Age figures, or rather, what they want to do is to reverse any such aspirations to social change. And you give a very exact account of this reactionary rhetoric on digital platforms. By the way, prefacing it with a fascinating set of remarks about Enoch Powell, who may have been a failed politician. I mean, resigning as Minister of Health, as I remember, and not subsequently holding any government post. But his huge success was as a rhetorician. And there's no doubt that those appalling speeches that he made about rivers of blood, if we did not change the legislation that gave passports to former colonial citizens, there would be rivers of blood. well, he bequeathed an appallingly powerful rhetoric, and it was a rhetoric of reaction, and it has been widely taken up, and that is a very large kind of political success. So your reactionary politicians on the digital platforms are innovating ideologies in so much as they are manipulating and indeed reversing the signs on some of our social values. Social justice warriors, so social justice being placed in a contemptuous kind of framework, and cultural Marxism, where that is used to mean anything that most liberal people would think some kind of common decency is in debate. So there's been huge rhetorical success in challenging the signs and in seeking to challenge descriptions. Now, you rightly notice that this is a technique which was very well known to the classical rhetoricians, and like everything else, the terminology was Greek, and they called it paradiastole. And you gave a very good example of that technique. I've sometimes in my pessimistic moments thought that the name of that technique, which of course terrified people who were attempting the science of morality, Hobbes is terrified of paradiastole because of course it looks tremendously powerful, but it is going to wreck the idea of the science of morals because there's going to be no agreed denotation to the evaluative descriptions. And that's the whole point, of course. And it carries one back to one of the great discussions, not under the name paradiastole, although it might have been because he was writing in Greek, but in Thucydides' history, where in book 3, he talks about stasis in Corcyra and what happened. The first casualty of civil war, he says, is always moral language, because recklessness will be called courage. I'm now quoting Thucydides. Recklessness will be called courage. Of course, it picked up by Aristotle in his rhetoric, just exactly that example. And aggression will be called masculinity. We recognize all of that. And it is an extremely powerful technique, the redescription of vices as virtues for legitimating purposes. Another thing I loved about your paper, Alan, was that, as with me, John Milton seems to be very much in your head. Of course, I have an excuse because he and I were at the same college. I mean, at different times, but we were both at Christ's, weren't we? So I'm going to end what you put into my head, a wonderful line from Paradise Lost. Hypocrisy, the only evil that can walk invisible. Well, now I come to Sophia's paper, which I also tremendously appreciated, and her account of the need in an era of ecological breakdown to come to a better understanding of nature. And she offered us Margaret Cavendish as our guide. Political judgment, she was telling us quite rightly, needs to be informed by a much better understanding of nature than we have inherited. It so happens that one of my recent articles was about this very issue on ecology and history. And there I tried to indict the Christian theological tradition for bearing a heavy burden of responsibility for treating nature simply as a resource to be mastered. I mean, that whole Baconian story of knowledge for increase, which was taken up from Christian tradition, legitimizing an emergent story of bourgeois Europe. So nature is there as a resource to be mastered and used. So, as Descartes immediately was led to say, animals are just machines. They're just machines, and they're for our purposes. And nature is dead, as Sophia quoted. It's just a material object, as Hobbes says. I mean, nature is just a material object. Everything is just material object. Now, Cavendish, I think that Sophia must have been referring mostly to the Philosophical and Physical Opinions, which I think is 1655, isn't it? Is, as Sophia was saying, a sort of a monist. Everything in nature has a common power, just as we do. So we are just an example of part of a general order of things. We are part of nature. There's no question of opposition to nature. We're within it, and we have powers which are common with everything else in nature. Well, that may begin to be made to look strange, though of course we remember that John Locke saw stones growing outside his college in Oxford. They were certainly growing. And in the 17th century, people agreed that stones probably, I mean, everything could grow, everything has power. And nature is not dead, it is massively alive. So what I really liked about this is that you're showing us a path not taken. That we're part of nature. We should always have theorized ourselves as part of nature. We should never have talked of apposition, certainly not of nature as dead or dogs as machines. But we went the wrong way. Let's hope we can take a better path. And thank you for that guidance. And let's just hope that we're not too late, because of all the paths that we refuse to take, this is suddenly looking the most serious mistake that our culture made. So finally in this group, I come to Jonathan Leader-Maynard's account of how ideas constrain action. Rightly, he says that's one of my central questions. So what is the role of ideology in the explanation of social action? Now, he gives us what strikes me as a really powerful as well as an original answer to this question. He begins, and you'll forgive me if I begin, by laying out the problem as I laid it out. So let me very briefly remind you of what I said about this yesterday. Suppose we begin by giving up what Jonathan today called ideology as conviction. Suppose we concede that professed principles are not generally motivating beliefs. Suppose we concede that the project of social and political thinking, if we're being very grand, is merely the rationalization of social life. Well, it by no means follows that social and political theory consequently has no causal role to play in helping to explain the specific directions taken in social life. And that is because what you can do, here is another of my mantras, and I believe in it very deeply, what you can do in politics generally depends on what you can legitimize. If you're a revolutionary, you just start firing guns. But if you're in politics, that's to say, if you're talking, then what you can do depends on what you can legitimize. But you can't choose your legitimizing narratives. They have to bring your conduct under the heading of some already established values, and they will have to be widely established, and you'll have to talk that language. Paradise begins to rear its head again. So the point is, even if your professed principles never figure among your motives, they are among the causal conditions that explain why you acted as you did. So there is what, in the paper today, Jonathan called ideology as an instrumental tool. Now, I was happy to leave it there. But Jonathan went on to ask, well, if it's a tool, how does it work? How do you use it? And of course, I'm very keen on the idea, sort of Nietzschean idea. I mean, Nietzsche wants to say that concepts are always weapons. Well, that's his nature. You might prefer, in Wittgensteinian way, to say that concepts are tools. They're the things we do things with, and they have to be apt for our purposes. That's what it is to have a concept. But if it's a tool, how does it work? And why would anyone care? Well, my answer is, well, because it really matters. But Jonathan says, well, that just carries you back to conviction. So I think that that's right. And I really like the way he's developing a theory of ideology here in a rather subtler direction than I did, which was to say that ideology generates intersubjectively shared frameworks for action. So what he calls ideology as infrastructure. And then that suggests commitments which are not the straightforward commitment to your principles, as it were. There could be, as he put it, an adoption of a principle, and I follow the party. That might not be wholly sincere, but it might not be wholly insincere. It's a difficult case to classify and a very important and interesting one. There could also be what he called the dynamics of conformity. There could be, that's to say, unreflective acceptance of practice. that's conceptually easier to deal with, but of course it's also very much commoner. And then of course there's instrumental use, which is what I talked about. Now the explanatory task becomes discovering which are all in play, and above all, in what balance. So it's less, he feels, about persuasion and more about upholding dominant practices. So I found that really challenging and really interesting. Okay, so I now come to the last three wonderful group of three papers about how we're really going to be brought up to date, because we're going to be, and we are being, digitalized. Now, the first of these three papers came from Alison McQueen and Jackie Basu. I have to say, if you're there, Alison and Jackie, that your presence vividly brought back to me very happy times spent at Stanford. And thank you both very much. Please invite me back. No, sorry, I didn't mean you. You must do what you want. So I found their essay, oh, look, I'm a Hobbes scholar. And that essay was riveting and very original, that paper. And I learned a lot from it. And there's much more to be said, I think, along the lines that I've tried to lay down. So Alison and Jackie focus on the theological claims made by Hobbes in Leviathan. He spoke of his views about the Trinity, and he spoke about his views about hell as described in the Hebrew Bible. Now, his view of the Trinity is that its members are the names of God's authorized representatives. So, in an astounding moment, Moses becomes a member of the Trinity. God the Father drops out, and Moses replaces him because he's an authorized representative of God. That's what it is to be a member of the Trinity. As for Hobbes's view of hell, it's yet more sensational in 17th century discourse. It is that there's just no such place. I mean, everything is material objects in Hobbes, and there is no such material object. Don't worry, it just doesn't exist. He says that. Well, nobody needs telling, I guess, but Alison and Jackie duly note that these were sensational claims in the 17th century and very dangerous to put forward. But, and this is what's fascinating about their discussion, there was no need for Hobbes to put them forward in his political argument. Nothing in the ongoing argument about the theory of the state, its rights and our obligations, nothing depends on these claims. So what are they doing there? I mean, why put them in? He was risking his life. I mean, in Parliament was a bill brought in to call for the death penalty for those passages in the Leviathan. They caused upset like nothing else in the text. Well, here's where there enters the figure of Jackie and the digitalization of the vast collection of Thomason tracts of the English Revolution, 1640 to 1660. How many tracts are there? About 25,000 of them, all in the British Library. Now, by topic modeling, especially, it emerges that at the end of the 1640s, just when Hobbes begins to write Leviathan, discussions of hell and the end of days proliferated in a kind of frenzy. I didn't know that. But that's what is established by the machines, and that it's very clear that Hobbes knew about this, and it's very clear that he thought that they needed calming down, and it's clear that his intervention, which is what we must think of as the passage in Leviathan, was an attempt to bring about that effect, to calm things down. So what happens? Now, here I do want to add to something that Alison said, which was her quotation from Clarendon. That really struck me, because it isn't just that Hobbes says hell doesn't exist. Clarendon says he produces a burlesque, and you can always rely on Hobbes to do that. He loves to ridicule. And so what actually Hobbes says, although I don't think that Alison had time to go into this, is that the word Gehenna, translated from the Hebrew Bible as hell, in the original Hebrew meant the place where you dump the garbage. But then Hobbes says in one of these wonderful satirical passages, I'm in chapter 38, nobody nowadays would interpret that passage as saying that the damned should be left eternally upon a rubbish dump. That's not how anyone interprets the passage. So he says, well, think about that. What emerges is that the whole passage is a metaphor. And so it evaporates. And it evaporates in the way that Hobbes loves to cause the arguments of his adversaries to evaporate into absurdity. He loves to make them ridiculous. Now, for any student of Hobbes, this is marvelous, and it's a completely new contextualization for Hobbes, and I really look forward to this altogether being written up. Let me just add one more word, because I am on Hobbes. When Alison and Jackie turn to the amazing view that Hobbes holds, that Moses is a member of the Trinity and God the Father is not, I would say that, again, this is amazingly that it's a joke. And here he's not just ridiculing the sects, he's combining them with his reflection on the theory of corporations, and I would want that to be added. What it means for someone to speak in God's name, according to Hobbes' theory of representation, is if you're speaking in someone's name and it's legitimate speech, you must have been authorized to speak by the person in whose name you're speaking. And that's the whole theory of sovereignty. The government is speaking in the name of the state and is authorized by the people to speak in the name of the state. So you speak for Leviathan because Leviathan can't speak. So that's what's also, I think, in Hobbes' mind. So I think the joke has double roots, but I'm really looking forward to hearing more. Thank you very much. Now I turn to Mark Hill and Mikko Tolleman, who are using social network analysis of the type developed in the Helsinki Computational History Group. As usual, really important things coming out in our subject from the University of Helsinki, a tremendous institute for everything that we here are interested in. So this was an astonishing story that they told, which is that you can trace and relate by means of their database, which is the short title catalogue. You can relate authors with printers, you can relate communities with readers. And the machine will identify without preconceptions. That's its great merit. So you can see groups coming into being, as they showed us with the Quakers, and you can see communities generating particular vocabularies. This wasn't particularly mentioned, but it came up on screen astonishingly. When the Quakers talk about evil, they want to talk about vanity. Wow. I mean, that certainly is a community representing itself, and that's a recognizably Quaker thought, we would want to say. So although they speak very modestly about this machine learning, which is extraordinarily powerful, serving the scholarly community, they have already given us a fascinating finding themselves, which is that specific communities have, as you might say, causal properties. I mean, similar topics are discussed differently depending on different communities. And that's a large finding in itself. And the material about the Quakers, I thought, was really wonderful. Well, I'm watching a clock here, which says that I only have 3 minutes left, but I'm going to manage because I come last. And I must say, by no means least, I come to Professor Tagliamonte. So, Professor Tagliamonte provides a marvelous illustration of one of my own central claims, if I may so egotistically put it, which is that the understanding of utterances involves far more than correctly grasping their meaning. But she, in the manner of a proper linguist, expands that thought from the philosophical to the linguist, from the philosophers to the linguisticians' provenance, by showing us that an utterance might lead you to understand in the sense of come to see, not merely the meaning of what was said, but the age, class, ethnicity, nationality of the speaker, and a lot more besides. So a sensational elaboration of something which I certainly deeply believe in at the philosophical level. Disconcertingly, Professor Tagliamonte is able to add something about me, which I didn't know, and autobiographically, I'm going to end with it, which is that I have certain adjectival preferences which enabled Professor Tagliamonte to determine my age. and from other usages of mine, to determine that I had, at the time of writing the essay that we've been talking about, a quite unusual intensity of anxiety to underline the truth of my thoughts. Well, that was certainly true. Well, that's as much as I have to say about the day, except the most important thing I want to say, which is thanks to you all for such attentiveness and such a willingness to pick up the baton and run. I mean, that's a terrible metaphor because you're running in all sorts of different directions. It's not a relay race, and it's not a race at all, but it is an exploration. And I've been shown many new pathways and have learned a great deal. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Professor Skinner, for such generous and detailed comments on today's papers. So we now turn to the second and last part of today's session, where I shall be asking questions from the audience to Professor Skinner. Some of the questions anonymous, some of them named, and we'll start with an anonymous question. Would you mention other mythologies today?
Well, when I spoke of mythologies in my 1969 article, what did I mean? I meant the interpretative approach then dominant, which had a tendency to generate non-existent objects. So if I'm asked, has hermeneutics since then been guilty of adding to these non-existent entities, I would say yes, absolutely, it has. And that brings my old enemies, the postmodernist deconstructionists, onto the scene. I think there's less of it nowadays, but in the heyday of deconstructionist methodologies, which for a time were so dominant, there was the engendering of some powerful mythologies in the sense of non-existent entities, especially the idea associated with Barthes of text without authors. I take that to be a non-existent entity, and associated with Derrida, signifiers in completely free play. I want to say two things here. One is that Barthes and Derrida were both serious and indeed great thinkers, and neither of them said this. They did not commit these terrible mistakes. Barthes, in his essay, if you'd only read it in French, distinguishes the lisible from the scriptible, and all he is saying is that late bourgeois bureaucratic society generates forms of texts which really don't have authors because they are mechanical. But he's not saying that it is true of all texts. As for Derrida, this is even worse. It is perfectly true that Derrida speaks about play, jeu. It's perfectly clear in the French text that what he's talking about is play, in the sense that in English we would say, well, that joint has got a bit of play in it, it's not firm. And he's saying signifiers have play, which is a crucial insight and very important, and he's wonderful at displaying that. What he is not saying is everything is play or everything is in a state of free play. But those were two mythologies which emerged fascinatingly, getting tagged to two great thinkers who had never committed the fallacy.
Thank you. Our next question is from Lee Jenko. The 1960s saw events such as decolonization, radical politics, and feminism. For many people, these political movements define the 1960s, yet they seem to be absent in the narrative of your work. To say this isn't to denigrate your contributions, rather it's an invitation for you to reflect on some absences in your earlier work and perhaps to think about where it can be applied in the future.
Yes, well, in agreeing to speak at this conference, which I'm thrilled to have done, I was asked to speak about my scholarly work in the 1960s. I wasn't asked to speak about myself when young. If I had been talking about my life in the 1960s, it, of course, involved in some cases considerable involvement and certainly awareness of the movements you describe. Yes. Was I aware of these phenomena? That is a strange question to ask. I mean, that would be like asking, were you aware who was president of the United States in 2016? I mean, how could one not have been aware of decolonization or feminism in the 60s? But I was asked to provide a narrative not of my life, but of my scholarly work. And my scholarly work was rather austerely historical in character and occupied in my own mind and in my own life a separate space. If you'd like to know about my life in the 60s, I can tell you some amazing stories, but they were not what I was asked to talk about. Anyway, I couldn't have talked about them in public.
Our next question is from Sumit Mukherjee. Were you influenced by Bertrand Russell's History of Western Philosophy? Is Russell's portrayal of Machiavelli akin to your own work on Machiavelli?
When I was a schoolboy, I went in for a competition run by a magazine in which you had to produce a satire on Shakespeare. And I won this competition, and the prize was a book. And the book I was sent was Bertrand Russell's History of Western Philosophy, which became one of my favorite possessions in youth. I mean, it's still on my shelves next door. It had an enormous impact on me. So I'm very grateful to Professor Mukherjee for the question. I began reading it and I decided I'd have to take some notes on it. And I think I mentioned this in the interview with Teresa that was talked about yesterday. I found I was sort of copying it out. And I still think that Russell's analysis, especially of Aristotle, but of Greek philosophy, it's extraordinarily deep and pellucid as well. I think it'd be fair to say the book gets less good as it goes along, and you ask if his portrayal of Machiavelli is akin to mine. Well, honestly, I don't recollect his portrayal very well, except that what I do remember is that he really only talked about the prince. Russell, amongst extraordinary gifts, had a remarkable gift for paraphrase. In fact, he could do something which is especially wonderful. I remember it in his chapter on More's Utopia in the History of Western Philosophy, which is that he can give you a deadpan paraphrase, which is at the same time an absolutely devastating parody. That's not easy to do. He was mischievous, of course. So I remember a very good paraphrase of the prince. I don't remember anything else, and that's very important because my Machiavelli is a Republican, fundamentally. I mean, he writes a book called The Prince, and we can give an explanation of why that's what he first did. But we can also give an account of why what he really wanted to do was what he then did, which was to write the Discorsi, which is by far his longest, and in some ways his most passionate work of political philosophy, and the one in which he denounces princes and says, you must trust the people, and the rule of the people is always better than the rule of a prince. Under monarchs, you're always slaves. If you wish to live freely, you must live in a republic. There's that tremendous rhetoric about the importance of republic for ordinary people. So Russell certainly, as I remember, doesn't talk about that at all. Whereas for me, that is really the kind of core of Machiavelli's thinking about politics. His account of Machiavelli's prince, no, I don't really remember it properly. But what I do remember is that it was just a paraphrase of the prince. I'm sure it was an extremely careful one because he was brilliant at paraphrase. But if it was just a paraphrase, then again, it's not at all like my Prince of Machiavelli, as I talk about it in the two books I've written, largely on Machiavelli. The first volume of my Foundations, Modern Political Thought, and then a little book I wrote called Machiavelli. There, what I try to show is that Machiavelli is really a classical moralist gone wrong. I mean, he's a classical moralist who is a critic of classical moralism. But they set all the questions for him and they provide him with the vocabulary, and then he upends it in certain ways. That's what I wanted to show about Machiavelli. And insofar as Russell is just a paraphraser, he doesn't engage with those historical questions at all. But it is a wonderful book, and it's a wonderful piece of English prose. And I think it's not an accident, is it, that the year after that book was published, which I think was 1946, wasn't it? Russell was awarded the Nobel Prize, but he was awarded the Nobel Prize for literature, which was dead right.
Charles Marriott asks, what do you make of the present state of political theory as a discipline? Does it still find itself in the shadow of the Western canon of great political texts, or are we seeing sufficient distance to and criticisms of the canon?
Well, we talked about this a bit already, but I'm very grateful to be asked to elaborate, because I think important research is now being done to decolonize our studies and to give proper weight to the idea of the West, and especially of Europe, as one tribe among many, and that we should be, to continue with the anthropological metaphor, more adventurous anthropologically. We're one tribe, there are other tribes. And we've had some recent results of treating us all equally in this way, both yesterday and today. What I think hasn't yet happened is that our curricula haven't adjusted to reflect this change of values. Furthermore, it's going to be very difficult to make the curricula adjust properly, because the scholars are going to have to learn African languages, or they're going to have to learn Mandarin, or they're going to have to learn various other Asian languages, or all of this is going to be extraordinarily difficult. Are the students meant to know these languages as well? I mean, what is a global history of philosophy, especially political philosophy, our topic, going to look like in the classroom? It's going to be difficult to do what our values tell us we should be doing. But I think also we shouldn't think of what we've traditionally done as just interpreting a canon. I really don't want that apposition. One of my ambitions has always been to suggest a way of approaching political argument that is of general value and use. And so what I found especially exhilarating about those papers in which some of my aspirations have been really developed in completely new directions is just that there are applications to be made from a study of the canon. And I'd like to add, if I think about it, a sort of unfashionable thought here. As we study, so for example, as a new generation really seriously begins to study African political theory in an anthropological vein, it will occur to everyone that Africa was a continent that suffered under colonialization most tremendously from various European countries. But that is going to mean, especially as these were governing colonial elites, that they will have imported a lot of their values and their institutions and their practices. And that these will be, in part, what's going to be commented on. But if you're going to understand the commentaries, you've got to understand what is being commented on. So it's not going to be sensible to think that what we want to do as scholars, let alone as teachers, is to stop talking about European political philosophy in favor of, shall we say, talking about African political philosophy, because it's not going to be possible to understand what's going on in the latter without a knowledge of the former.
Thank you. Now, we still have questions from yesterday, as well as questions being sent in today. Again, if you have a question to ask Professor Skinner today in the audience, please do type it in to the question and answer tab, and we will see if we've got time for it. So please do type your questions in along with your name. So our next question is from Pablo Escalante. How are we thinking about modern political concepts wrongly? How are we thinking about modern political concepts wrongly?
Well, that's my current research project. And so in a way, that's a huge question, Pablo, but I'm very happy to have it because I'm interested in two concepts where I think we've ended up with useless and even pernicious readings of central political concepts where we've taken the wrong path. And one of these is the discussion of human rights. Rights as universal moral claims that we can all make upon everyone. This is the survival of the idea of a God-given state of nature governed by a law of nature to which all of us have equal access, and it yields all of us as having inalienable natural rights, which we've come to call human rights. And everyone has them. Everyone can make demands in their name upon everyone else. Some other cultures have some difficulty, as I found when lecturing, for example, in China, about even understanding what we're talking about here. And that's quite a serious worry about the reach of the concept. But much more serious is that it gives you a fantastically elaborated list of what rights we all have, which come to be equated in lists of human rights, if you're not careful, with everything that we would judge appropriate to a good life. So, for example, if you look at the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights, you have the human right, Pablo, to 2 weeks paid holiday a year. I don't know if your human right there is going to be violated or whether your employer meets your human right, but it's just very strange to talk in these terms. I mean, try talking in these terms to millions of people throughout the world. They have no idea what you're talking about, and they have no expectation that they will ever possess this valuable quality, let alone that it's natural and inalienable. Something's gone wrong. We need to reconsider this concept. And actually, there are readings of the concept available to us in our own traditions, which we could make much better use of. So that would be one thought, but the one that most preoccupies me is that we've gone all wrong in thinking about civil liberty. But I've published a book about this already, and I don't need to say more about this now. My little book called Liberty Before Liberalism puts forward the view that the currently dominant way of thinking about civil liberty, namely that it's absence of interference either by law or by illegal force, so that the antonym of freedom is interference, that which makes of freedom a purely de facto notion. The question is, are you now being stopped from doing something that you want to do, in which case your freedom has been interfered with, or are you not stopped, in which case you're free? That simply fails to take account of the fact that you are also rendered unfree if someone could interfere with your projects. Because if there is someone who could, then that person has control over your will. Your actions are not merely the product of your own will, they're the product of your will plus the permission of someone who could have intervened. So what we've tolerated through going the wrong way is a society full of domination and dependence, which refuses to acknowledge that these are infringements of liberty, and they have to be bundled up in some other way. I mean, the infringement of liberty that the digital companies manage in controlling data without your permission and for undisclosed purposes is offered as an affront to your privacy. But nobody ever talks about an affront to your liberty, and we should. So yeah, I think we've gone the wrong way with this and with other concepts, of which by far the most important I've talked about earlier today, and I really liked that paper so much, is our relationship to nature. That's the one which is actually going to do the most harm quickest if we don't take another path.
So now we have a question from Luke O'Sullivan. It's quite a long question. I think it's got 3 parts, so bear with me while I get through this. So, first part, is it still possible to understand a text in terms of its intentions when it intervenes, so to speak, in debates it was never supposed to affect? For example, Hegel's and Marx's use of Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations was crucial, yet the Wealth of Nations itself can't easily be understood as intending to intervene in 19th century German debates. Second part of the question, does the text thus lose its intentional meaning so that we are left only with reception history? Third part of the question, if so, does that imply that meanings of texts only ever date from the point at which they were written and in response to prior contexts, such that texts are in effect never contemporary with themselves?
Well, thank you, Luke. That's a beautifully posed question, and it's a very good one, and it's an extremely intractable one. And I think I have a quite simplistic view about this. It cannot have been Adam Smith's intention to intervene in 19th century German debates about the relation of economies to the state. Yeah, sure, no, we're not going to disagree about that. That was not what he had in mind. That was not part of his project. There's nothing that answers to his intentions there. So I myself think it's a great shame that you're not able to join me here, because I think I hold a quite crude view, which is that there are two separate forms of study here. And one is understanding Smith's argument, which means seeing what he says, seeing what he means, and seeing what he's doing. And we can see what he says. It's a very, very complex text, but it has some very strong takeaway messages. And one of them is about protectionism, which was absolutely rife in the state system of the mid-18th century, and which he was a pioneer in denouncing. So that's what he's doing. He's denouncing state systems for mutual protectionism, which is limiting the wealth of nations. So understanding Smith's text, of course, there's much he says in book 5 also about citizenship, and that would be another matter. And there he's a kind of a Republican theorist, and other and complex intentions which Donald Winch so brilliantly unearthed and emphasized, they would want to come into our discussion. But that's what it would be like to understand Smith. Tracing the later uses of those arguments is a separate enterprise. So I think I do think that reception theory is different. And reception theory has to take into account the fact that a lot of the arguments would be misunderstood or misapplied or ruthlessly pared down, or lots of all sorts of other things that are going to be going on. But I don't think I can give a better answer than that it seems to me that there are these two projects. But thank you very much for, I think you would want to put them together, but I'm really holding them apart.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Michael Dernin. How would you approach the interpretation of texts such as the US Constitution, texts which are historically bound, but which explicitly seek to bind their interpretation and thus bind us?
Yeah, very good. Well, the Declaration of Independence is a recognizably Whig document which alludes to very strongly the fundamental laws as laid down as beyond the power of the state to intervene upon, that were laid down in the Bill of Rights in 1689. And the historical way to understand the Declaration of Independence is that it is an insistence to the government of England that it would be inconsistent with its own fundamental political principles, which include the notion of the inalienability of certain fundamental rights, and that they are life, liberty, and property, that they are false to their own professed ideology in not seeing that that's what they're doing. So that is what the text is doing. It's reminding the British government of its own ideology. It's declaring what that ideology is. It's demanding that it be enforced. And it's therefore demanding either no more taxation. Well, of course, by then there's war. It's demanding independence. I mean, it's given up on saying, look, there can't be taxation without representation because that's slavery, or at least that's servitude. And so that's what I would want to say is the historical character of the document. And I would like the fact that it's constantly alluding to the Bill of Rights and constantly forcing that upon the attention of a government, which is very well able to understand and remember that extremely well while not wanting to think about it. Now, of course, that text is absolutely of its date, and it's not of any other date. But of course, it's now a scriptural text. But it has a meaning, and that I've just given you what they're doing. I mean, that's what I think it's doing, and that's what it is to understand it. So what it is to understand it is to understand it's an intervention in an 18th century Whig debate about the limits of political obligation. well, you could say, yeah, but that's universal, and that's for all time, and that's the charter of our country. But what you're saying is the charter of your country is that document.
Now an anonymous question. Yesterday you said that at least parts of your 1969 paper were satirical in tone. Could you say a bit more about the relationship between philosophy and the tone of a philosopher, perhaps especially their sense of humor? Could this be historically significant?
Well, that's a wonderful question, because of course I'm deeply interested in wanting to say that the answer to that is yes, and that ridicule is actually a standard technique in philosophical argument, although it's not allowed to be, because philosophical argument is meant to be argument. But it's easy to think of philosophers who were also satirists, and sometimes they're rather subtle satirists, and one would need to know a lot more than I do about, for example, Nietzsche to know how much he's a satirist. I wrote a whole book on the extent to which Hobbes is a satirist, and that you have to understand that there's a lot of deadpan humor in that book, which is meant to catch you out, and it's meant to cause you to abandon certain doctrines. These are not arguments, of course. They're simply attempts to get you to think about yourself differently. But I would certainly want to say that that has at all times been available as a really powerful philosophical technique. And some philosophical texts are satires. I mean, More's Utopia is a satire. And you won't get far with understanding it if you don't come to see at some stage that that's how to classify it. Of course, some satires classify themselves as satires, but we're talking about satire as a philosophical weapon. And yes, I mean, I think it deserves much more scholarly attention than it's received. And usually, because this was something tremendously familiar to the classical rhetoricians, if you look at the rhetorical manuals, you'll see where they get not their jokes, but their idea of how to tell a joke from.
We're nearly at the end of the questions. We're nearly at the end of the time. There are more questions than time. Here's a question from Christian Meyer. Much intellectual history involves explaining texts as social actions by making reference to authorial intentions. Is it not the case that historical texts should often be considered as events rather than actions, and should therefore be considered in large part as decoupled from authorial intention? To use a somewhat imperfect analogy, if I crash my car while trying to park it, should an observer not try to explain me crashing the car rather than me trying to park it?
Very good, excellent. Well, this goes back to what I was saying to the American Declaration of Independence. I mean, I'm resolute with the thought, I'm not sure about the parked car, I'm resolute with the thought that I'm talking about interventions in debates, and that's the focus that we have to maintain. I'm not sure I'm exactly following the distinction that you want between an action and an event. Events brought about by human activity are also actions, aren't they? I mean, sunrise is an event, but it's not an action of ours. But crashing your car is certainly an action of yours, but it's also an event. You could say when it took place, for example.
Our penultimate question comes from Fernando Leandro Tale, who's a jurist. How can your methods be applied to legal history? You sometimes use legal sources, including Roman law, but I sometimes feel a distance from political history. How can we jurists improve our historical analysis?
Well, I don't think jurists need any lessons about this. I don't make a strong distinction between legal and political theory in their history. In my book on the foundations of modern political thought, I had, hundreds of pages about juridical thinking, because much of the political thinking that was inherited from late antiquity was wholly juridical in idiom, and that went into legal commentary, and then that went into vernacular laws. So there would be a story to be told about the acceptance into the commentary tradition of the Corpus Juris Civilis, and the adaptation of that into common law jurisdictions. And any lawyer who's been brought up on the ancient texts is extremely well placed to do the sort of things that people like me are doing in a more amateur way. So I don't feel in any kind of mood or place to start lecturing the lawyers. They're the people whom I really learn from all the time. And some of the texts that we want to think about, some of these concepts in the text that we want to think about should be seen as legal concepts. I mean, the concept of a right, for example, seems to me essentially a legal concept. And there's a huge legal literature, of course, on jus and how to think about justitia in relation to jus and the subjectification of jus. And there's a magnificent literature on that, on the borders between legal and political theory. I certainly don't want to emphasize those borders or to police them. I think people like me have got a lot to learn from the history of law.
Last question. What do you think are the most important recent developments in intellectual history and the history of political thought?
Well, it's wonderful to be able to say in response, and I'm going to have to be very brief, luckily, because we're finishing, that there's quite simply so much outstanding work now being published in these areas. I mean, a conference such as we've had today would have been inconceivable when I was the age of some of the people who've been contributing to this conference. And of course, because of the new technologies, we've also had an audience enormously larger than there would be if we were in 3 dimensions for any conference of this character. There's just, we've seen this over the last 2 days, there's just a lot of outstanding work now being published. It would be quite invidious to ask which is the most important. But one tremendous development which I would want to mention, which is absolutely instrumental to all I've just said, is that several of the greatest university presses in the United States have of late become so interested in our subdiscipline. The University Press at Princeton, Harvard, Chicago, of course, has always been so, Stanford. That simply wasn't the case a generation ago. And they've all been enthusiasts for our subject in a way that has helped to transform it very much. I mean, it remains true in the United Kingdom that both the Oxford University Press and the Cambridge University Press continue to publish some of the very best work. And actually, now I think about it, I'm going to end by talking about a series with the Cambridge University Press that I myself set up, of course, with the great help of the press, and initially with the help of my then great coadjutor, Richard Rorty, which Richard wanted to call philosophy in context, but which I insisted on calling ideas in context. And of course, Richard was far too busy to go on editing it. He was the most famous philosopher in the world by then. And so I was left holding the baby, which was fine. I really enjoyed editing it, which I did for very many years. I don't at all now, but I want to say that it has flourished in recent times quite tremendously, and absolutely outstanding work is being published, for example, in feminist theory, Anna Becker's recent book on gendering Renaissance thought, in Enlightenment studies, Milo Flaherty's and Max Schoenberg's 2 monographs just come out, both from the University of London, of course. And then much on global intellectual history, recent book by Mark McClinch on sacred law in India. And then a great deal about, which is important, very important, because it's in such peril at the moment, proper parliamentarian government. Works on sovereignty, constituent power, works of Greg Conti, William Seliger, Joanne Paul, of course, Lucio Rubinelli, and so on. I mean, that series marches on in a way that I'm not at all involved, and I can say I'm deeply proud of it.
Wonderful. I'm going to wrap up with a few last thoughts. So I'd like to thank all of the speakers and the chairs for their immense contributions. I'd like to thank the British Academy, Avnish, Sonia, Simon, and everyone behind the scenes. I'd like to thank Peter Halton from the University of Sussex for running the Zoom breakout groups. My co-organizer, Joanne Paul, deserves huge praise for her enormous impact on this conference. Obviously, I want to thank Quentin Skinner. We've thanked you so much over the last 2 days. I just wish to end with what Hannah Dawson said on Twitter earlier today. Your mentorship has been as nourishing as your scholarship. The last thank you, and here I shall end, is to the audience. The audience has been immense, literally. There have been people joining us from North America and South America, first thing in the morning for them, people in Singapore and in Australia last thing at night. But we've had wonderful questions being asked over the 2 days. We've had great engagement with the breakout rooms. But the most amazing thing has been the sheer size of the audience. We had about 370 people maximum yesterday. We've had about the same today. That, given that not everybody who was there yesterday has been there today and vice versa, that probably means we have had about 500 people over the 2 days of the conference. And that, I think, is the greatest tribute that could be paid to Quentin Skinner and to this fabulous essay, Meaning and Understanding in the History of Ideas. Thank you all very much indeed.